Chapter 201, Chief of the Angel Legion. 9 updates/subscription. These are your opponents, otherwise you think okay. Please rest assured, Lord of Angels. These guys will definitely be wiped out by us. When the information in the data was completely true, the head of the Angel Legion spoke to Wang Wei with a serious face. 100 little angel sisters. That is the combat power that can destroy the stars. Faced with thousands of carry and battleships in that small area, no problem. Definitely no problem. In the Super God universe, the battleship performance is stronger than this, and it is not that I have never seen an overwhelming battleship, and the young ladies of the Angel Legion have never fought. A few warships you count as a hammer. Lord of Angels, the opponent has reached our attack range. The other party did not find us. After determining the goal, all the angels, including the Angel Legion commander, used their own void engine. He directly locked the opponent he was attacking firmly. However, the members of these Angel Legions also know that in this world, they belong to the Angel Legion. Therefore, there are also many angel ladies who pay attention to the situation around them. Wait a bit. Under his own void engine, Wang Wei also knew that these guys had entered their attack range. But these are not the points. The point is that Wang Wei wants to bring these battleships closer. After all, Miss Angel's combat effectiveness is very strong. But wanting to resist the naval guns of these space battleships is still a bit painful. As a man who considers himself a gentleman, Wang Wei feels that he needs to give consideration to these little angel sisters. May I ask the Lord of Angels, do these guys need to be wiped out? Suddenly, the head of the Angel Legion raised his head and asked Wang Wei. This feeling seems to be that we can handle each other arbitrarily. It depends on how you reacted, boss. Why don't you wipe it out? I won't wipe it out for the time being. It's okay to let go of a few warships. Thinking a little bit, Wang Wei directly denied the idea of annihilation. Why do you want to annihilate Kerry and the Empire? A famous pirate empire and villain empire in the universe. With the help of Kerry and the Empire, the news that they had wiped out each other was spread. Isn't it great? Even if the other party doesn't spread it. Choosing to be sullen and eat this dumb loss. Wang Wei still doesn't believe it. These people from Kerry and the Empire will not retaliate back. Since they will retaliate, then I will let your warship kneel down for me. Eat the opponent's power in batches. Will you be fishing? Wang Wei is just preparing to catch the fish here and the Empire. Understood. I heard Wang Wei's statement. The Angel Legion Jiang couldn't help but nodded slightly. At the same time, I directly reminded the young ladies who belong to the Angel Army behind them. Although I know the firepower of the opponent's battleship and other issues. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. If in this case the ship capsized in the gutter, then really laugh. Do it. Looking at the Kerry and fleet that rushed in directly, following Wang Wei's roar. The hundreds of angels in this angel army are like a stream of light. He rushed straight up, fighting at close range, especially when Wang Wei and others were ambushing behind the broken star. This process is very short. But he couldn't give those Kerry and others a chance to react. Bang! With the explosion of the flame sword in the hands of a lady angel, the dark matter energy was directly drawn by the flame sword. Directly cut off the 2 Kerry and destroyers that were in front of you. Seeing this scene, Wang Wei, who was still thinking about rushing up, stopped his pace. The angels in this super god universe are all. Is it so cruel? Following this, after the leading lady angel directly cut off the opponent's 2 Kerry and destroyers, the little angel sisters who followed them did not hesitate. They used the sword of flame in their hands one after another. Boom, clang, kaka. These little angel sisters use their own void engines, plus some location sharing in the local area network. Basically every lady angel can clearly find her own target of attack. And in this state of attack, Kerry and the fleet lost about 200 to 300 warships on the spot. These battleships are without exception. They are all battleships that are very close to the angels. And after the angel sisters cut down these warships, Kerry and the personnel of the fleet finally reacted. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Someone attacked! There was a loud roar, and began to shout on these Kerry and battleships. There are even some Kerry and soldiers who have not had time to assemble space equipment, and they are directly corpses in the stars. Not everyone is capable without the help of space equipment. Survive directly in the starry sky. What's the matter? Why is it suddenly attacked? Seeing that his fleet was destroyed by 0.1% in an instant. Ronan, who wanted to pretend to be calm, rioted on the spot. 3,000 warships. Say no more, say less. But these warships are basically Ronan's private fleet. He drove out all his fleet this time. On the surface it is to help the Azire civilization. In fact, it was to occupy Azire civilization so that he could enter the Nine Realms. At that time, his right to speak in Kerry and the Empire will have a heavy weight. The division was unfavorable, and nearly 300 warships were damaged in the first battle. This kind of situation is unacceptable to individuals. General, the people on the other side are all powerful individuals who have reached the extinction star rating or above. The battleship cannot cause damage to the opponent. With Ronan's anger. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 202, 4-level strategic attack, 10 updates, seeking subscription. Some generals who belonged to Ronan began to fight back, but what disappoints them is that each of these attacking guys has the combat effectiveness of destroying stars. This kind of combat power, relying on the level of Kerry and the battleship, cannot cause effective damage at all. Damn it! How many are the opponents? Hearing the other party's photos are some strong individuals whose personal power has reached the extinction star. Ronan frowned directly. A guy whose personal power has reached the level of annihilation. They are not the master of peace. None of these people is easy to deal with. The number of the other party is around 100. Collect information through Kerry and the data system on the battleship. In the end, these generals nodded seriously at Ronan. The special attack team will send me all out. As Ronan. Kerry and Ronan, one of the successors of the future emperor in the empire. There is no shortage of guys who have some personal powers that have reached the star rating. And these guys, under Ronan's cruel training, he directly became a member of the famous special attack team. Yes, General. Following Ronan's order, nearly 200 members of the Kerry and Special Team flew directly from the several warships near the flagship of the Kerry and the fleet. The opponent has released their personal mighty members, about 70%, among them. The number of personal mighty powers of exterminating stars is 35, and the power of quasi-destroying stars is 172. The first team, entangle the opponent's personal power of destruction star. The second team, the third team, give me the quasi-star personal power of entanglement of the opponent. The remaining 66 teams, give me the fastest speed to wipe out this fleet. On a meteorite, the head of the Angel Legion stood beside Wang Wei and directly turned on the data function. Set up the entire battlefield. In addition to the commander of this Angel Legion, there is also an angel team beside Wang Wei. Understand? The first team is about to entangle the opponent's star-killing personal mighty force. Understand? The second team and the third team have already contacted the opposing quasi-destroyed star personal mighty force. The fourth team to the ninth team, hoping to obtain strategic ability permissions. Following the command of the head of the Angel Legion, the 9 angel ladies among the Kerry and the battleship moved one after another, the first team with the strongest personal combat power, directly towards the opponent's 35 personal mighty forces. The Star Kerry Gent team attacked. For these angel ladies, it doesn't matter whether they kill each other. The important thing is to drag these guys away from this battlefield. With the little angel sisters of the first team waving the flame sword in their hands, these 35 personal powers have reached the extinction star. Kerry Genti attack. Each of the team members felt a little sad. If you want to escape the attack of these angels, there will be an angel on the spot to beat himself back. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. But if they don't break away, these angels will only fight with themselves and others. If it is a person who leaves, these guys whose personal power has reached the extinction star are not the opponents of these angel sisters. Worse, the 35 members of these special forces who are personally powerful in destroying the star really feel very sad. They were surrounded by 10 guys of equal strength. Not only surrounded them, but took them out of this battle circle. It would be a bad feeling to say that these guys who are personally powerful in destroying stars. Then those personal mighty forces are speaking at the quasi-destroyed Kerry and Special Team courtyard. It's just aggrieved. The opponent's 20 people, 20, directly surrounded himself, more than 100 quasi-star destroying players. These little angel sisters are encircling and hunting these guys. Any quasi-destructive star powerhouse who has escaped from the encirclement of the angel sisters will be hunted by the angel sisters on the spot. Ask for permission. He glanced at Wang Wei, who was somewhat silent in the entire battlefield beside him. The head of the Angel Legion directly responded indifferently to the angels from the 4th to the 9th team. Some strategic attacks at the strategic level. Generally, approval is required, and this approval is to mobilize some of the energy stored in the dark matter dimension of their angel civilization. And these energies are a certain proportion of energy that their angel army can possess. Without the backing of angel civilization, the energy extraction and storage of dark matter is not a pleasant thing. But for the victory of the war, use it first. Understand? Start preparing for a strategic attack. After hearing that a strategic attack can be allowed, the remaining 666 teams began to disperse. Kerry and the fleet directly formed a trend of encirclement. Although there will be some warships outside this encirclement, but now I can't take care of so many. This is a strategic level attack, seeing that in each team, several angel ladies are mobilizing the dark matter through the Sword of Flame, and some other angel ladies are protecting these young ladies who mobilize dark matter. Wang Wei raised his brows slightly. Yes, Lord of Angels. What is being used now is a level 4 strategic attack. The head of the Angel Legion, who nodded, said seriously to Wang Wei. 4th level strategic attack. Hearing this, Wang Wei had a little hood. Is the Angel Legion of this super god universe so fierce? Yes, the Lord of Angels. In the Angels database, the ones that need to be mobilized are divided into strategic and tactical levels. Each level is divided into 5 levels. Among them, the tactical level is basically a battle against the surface of the planet. The strategic level is a battle against the stars. After nodding slightly, the Lady Angel Legion chief gave a serious explanation to Wang Wei. Fellow reminds you, reading 3 things to collect, recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 203, Early Yuan Flame, Radiation. One more, seeking subscription. The other person feels very bad. Detected a large amount of energy accumulation. Detected a large amount of energy accumulation. Above this Ronan's flagship, a group of technical troops suddenly roared. These guys. Damn it. Do you want to wipe me out here? Ronan, who was riding on the huge warship that was more than 2,000 meters away, was a little bad. This feeling is very bad. General, please retreat. Seeing that the energy in the vicinity of the 6 little angels in 66 directions is getting bigger and bigger, some battleships nearby are frantically attacking these little angels. But no matter what kind of crazy attacks by these Kerry and the warships, there are always some attacks that are stopped by the angels guarding nearby. The energy is filled. Please attack. The energy is filled. Request an attack. At this moment, the little angel sisters who closed their eyes and held the Sword of Flame opened their eyes. In the exclusive angel network, these young ladies directly requested an attack on the head of the angel army. Allow attack. When the angel sisters are ready one after another, the head of the Angel Legion directly ordered. The attack order is being executed. The attack begins. The dark matter channel opened successfully. The flames began to bloom in the early Yuan dynasty. With the screams of these little angels, the dark matter energy on the flame sword directly began to explode. Whoop, whoop, whoop. It's like a line of fire. A series of energy directly followed these flame swords toward the battlefield. Boom. It's like a feast in a sea of fire. A vast flame burst out directly in the starry sky. And these flames spread very fast. In a short moment, it spread directly to 400 or 500, above the Kerry and the battleship. Under the burning of these flames, basically no one can escape. And the power of this flame does not stop there. In this starry sky, It seemed like a tide, and it began to surge wildly towards the surroundings. This is the 4-level strategic attack you are talking about. Seeing that this will be an entire carry and fleet attack on the destroyed angel civilization, Wang Wei asked the head of the angel army around him with an unbelievable look. Yes, the Lord of Angels, 4-level strategic attack. And it's a weakened version. A serious look. The head of the Angel Legion said seriously to Wang Wei under the mask. Excellent. You are really good. At this moment, Wang Wei really didn't want to speak. Wang Wei doesn't know how long and wide the formation of the 3,000 carry and battleships is, but it can accommodate nearly 100 battleships sailing side by side. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. The Broken Star Passage is full of flames. Among the 3,000 battleships of Kerry and at least more than 2,000 battleships were all killed in this sea of flames. As a result, you told me this was only a level 4 strategic attack, and it's still a weakened version. At this moment, Wang Wei has nothing to say. Your so-called 4-level strategic attack is almost equivalent to a star-killing cannon, isn't it? Comfort yourself in your heart. Wang Wei didn't understand the worldview of the Super God universe very clearly, but Wang Wei also knows one thing, that is, the Super God universe is as awesome as the Marvel universe. As for who is more awesome, Wang Wei didn't know it himself. Lord of Angels, a battleship escaped from the flames of the early Yuan dynasty. At this moment, the head of the Angel Army standing next to Wang Wei suddenly asked Wang Wei quietly, escaped from the flames of the early Yuan dynasty. Hearing this remark from the head of the Angel Army, Wang Wei couldn't help but raise his brows slightly. However, seeing that small battleship fleeing quickly towards the Broken Star area, Wang Wei thought a little bit. I know who this guy is. The man who came with this fleet. But who is this guy? Wait. I seem to have forgotten to use the Void Engine to invade these battleships and get some information. Clean battlefield. With the escape of that battleship, many carry and battleships in this Broken Star Passage have lost their fighting spirit. They all followed suit and fled. However, the little angel sisters would not allow these guys to escape in front of them. That would be too unreasonable. Under the actions of these young ladies like rabbits, these battleships have been surrounded one place after another. After the battle, the battlefield was cleaned up. In the end, there were about 100 quasi-extinction Star Carry Genti fighters, and 10 killer Star Carry Genti fighters chose to surrender. Among them, more than 400 carry and battleships also surrendered. Among them, there are hundreds of thousands of carry and people alive. But this is not a problem for Wang Wei. I want to see who led the team to attack. Looking at these surrendered carry and battleships, and the existence of those star-destroying forces, Wang Wei couldn't help but pursed his mouth slightly. With Wang Wei's help from the Void Engine, these carry and no matter how thick the data is encrypted, no one can resist the invasion of the Void Engine. Carry and one of the heirs of the Empire, General Ronan, Aikao. When these words appeared before Wang Wei was a little confused in an instant. The one who just ran away was the biggest tyrant among carry, Ronan. Some information about Ronan was still seen by Wang Wei through some news from the old man Odin. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 204, Brainwashing to ask which one is strong. Second update, seeking subscription. It is said that in this universe, he has the potential to become a tyrant. This Ronan is one. Moreover, Ronan used all means to achieve his goal. It can be said that in Wang Wei's eyes, he is a hero. But since this hero has become his opponent, let him become a bear. It's a loss, a loss. I knew that. The man was Ronan, so I shouldn't let him go. I thought of Ronan who had just let go. Wang Wei felt a bit of a loss in his heart. This Ronan's head has a lot of rewards on this black market. Just like Odin, there are rewards on the black market, but basically no one will take this task. It's totally unreliable. If Wang Wei can win Ronan, the amount of rewards that Wang Wei received is trivial. The biggest thing is that Wang Wei can get the favor of most people in the entire universe. Removed a scourge to the entire Marvel universe, but for this Ronan, Wang Wei just held a dispensable attitude. It is good to be able to catch it. I can't catch it, forget it. The central control of these data has been hacked. At the same time, lock me their shipborne weapons. As the Void Engine took Wang Wei to travel in the cyber world of Kerry and the battleship, Wang Wei directly began to tinker with these warships. After a short period of effort, these more than 400 ships of Kerry and battleships were directly locked with shipboard weapons, unless these Kerry and people directly dismantle those shipboard weapons. However, this situation will not happen. Wang Wei also dragged the Void Engines of several Angel Sisters into these networks, and monitored these Kerry and battleships through some of the network data that came on the battleship. For Wang Wei, what was seized, for nothing. Why don't you blow it all up and waste it? Even if Wang Wei can't use it, it is shameful to use it out to replace some of what he needs. It is not waste. Uphold the instinct of diligence and thrift. Wang Wei directly packaged and took away the more than 400 Kerry and battleships and the hundreds of quasi-destroyed star-destroying Special Forces members. His eyes turned to the rear and watched some of the Little Sisters from the Angel Legion, a member of the Kerry Gent team, under surveillance. Suddenly, Wang Wei discovered something useful in this Yuri camp. I just don't know if I can modify the loyalty of these guys. It's like deleting and changing memories, adding and changing some loyalties. However, in the Super God universe, this kind of technology, it seems that it should be possible. While thinking, Wang Wei directly followed the Angel Legion leader sister to ask. After all, the power system of Angel civilization, Wang Wei is not very clear. Change the allegiance of these guys. Object. In the local area network inside this Miss Angel Legion commander heard Wang Wei's question and couldn't help but start thinking slowly. Under the crown of the angel. If you want to do this, or the knowledge of Angel civilization - this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Treasure inventory is in. When the time comes, use the treasure trove of Angel civilization, let alone modify the loyalty of these guys. Even if it is to modify the belief goal of a civilization, it can be done. But the dark matter energy consumed in this is also a bit large. While talking, the head of the Angel Legion said to Wang Wei timidly, "After all, the dark matter carried by her Angel Legion is not a lot. It is a little bit difficult to modify all of these guys, as the dark matter absorbs the feedback slowly. The head of the Angel Legion is not willing to waste dark matter on these people." "So I understand." Wang Wei, who nodded slightly, understood what was going on. In fact, Wang Wei has also done some understanding about the dark matter energy in the Super God universe. If it is not what Wang Wei expected, it should be the dark energy in the dark dimensional space. But this is so fucking. The current Wang Wei dare not go to the dark dimension space at all. Wang Wei is now being watched by Damam in the dark dimension space. If I use to extract dark energy, TSK, isn't this a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? If only Keshaw, Hexy and others were there. With some thoughts in his mind, Wang Wei suddenly felt that he might be far away from the appearance of these guys. Once Keshaw and others can be drawn out, then Wang Wei would dare to wave in this Marvel universe. As one of the leaders of the Super God world, Keshaw, can't it be joking with Odin and others? Wang Wei didn't want to believe it himself. He couldn't make a fight. While thinking, Wang Wei's desire to sign in for Hexy in his heart made Keshaw and the others more obsessed. But not in a hurry. Not in a hurry. It is not the time to sign in. If you don't have enough European spirit, let's accumulate a wave first. Under Wang Wei's hazy thoughts, the ladies of the Angel Legion directly escorted this captured fleet and returned directly to the spaceport. Wang Wei, who returned to the spaceport, kept Nakeri and the captives on the battleship alone in several warships. These individual warships were the transport warships of the Asia fleet at the beginning, and were transformed by the Umbrella Army into places for prisoners. As for those destroying stars, the fighting power of quasi-destroying stars. However, a group of angel girls were detained by parents and children separately. There was no way. Wang Wei does not have enough high-end combat power in his hands, and after Wang Wei returned to the spaceport of the Broken Star Passage. Wang Wei also dispatched the last small squadron of this spaceport directly sweep the wreckage of the battleship in the Broken Star Passage. There is no way this Broken Star Channel can be regarded as a channel among the 9 realms that can navigate with the outer universe. Chapter 205, The Red Police Camp finds Yuri. 3 changes, seeking subscription. I went to the hospital for a physical examination today because the previous half-month has been going on for 10 more starts. As a result, I got kidney stones. But rest assured, the basic 10 per day will not be broken. I will work overtime today. The number of warships coming and going, or uploads from the universe, is even more numerous. Under these circumstances, how could Wang Wei not charge some tolls? The time is fast. A short span of 10 days has passed by like this. And General Ling Liang, near the home planet of the Azaya civilization, directly exerted his abilities as a master of strategy, forcibly wiped out the royal fleet of Azaya civilization at the least cost. Among them, the prisoners are countless. Coupled with the indiscriminate bombing of Ling Liang's first main fleet against the home planet of Azaya. In the end, the Azaya civilization, who could not help it, couldn't wait for the warships of Kerry and the Empire. Only able to submit a surrender letter to the Umbrella Army. And this surrender book is not only a victory for the Umbrella Army, but also a victory for the Joint Crusaders. We have won. When his feet were on the position of the Azaya capital, Tony smiled and said to the Avengers teammates around him with a heavy face. Yes, I won. So tired. It seems to take a good rest. Unexpectedly, we would be able to win this crusade. Isn't this a simple matter? You don't know the military strength of the Umbrella Army. That's true. In fact, we are also fishing in troubled waters. This time the Azaya civilization crusade has made these Avengers guys grow a lot. With the earnest and heartfelt rhetoric, everyone only felt tired for a while. There is no way, after such a battle, if there is no fatigue, it is really impossible. Even Stephen, who once came from a war, is a little bit labored. You said, this surrender book. Can you increase our points? Sue, who was holding the surrender letter in his hand, asked with a puzzled look. Looking at the surrender letter in Sue's hand, the faces of everyone are a little uncomfortable. The greatest contribution of this last battle turned out to be Sue. Not angry. Very annoying. After using the scientific research power of the Umbrella Army, Sue is also equipped with a suit that can be invisible with his body. You don't need to change clothes every month to become invisible, as Wang Wei guessed before. Instead, he can directly enter invisibility with this set of hidden assistants anytime and anywhere. It should have increased a lot. The one who was silent for a while. Dr. Banner pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and smiled at Sue and explained. The biggest winner this time is when Thor was fighting with the extinction stars on the Azaya civilization. Sue directly invisible to the King Azaya's side and directly forced this guy to surrender, and Sue also relied on the identity of Umbrella's messenger to accept this surrender. So unwilling, looking at this, Su Yang surrendered the book in his hand. Whether it's Natasha or Wanda. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. There are some unwilling thoughts in my heart, but even if it is not reconciled, you can only hold back and only accept it. The teammates are all selected by themselves, and they have to accept it when they kneel. Go. This time. It's over. We should almost go back. While talking, Tony moved his muscles and bones directly, ready to take everyone back. After all, it took a long time to leave the Blue Star, and it was indeed necessary to go back. In the meeting room of Din Yuan's ship, many generals learned that this time the crusade was over. There is also a feeling of sorrow or loss in my heart. After all, generals exist for war. When there is no war, the role of generals will be worthless. But this time the battle has also benefited these generals a lot. They need to work overtime to write something, then submit it to your own country. 1/3 of the battleships of the first main fleet suppress this civilization with the exploration fleet. Ling Liang, who was in the first main fleet, gave orders to the staff around him. Although the Azaya civilization surrendered, but it has not done what Wang Wei once said, to completely enslavish this Azaya civilization. To reach this point, There is still a way to go, and under this situation, Ling Liang can only arrange some fleets of the Umbrella Army here. The purpose is to suppress some local resistance forces at any time. Yes, Commander. After hearing this kind of rhetoric from Ling Liang, these staff members also understood the meaning, and the 5 temporary staff officers in this command room also sighed. This time the biggest gain is these joint crusades. If it is said that what Wang Wei has harvested is 4 substantive colonial planets, and an umbrella army, plus some mixed warships, armed forces, and military forces, then what these joint crusades have gained is know-how. How to deal with space wars and how to start some knowledge points of space wars. And these things need to be learned and understood by yourself. Red Alert Planet. In front of Wang Wei, there was a bald man standing quietly on the floating scooter. There was a sly look in his eyes, wearing a brown leather suit, and a mind augmentation controller on his ears. This man is no one else. It is a hero in Yuri's camp, a superhero who can brainwash and control people's hearts. Yuri. The first meeting, Commander. Excuse me. Is there anything I can do for you? A smile slowly emerged from the face of this sinister and cunning hero. If ordinary people and Yuri look at each other, they may be able to confuse him into a loyal believer, or a loyal Yuri soldier, without Yuri's ability to activate. There are many places where you need your service. Yeah, Yuri. Seeing Yuri appearing in front of him, Wang Wei's mouth raised a smile. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 206, Yuri is a bit square. 4 more/subscription. When this Yuri appeared, Wang Wei was still a dick. Even if the treasure house of angel knowledge in the Super God universe did not appear, there is Yuri's presence. For those carry and people's star-destroying combat power, as well as the combat power of quasi-destroying stars. Come a wave of brainwashing. At that time, Wang Wei's hands will have a lot of high-end combat power. Even these guys have nothing to trust. Toss them out as cannon fodder. As a fortified team. It's better than letting the demon nemesis as a fortified team. In everyone's heart, there is also a distinction between closeness and closeness. Then it will be an honor for me. Your commander. I heard that Wang Wei ordered a lot of what he needed. Yuri smiled and walked off the floating flying device, and bowed slightly to Wang Wei. Come with me. While talking, Wang Wei left the Red Alert Planet directly with his advantage. Wang Wei, who opened the door of the void dimension space, led Yuri to the location of the spaceport near the Broken Star Passage. Yuri, for those extinction stars and the power of quasi-destroying stars, can you brainwash control as Wang Wei, who has played the Red Alert game? Yuri's ability is simply the best way to increase his own combat power. Just like the undead natural disaster. I killed your person, and your person eventually became my person. The power of destroying stars. Hearing this kind of rhetoric from Wang Wei, Yuri was a little bit stunned. What kind of power is the power of destroying stars? I am not very clear about this. Come with me. Looking at Yuri, he is not very clear about the power of this extinction star. In other words, I don't know much. Wang Wei directly took Yuri to a place where prisoners were held with quasi-destroyed stars. Around this place, there were dozens of young ladies from the Angel Legion who were not watching these guys all the time. And these guys are also very honest. After all, the level of combat effectiveness of the Angel Girls is very clear. More importantly, Nemus, you are surrounded by so many warships. I was so panicked. Although the individual might have reached a certain level, it can be countered. But the large-scale confrontation fleet, a personal mighty power to form a legion. Otherwise, many times they all have to face the end of being completely wiped out by the fleet. Although in this, the personal Wei Li caused a certain amount of heavy damage to the fleet. But the problem is not here. Personal Wei Li wants to reach the level of a heavily damaged fleet. I don't know how much opportunity and talent is needed. As long as the fleet has a stable empire and a stable rear, it can be created far and wide. This is the difference between military strength and personal might. Personal power is very strong, but military strength also has characteristics that the owner's personal power does not have. It is to be born on a large scale. If not, this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Why did Thanos, the purple sweet potato essence, want to gift the whole universe a family planning? You also need to build your own huge fleet. Thanos is not strong enough. It is said that it can reach the level of Quasi-Heavenly Father. With this level of power, Wang Wei's scalp numb when he thinks about it. Unless it is Hexi, Keshua and the others will come, it is possible to press Thanos on the ground, and Wang Wei has reason to believe that Keshua, Hexi the strength of others is definitely at the parent level that day, even Morgana of the degenerate civilization. This guy is like a lunatic. It also has a power that is not inferior to the Heavenly Father. It is estimated that they have the strength of the quasi-celestial peak. These guys feeling these quasi-destroying star powerhouses being held by the angels. A cold sweat slowly surfaced on Yuri's head. Commander, is your world so terrifying? The power of the quasi-destroying stars, and it captured hundreds of people at once. These quasi-destroying star powers can already be regarded as superheroes in the Red Police civilization. Yes. These guys, see if you can experiment. Looked at the cold sweat that emerged on Yuri's head. Wang Wei couldn't help sighing slowly in his heart. Perhaps, for Yuri, the power of these quasi-destroying stars is a bit embarrassing. But the power of these quasi-destroying stars is already difficult. Then it's impossible for Wang Wei to detain these prisoners as jailers. This is absolutely a waste. I can give it a try, but it may not succeed. After all, these guys have the strength of the most superhero, and superheroes basically have the ability to resist mental attacks. I don't know if they can resist mental attacks. While talking, Yuri explained to Wang Wei, this kind of thing, although a bit tricky, but it's not completely without challenging. Well, then you try. If you can, then turn all these guys into our people. What do you need? Talk to General Ling Liang directly. If General Ling Liang can't do it, you come to me. After thinking about it, Wang Wei nodded to Yuri. Seriously? After all, these guys, you said that you want Wang Wei to give up these free combat power. Is impossible. I can only figure out a way to get these guys out and talk about it. While talking about Wang Wei, he began to think. If it is said that Yuri has the ability to attack mentally, does it mean that the psychic scepter brought by the third princess Loki is also useful? But the power on the psychic scepter seems to be overwritten. While thinking about it, Wang Wei's thoughts were directly transferred to the scepter of mind. Fellow reminds you, reading 3 things to collect, recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection. Otherwise the collection of IP is blocked. Greater than. Chapter 207, I want to kill myself suddenly. 5 change/subscription. After integrating the etheric particles into the Void Engine. After having the space gem in hand, Wang Wei has not done much research on that Mind Scepter. But after Wang Wei studied it for a while, Wang Weikai discovered that the Mind Scepter is not so much a fake heart scepter. It is better to say that the ability of a part of the spiritual gems is divided above, but the ability of this part of the spiritual gems is used a little less. Good. Yuri nodded and directly asked the angel sister beside him slowly, thank you. Please extract me one of the weakest quasi-destroyed captives. Hear this request from Yuri. This little angel sister, after taking a look at Wang Wei, directly extracted a prisoner with the weakest quasi-destroying star for Yuri, and after Yuri got the quasi-destroying star captive, he took the prisoner directly to the side room and started brainwashing. Attention, here is the safety of this Yuri. Don't let him fall. If there is any need, satisfy him as much as possible. Take a look. This enthusiastic Yuri directly started experimenting. After Wang Wei thought about it, directly to the few angel sisters beside her, she began to order. Yes, the Lord of Angels. As the most loyal little angel sisters, Wang Wei's order is supreme. After ordering these angel ladies, Wang Wei left the location of this spaceport directly. If he could, Wang Wei would never allow himself to do such wasteful things. Let the angel sisters watch these extinction stars, the combat power of the quasi-destroy stars, although there is the assistance of the demon Nemesis. In addition to Kerry's personal power, There are also the personal power of these Asian civilizations, and the personal power of a few colonies. There are almost 300 of these people, and these personal mighty forces, without exception, all were watched by Wang Wei in this place. The artillery fire on the battleship has been, aim at these guys. What are we going to do next? Correct. Those guys from the Battleship Design Institute need to be asked. Transform these warships, and the drawings for a batch of small battleships have come out. Wang Wei, who returned to the Red Alert planet, thought a little bit. I thought of what the most urgent thing is. Form a large number of small fleets. Give these small fleets to formations as patrol and colonial fleets. Now, because of Wang Wei's insufficient military strength, the first main fleet and the first exploration fleet are a little shocking on the West Asian civilization. Also, the base vehicle technology tree that needs to be quickly climbed up. I thought of 5 planets including the Asia civilization. Wang Wei had a slight headache. The total demographic dividend on these 5 planets is around 10 billion. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Right. And Umbrella's total demographic dividend is about 10 million people. Right. Probably. This is the reason why the 2 major cities are included. School City and Magic City. No, the main thing now is the crazy mining farm. After thinking about this ratio data, Wang Wei is a real toothache. 10 million people went to colonize the demographic dividend of nearly 10 billion. Suddenly I want to kill myself. I thought of this. Wang Wei very decisively suspended a series of output tasks in the Red Police workshop. He immediately began to frantically manufacture hyperspace mining vehicles and various mining devices. Needless to say, those who can conduct activities in the atmosphere and those that can mine in the atmosphere will be handed over to Yuri's mining vehicle, and those who don't have an atmosphere, but have sufficient mineral resources, are all handed over to the Transformer Core Mining Court to mine. While thinking about this, Wang Wei directly asked Jiang Yu to madly manufacture the hyperspace mining vehicle. Now think about it carefully. There are already about 10,000 of these mining vehicles in his hand. But not enough. Not enough. Commander, the generals of the Joint Crusade on the Blue Star want to see you. When that was in the direction of Asia civilization, General Ling Liang was cleaning up. It also received a request from those Joint Crusades, and this request, it is a report submitted by these Joint Crusaders to complete the task. After all, one of the purpose of these Joint Crusades is to participate in the war. And now this crusade mission is almost over, and there is still some suppression. In this situation, these Joint Crusades were gradually accepted by the Army Corps continuously dispatched from the Red Alert planet. The military power of the Umbrella Army can be roughly divided into several categories. They are fleets capable of navigating in space and acting as the main combat force, and the members of the Marine Corps in the fleet. In addition, don't think that there are no real Army Corps members in the Umbrella Army. There are definitely not a few members of the real Army Corps. And among the Red Police, not every super soldier, every guy who came out of the Red Police barracks had the ability to enter the space fleet. Some people are not suitable for space combat. Just like some people are born to be the life of the army. I want to be a Navy, but my body doesn't allow it. Conditions don't allow it. It's also because of this. Wang Wei abruptly hoarded about 1 million Army Corps in the Umbrella world. And on these 555 colonial planets, General Ling Liang directly set up hyperspace transmission equipment on each planet. A legion straight out of the world of Umbrella, the planets that were previously colonized by the Adans. Each one has an army of about 100,000 people placed on it. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download fellow novel less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 208, Military Merit Exchange Battleship, 6 more/subscription. In addition, in the sky above this planet, a group of warships that captured the Asia civilization, or the warships of Kerry and the people, were left as space forces. These forces are not many, that is, dozens of battleships. These are the 444 planets that were colonized by the Azire before. In addition to these, the largest population, the one that has reached more than 3 billion on the planet Azire. General Ling Liang abruptly smashed an army of about 500,000 and nearly 100 small warships go up, if it is said that the strongest resistance force among them is the planet Azire. However, Wang Wei's enslavement plan is beginning to unfold gradually, under the first-hand battleship cannon, the first-hand cultural invasion, and the castration of IQ. The Umbrella Army under Wang Wei is orderly cleaning up these resistance forces. There were more bloodshed than steady speeches. These guys are looking for me, I see. The brow furrowed slightly. Only then did Wang Wei remember that these guys still exist on his battleship. If it is not for Ling Liang to remind, Wang Wei almost forgot these guys. No way. Wang Wei now has more and more things in his hands. The power is also increasing. Most of the time, Wang Weiming obviously didn't need to intervene personally, but he had to intervene. Things that can't be helped. While thinking, Wang Wei temporarily postponed various plans in his heart. It directly opened the door of the void dimension. Everyone, how is it? It looked like 5 temporary staff officers were all in the conference room. A smile was raised at the corner of Wang Wei's mouth. For these guys, Wang Wei still has a hint of goodwill at least. After all, none of them are holding back, bleeding and killing myself. You said this situation. If Wang Wei didn't have a good opinion of the past, a whole 30,000 joint crusade army would wait until the war ended. Only more than 20,000 people survived. This kind of battle loss ratio is in modern warfare, especially these are among the elite troops. A set of data absolutely terrifying. However, these battle losses are not very much than the number of individual battle losses. The main thing is that during the airborne, many dozens of people were destroyed by the enemy's anti-aircraft fire and other reasons. This time, we have gained a lot. So, we are going to come in with you, mister. After all, we are talking about it. It's not so good anyway, right? While talking, as a representative of the Joint Crusade, Admiral Xu smiled at Wang Wei and said, "Is that so?" Listening to Ling Liang, he has accumulated a lot of military merit. I don't know what you want to exchange for something. Wang Wei, who handed over a seat, went straight on, looking at the generals standing in front of him in the dark. Wang Wei doesn't feel any pressure himself. This I heard that Wang Wei said. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Say. Admiral Xu hesitated a little. Finally, he slowly said to Wang Wei, "About this, although we really want to redeem some, but, after all, we are not in power in a country. This kind of thing still needs the leaders above to make arrangements. So, those military exploits can be exchanged after we return to Blue Star." While talking, this Admiral Xu explained to Wang Wei seriously, "This is nothing. If you think about it clearly, after you go back, you go directly to Wang Yuan. Presumably you will know Wang Yuan very well. At that time, just tell her what you want to exchange." While talking, Wang Wei shrugged indifferently. What are these guys' ideas? Wang Wei knows better than everyone. It is nothing more than just wanting to exchange the technology of the Umbrella Army. I want to redeem a place in the Umbrella Military Academy again. What do these guys think in their hearts? Wang Wei's heart is clear cut. Then thank you, sir. Hear Wang Wei's agreement. Admiral Xu smiled and nodded. Nothing is the best result like this kind of thing. Right. The country with the most points for your joint crusade. I personally give you a trophy of friendship. Those captured, Battleship Azire, you will be eligible to get one. As for getting that one, it's up to you to decide for yourself. While talking, Wang Wei shrugged and said to these guys, "For these ancient civilized warships, there are a lot of them being dragged to the Red Police Engineers for analysis." In the eyes of these huge Red Police Engineers, the battleships of the Azure fleet have gradually formed a symbol of backward technology. Just eat through these guys' battleships. I want to make it. For the Red Alert system, it is not a problem at all. Some inverse principles. There have been some analysis projects. Are you looking down on our engineers? This I heard Wang Wei's statement. Those generals looked at the Xu generals in front of them with a little breathlessness. After all, If they really speak, the highest proportion of military merits in it may be the few big hooligans. No way, where is the number of people? In addition, the Joint Crusade Army is full of their real elite. Among them, General Xu's Joint Crusade operations were ferocious. It can be said that he is worthy of the authentic army boss on the Blue Star. Except the Umbrella Army. The combat effectiveness of the Umbrella Army. These guys have already seen a lot. Don't want to compare with Umbrella Army. It's completely looking for death. This, thank you very much. Mr. Wang. Seeing Wang Wei's indifferent attitude. I can't tolerate this, Admiral, and don't think too much. Fellow reminds you, 3 things to read and collect. Recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 209, The Joint Crusade Army, 7 updates, seeking subscription. What is this? This is my own person. Knowing that I am the number 1 in military merit points, so directly following the special reward for the first place, a battleship was sent directly. Although for the whole rabbit, the possibility of this battleship being used for analysis is very great. But with this possibility, the rabbit will have the fastest ability to step out of the Blue Star's surface. You scumbags, I won't play in fighting with you anymore. Mr. Wang exists in the situation above the Blue Star. We can't get up. We are going to fight the universe. Our goal is the universe. In that case, we choose to be a colonial destroyer of the Azia civilization. As for what it looks like, Mr. Wang, just look at it. Hey, while talking, this Xu Admiral smiled embarrassedly. Oh. Colonial destroyer of Azia civilization, are you sure? Hearing this request from General Xu, Wang Wei looked at the other party with a weird look and asked with a smile. There are also strong and weak points in this battleship. Some of the strongest battleships in the Azia fleet are some of the Royal Fleet. In addition to the Royal Fleet, there are only some warships such as the Broken Star Channel. Below this is a colonial-class battleship. Among these, colonial-level warships are the least technical. It is also the battleship that Blue Star is most capable of copying and manufacturing. If Admiral Xu wants battleships from the Royal Fleet of Azia civilization, Wang Wei can send them out indifferently. However, the battleships of the Royal Fleet need the knowledge of rabbits for a while. It is completely different from the fact that this colonial-level battleship can be copied and manufactured on the spot. It is precisely because of this that Wang Wei was a little surprised. This rabbit, who is often slaughtered by others, is often let go. It's really rare, I'm sure. Listening to Wang Wei's inquiry, Xu said seriously. Admiral Xu also had some different thoughts in his heart. Although the battleship of the Royal Fleet was very greedy, but Admiral Xu was very clear about one point. Their combined Crusade army used Wang Wei's power to come here to participate in alien operations, and in this, even if he used the first prize to obtain a battleship, it was nothing. But after this battleship was acquired, how long does the country need to eat the technology in this? Wait until we can imitate, reverse push, and manufacture. How long does it take? Too much time is wasted. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Admiral Xu doesn't want to wait for this time. Simply redeem it directly for a ship that can be copied by the country and can be manufactured on a large scale. Not to mention anything else. It's always okay to be able to keep up with the Umbrella Army, and to conquer this universe, as long as we keep up. For some of the subsequent battleships, technology is not even at your fingertips, even on the surface. Still thinking about obtaining military merit, what you think is so beautiful? The more important point is that Admiral Xu knows a little bit deeply. People must have self-knowledge. If you are too greedy, maybe the Umbrella Army will take you to play. Well, since it is your request from General Xu, I can satisfy you. I can give it to your people now. While talking, Wang Wei shrugged. Such a self-aware person. It's really comfortable. No need to beat yourself. Being able to be a little brother, well, do what a little brother should do. You say who can be unhappy and follow General Xu's words. The generals looked at Admiral Xu with envy. However, there are also a few generals who don't quite understand General Xu's colonial-level destroyer. After all, The opportunity to get to the battleship level is placed in front of oneself but not battleships. Pity. But these guys are also human spirits. They all understood what General Xu meant. They were all silent, able to step out of the Blue Star, follow in Wang Wei's footsteps, and fight the universe. It's a waste of time than this. It's much better to build a retrograde battleship. So about what I told you before. It's about the joint crusade. My decision is to tentatively set a place for a legion. The size of this corps is between 100,000 and 200,000. You build the headquarters and the system yourself. On my side, the Umbrella Army will not intervene. As long as you can keep up, I won't manage the rest too much. When there is no need, you can explore the universe, explore the planet or something, but when needed, I still hope you can obey the schedule. In addition, I'm giving you some paid loans. I lease 10 battleships to you. All these 10 battleships are colonial-class battleships of Isaiah civilization. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection. Otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 210, Tony, you are playing pretty well. 8 changes, seeking subscription. The body can't hold it anymore. Update tomorrow. I have published this book until now. Basically, the explosion hasn't stopped much. The rhythm of the explosion will not stop. But the body really can't bear it. These warships need your military exploits, or materials. Wait to exchange for this rental fee. As for the Umbrella Army, I will send several officers to your headquarters at that time. Don't interfere with your own internal affairs system. Just convey some necessary combat instructions. While talking, Wang Wei directly told these guys about the size of this joint crusade army. These guys can be allowed to form a joint crusade army of about 100,000 to 200,000 people. But this joint crusade must be dispatched by the Umbrella Army. What do you guys do without the Umbrella Army dispatching instructions? I don't care. You are mining the resources of some planets. Still explore some planets, or it may launch an attack on some backward civilizations. It doesn't matter, but you must obey the orders of the Umbrella Army. This is the bottom line question. Wang Wei can take these guys into the universe, but these guys are not allowed to disobey his schedule. Blocking is worse than sparse. Wang Wei knows better than anyone. It is impossible for these guys not to enter the universe. Then let these guys become their own league land. Work for yourself. Incorporate it into your own power system. The nice thing is to cooperate with each other. It's not funny. These guys are their own servant army. Thank you, Mr. Wang. We will pass this matter to the country. By the time, I also hope Mr. Wang can help me a lot. As soon as I heard that Wang Wei's joint crusade army could be directly formed into a legion, these guys are happier than anyone else, excited more than anyone. All right, that's it. I am leaving. While talking, Wang Wei waved his hand and directly indicated that he was leaving. There is no way. But there are so many things to be busy with. I left. Wang Wei in the meeting room of these guys came directly to the exclusive meeting room of the Avengers. In this exclusive meeting room of the Avengers, the members of the Avengers have been waiting for Wang Wei for a long time. Let's talk. I want to drip. Look at these Avengers members who are constantly chatting and farting in this conference room. The corners of Wang Wei's mouth twitched slightly. Everyone who is busy with Lao Tzu. You guys are more free than anyone else. Hey, Wang Wei. You give this first prize. After seeing Wang Wei's arrival, one directly appeared on the eyes. There was a hint of bad faith in this smile. Look at Wanda. Natasha has a look of lovelessness. Look at Sue's face sitting there drinking coffee. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. You said this situation. How can you stop Tony from making fun of Wang Wei? Look at Tony who is mocking himself. Wang Wei's face turned black. This guy is purely watching the excitement and not dismissing things too much. Isn't it? I heard you are very popular. A local man was teased on Jupiter. Wang Wei, with a hint of joking on his face, also looked at Tony who wanted to make fun of himself. The corner of Wang Wei's mouth turned into a smile. You said this kind of thing. If I send it to Miss Pepper, what will happen? Wang Wei, who smiled, looked at Tony like this, and Wang Wei smiled like that. Tony, who saw his scalp numb, immediately defended it. Hey, hello, Wang Wei. We can't do this. Also, I am not a little sister. I just asked some questions. Tony quickly defended himself and gave Wang Wei a fierce look. Not to mention anything else, if you say that these 555 colonized planets, which planet is the closest to human beings? Then there are only local natives on Jupiter star. The local natives on these Jupiter stars have some animal-like fur on their bodies. But this is the Beast-Ear Mother. It looks the same as the Beast-Ear Mother. How can this not interest some people who are externally controlled? And Tony is also curious about these Beast-Ear Mothers. Take a Beast-Ear Mother directly to Cough and Cough. Is that so? Hotel. No return overnight. His eyes fluttered. Wang Wei didn't say anything, just looking at Tony, who was defending in front of him quietly. You, that said. How could Tony not know that he was being watched by Wang Wei? This feeling is so fucking. No way. Go back and ask carefully, this Jarvis, is he under surveillance? Do you want to go back and ask Jarvis? I was monitored. See the bad look on Tony's face. Wang Wei shrugged directly and said indifferently, don't ask. You said you can even go out for field battles. Why are you going to the hotel? Do not know. Any place on Jupiter star that can be invaded. Has it been invaded by me? Otherwise, how can I control this Jupiter star? With a glance, Wang Wei sat directly on the sofa. Tony heard Wang Wei's remarks, instantly understood. Mom sells badges. The co-authored Lao Tzu was hit by mistake and was discovered by you. Wang Wei. How are you going to get this first prize? Looking at Wang Wei, who was gagging, Wanda couldn't stand it anymore, although it is already a kind of unlovable appearance. But Wanda also wants to know what kind of reward Wang Wei can give them. Among these, some rewards about you I will give. As for this first place, let Su mention it by himself. Wang Wei with a wry smile didn't know what to say. After all, what I once said, even if you are kneeling, you have to recognize it. In this case, there is no way to avoid it. Fellow reminds you, 3 things to read and collect. Recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection IP is blocked. Greater than. Chapter 211. Woman, so terrible. One more, seeking subscription. I resisted the tingling sensation of my scalp. Wang Wei can only honestly say what the number 1 wants. After all, it was said at the beginning that the reward for the first place was given by the first person. Moreover, among this, Wang Wei is sure, Wanda, Su, and the uncertain Natasha Niang wanted to sing a chorus with themselves. Thinking of this, Wang Wei is a bit puzzling. It's strange that Wang Wei's face is not so good in their Western faces. Why is it so popular? It makes Wang Wei a bit puzzling. Are you true? Hearing this first condition, I really let myself mention it casually. Su stared directly at Wang Wei. There was some light shining above those eyes. Seeing Su's appearance like this, Wanda's heart was stunned. To suffer, this little bitch doesn't really want to have a cantata with Wang Wei. You know, does Wang Wei have a ... object? Has he ... had a cantata with someone? They are also somewhat clear. After all, such an excellent person. So far, he is single. Do you think it is easy to fascinate people? On one side, Natasha narrowed her eyes gently. What kind of feeling is this? Feeling like a lioness patrolling her prey. As for Su, he simply ignored the A's of these 2 women. 2 little bitches smashed to see the sisters' operations. You wait to eat fart behind the sisters. They all talk about 3 women in one scene. But these 3 women are a war. On one side Tony, Stephen, Sol, Button, Dr. Reed, Dr. Banner, Ben and others quietly gave up the stage to Wang Wei and these 3 women. As for Kuan and Pilahu or Johnny, they silently retreated behind the bar on that side. As the brother or younger brother of 2 of these 3 women, they know it very well in their hearts. Failure to do so is a battle. Find a place where you can hide first. I will say, you guys, get me back. Watching Tony and others retreat to the door without any loyalty, Wang Wei's face turned black. These guys, the wives, are really not interesting enough. It seems that these guys have been thrown into the battle for 300 times. 300 times. It's not about talking about them now. Please listen first. Wanda, with a smile on his face, came directly to Wei's right hand, and gently pressed his hand on Wang Wei's shoulder. Yes, the reward for the first question now. Natasha, who was also smiling, came to Wang Wei's left hand. Among these three women, Natasha may be the one who has the least confidence to fight. But in the same way, it is because of the least self-confidence to proceed normally. Natasha's emotional factor is the person who is buried deepest in her heart. At this time, it is said to be a kind of small runaway in his heart. Don't call it too much. Then, I can listen to dash this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Do you listen to my request? Su slowly came to Wang Wei's back and gently placed his hands on Wang Wei's cheek. Bryce, feeling about yourself. These three women behind. Even Wang Wei himself has a good combat power. At this moment, it is inevitable to be a little bit cold and sweaty. This kind of feeling is to be suffered. You talk about it first. Su, if I can do it. I can do it. After swallowing a bit of saliva, Wang Wei whispered to Su behind him with a trembling voice. Sir, my request is very simple. I think you, as the master of the Umbrella Army, will definitely be able to do it. It's like a sultry little fairy. A cloud of heat spurted out from behind Wang Wei's neck slowly. Wang Wei could not help but feel the heat, his scalp numb. Why is this feeling getting worse and worse? You said first say. After all, sometimes even I can do it. Even if it brings huge losses to Umbrella, I will definitely do my best to satisfy you. A man's promise, you can't say no. With his neck tightened, Wang Wei changed the direction of the topic very bluntly. After all, as long as the Tropic of Su is transferred to the energy of Umbrella Army to meet Su's request, he can escape. At this moment, Wang Wei really regretted a little bit. Why did I owe me so much? As long as he can manage it. After such a short time, Wang Wei felt that facing the pressure of these three women, it was no more terrifying than Wang Wei facing Kerry and the Empire fleet alone. Reassured, the Umbrella Army is your foothold. I will not make your Umbrella Army pay a high price. I will feel bad because of this. After all, you are the man I recognize. It's like a succubus. This Su gently expounded a fact behind Wang Wei. Obviously it is a very factual answer. Why did Wang Wei feel his scalp numb? Because, on the left and right sides of Wang Wei, Wanda and Natasha, who put their hands on Wang Wei's shoulders and arms, squeezed Wang Wei's arm together. This force suddenly increased. How could Wang Wei not feel it? It is absolutely impossible to yell out pain. Puff. Wang Weiqiang is holding back the manpower. At that time, Tony, who was near the door, laughed without confidence. As Tony laughed, the members of the Avengers who had retreated to the door to watch the play also couldn't help laughing. This kind of scene really makes people want to blow the head of these guys. My request is very simple. I was just thinking, Wang Wei, can you teach me in private? After all, people's strength is very weak. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection. Otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 212, The Threat of Dinner Yuan, Second Change/Subscription, Like a Weak Woman. Su replied to Wang Wei with a bit of sweetness behind Wang Wei. And hearing Su's remarks, Natasha and Wanda on the left and right sides of Wang Wei couldn't help but clenched their hands for a while. Wang Wei's scalp was deeply stimulated by the pain caused by the woman's inner jealousy. To suffer. Bang! At this moment, the hull of this flagship Dinner Yuan trembled, and a giant enamel cannon fired directly outside the window in front of Wang Wei's meeting room. A meteorite outside this window was instantly smashed by the enamel cannon of the Dinner Yuan ship. Threatened. This is a proper threat. Don't be restless. This time the firing is for the Dinner Yuan ship to check its own firepower equipment. Don't be restless and restless. The firing this time is for the Dinner Yuan ship to check its own firepower devices. It seemed to respond to the slight turmoil on the Dinner Yuan ship, and it seemed to respond to the three women. Dinner Yuan's voice contained an unpredictable smell. It seemed to be jealous. After Wang Wei heard Ding Yuan's voice, the corners of his mouth could not help but split. I'm going. This is regarded as being arrested, and I heard the voice of Dinner Yuan, whether it is Su, Wanda, or Natasha. I couldn't help but let out a slight coldness in my heart. Whispering sound. There is another opponent. In the hearts of these people, They didn't regard Dinyuan and other ship mothers as war weapons or intelligence. Instead, he treated it as another brand new race. There is no alternative. Who makes the ship wives have rich feelings and good abilities? It's troublesome. It's troublesome. How troublesome? Su, who was behind Wang Wai, couldn't help but mutter. In this case, unless it is back to Blue Star. Otherwise, on the Dinyuan ship, Dinyuan would never let Su and Wang Wai sing in a chorus. Ha! This is not going to cause trouble. Probably so. Hanging. After Kuei-yin and Johnny at the back of the bar couldn't help but glance at each other, they both saw a sigh of relief in each other's eyes. This feeling is really hanging and hanging. Okay, stop making trouble. I'll give you everything that should be given to you. As for Suyu, looking back, I will use the power crystal to see if I can improve your invisibility. Under Dinyuan's naval gun, Wang Wai left the claws of these three crazy women directly. He smiled and said to Su behind him. Okay. Su, who was not very satisfied, could only nod helplessly. In the case of a fixed distance, I want to chorus, believe it or not. Every minute, I will give you a battleship shake or the threat of outside artillery fire. Or a rapid ringtone anyway. Messy things can block Su and the means of chorusing. There are very few people who will never come here. As for you, the punishment task for the last 3 is very simple. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. After returning to Blue Star, pay close attention to some things on Blue Star. I don't want it within a period of time when I leave Blue Star. Some strange things happened on Blue Star. While talking, Wang Wai looked at the remaining members of the Avengers. Leaving Blue Star, the Avengers members who heard the meaning of Wang Wai's words couldn't help but raised their heads and looked at Wang Wai. Well, almost. I have to hurry up and get something out recently, then find someone to start the film. Regarding the members of the Avengers, Wang Wai still did not make reservations, so he thought about it a bit. I told these guys some of my inner thoughts. Find someone to start the film and find someone who can take us when the time comes. As soon as I heard it, there was a chance to fight again. These guys won't give up easily. They asked Wang Wai directly. I found this opponent, you should all know it. Actually, it's the people from Kerry and the Empire. These guys have come to our troubles over and over again. I am going to kill these guys. There was a pause. Wang Wai slowly said to the guys in the Avengers. Although Wang Wai's personal strength did not reach the fighting power of the Heavenly Father. However, Wang Wai was ready to go ahead. Wait until you have enough fleet. After being able to liberate the first main fleet and the first exploration fleet, Wang Wai directly sent an army to attack Nkli and the Empire. Coming and not being indecent, these guys came to this Blue Star again and again to look for things. Don't fight back by yourself. It's too unreasonable. It's not if Kerry and the Empire are fighting against Kerry and the Empire. Please bring us. Mention this Kerry and Empire. The members of the Avengers present were all suffocating in their hearts. For Kerry and the Empire stared at the things on the Blue Star. After some estimates by Thor, the god of thunder, everyone also had a little understanding in their hearts. These guys are greedy for space gems. And space gems, although they are now in Wang Wai's hands, it is equivalent to something of the Avengers. Special Mother, this grabbed something from the hands of the Avengers. Don't go back. Isn't the Avengers or the Avengers okay? This kind of grievance cannot be tolerated. With such a thought, these guys are so pink that they absolutely have to fight with Kerry and the people of the Empire. The most important thing is that Kerry and the Empire sent a battleship to Blue Star for the first time, wanting to do something for Blue Star. Things, when they crusade against the Azia civilization, they came to give them a backstab. Although this backstab was suppressed by Wang Wai alone, but grievances cannot be tolerated. Okay, if you want to participate, I can take you with you then. Chapter 213, Tony, your play is a little bit endless. 3 shifts, seeking subscription. 1 point. What I want to say is that I will launch a large-scale explosive force in the near future. Form a large number of fleets. You will all be ready when the time comes. By the way, Kerry and the Empire have a large number of colonial planets and their home planets. At that time, if Kerry and the Empire are overthrown by us, almost every one of you guys can have several planets in their hands. At that time, it will be a good thing to be the planetary admiral of the planet. With a kind of joke, Wang Wei smiled and explained to these guys. For Wang Wei, it is estimated that the colonization planets in the hands of Kerry and the Empire plus the scale of the native planets should be no less than 3 to 500. There is one thing that Wang Wei himself does not remember very clearly. I also forgot whether I saw it from the fan fiction, or some plots in the original Marvel. There are several Masters of the Heavenly Father on the Earth. Supreme Master Gyu Yi is a Master of Heavenly Father. Another is Captain Marvel. As for whether this Captain Marvel is at the Heavenly Father level or the Quasi-Heavenly Father level, Wang Wei himself has no clue. About Captain Marvel, Wang Wei only recently remembered. There is no time to find Gyu Yi Major Odin for certification. But there is one sentence that Wang Wei remembers very clearly. That is the number of planets that Captain Marvel sheltered in the Marvel Universe, nearly 1,000 tall. Among them, there are countless large and small civilizations. Correspondingly, Kerry and the Empire can become a rogue empire in the universe, a pirate empire. Then the number of colonial planets in their hands plus the number of local planets should not be a small number. After all, Kerry and the Empire seem to have no Heavenly Father, personal Wily Master. As for whether there are any personal Wily Masters at the Quasi-Father level, Wang Wei is even more unclear. But this is not the point. The point is that Wang Wei is ready to develop some small fleets on a large scale. A tentative quota is set, and 100,000 ships will be built first. Kekik, even if Wang Wei could build 100,000 small warships, Wang Wei did not have so many troops to arrange them in. After all, in Wang Wei's mind, every battleship must be kept in full or nearly full. Wang Wei dismissed the act of expanding the organization so much, but reducing the source of troops. This look is based on a huge reserve and veterans. The problem is that Wang Wei does not have enough and a large number of veterans. Planet Admiral interesting. It must be troublesome to think about it for these members of the Avengers. Becoming a planetary admiral of a planet may be a good attraction, but some people are afraid of trouble, and some people find it interesting. After all, being able to be a planet. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. The position of superintendent is also an honor, not a status symbol. Don't think so much. The admiral of this planet is not so good. Forget it. It's still early to say this. If there is a need, then you can borrow a group of officials who can handle government affairs from the guys in the Joint Crusade. At that time, I will sponsor a few colonial fleets for you. The problem is not too big anyway. While shrugging, Wang Wei smiled and said to these guys, "Well, let's talk about it then." Hearing Wang Wei's remarks, Tony also spoke indifferently. However, in Tony's heart, he is making a decision. At that time, should he choose a planet with the potential for the development of scientific and technological civilization or choose a planet similar to Jutong Star? Let alone that the feeling of the Beast-Deer Mother is true. It's super awesome. But if you choose a planet like the Beast-Deer Mother, the effect of your own technological power will not be very great. Tony knows that his hardware measures and software measures are based on this technology. Tony, who has been poisoned by Wang Wei, has a long eye for having a huge team of engineers. Heartache, it is really hard to choose. If everyone in the Avengers knows that Tony has such a thought in his heart, it maybe would have to despise Tony, this romantic playboy. This guy is really boundless. As for Wanda, Sue, Natasha and the other 3 women are thinking about something else. The colony planet is a joke about being a planetary admiral. My sister's goal is to be the commander-in-chief of the Umbrella Army. Humphrey, my sister is so cold. Sister doesn't like the planetary admiral. Wang Wei didn't know the strange thoughts in the hearts of the Avengers. But it doesn't matter whether you know or not. Anyway, in Wang Wei's heart, after he has hundreds of colonized planets in his hands, there is no pressure to send out these 10 planets. After all, I still have to use the Avengers card. Although the Avengers card is often played by Wang Wei, but there is no way. In Marvel, it is the Avengers that finally lay down the purple sweet potato essence, and the Avengers are the true destiny of Marvel. Do things behind these guys in the Avengers. Isn't it fragrant? Why do you want to step onto the stage and become a fire target that attracts the eyes of everyone in the universe? Let the Avengers come to the stage to attract firepower. Behind this, I silently eat a mouthful of oil. I'm giving these guys some sweetness. Hey, life is so beautiful. Okay, let's talk about it first. I'm going back. At that time, I will ask Wen Yui and the others to send you back to Blue Star. As for General Ling Liang and this First Fleet, we still need to temporarily suppress this civilization here. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 214, The Upper Angel. The Angel is Cold. 4 more. Seeking subscription. Wang Wei, who nodded slightly, stretched his waist directly, and said to these guys indifferently. Next, Wang Wei was about to return to the Red Alert planet to retreat and do things. Intelligent civilization, the establishment of a treasure trove of void knowledge of the super-god universe Angel civilization, and ordering the fellows of the warship researchers to redevelop small warships and explosive soldiers, etc. There are many things. Wang Wei can't afford to waste his time. That's fine. Go ahead. Let's take the battleship of the first exploration fleet and return to the Blue Star at that time. For Wang Wei's busyness, everyone knows it well. After all, Wang Wei has so many plans, so many aspects require Wang Wei to take care of. It's not that Wang Wei has no manpower here. Like engineers, Wang Wei can pull out a team of tens of thousands of people. What Wang Wei lacks in his hands is the ability to take the lead, a character similar to General Ling Liang. Okay, gone. Those who join the Crusade Army, just pay attention to it. While talking, Wang Wei waved his hand and directly opened the door of the void dimension space and returned to the Red Alert planet. Say goodbye to something completely non-existent. Just leave. Watching Wang Wei leave is very simple. There was a little loss in Sue's heart. Have no idea. After all, in Sue's heart, the idea of wanting to sing with Wang Wei has never stopped. As for Wanda and others, although they also want to sing with Sue. But I definitely can't make this little bitch Sue cheap. What I can't get, don't even think about it. Humphrey, this is a woman. Next, just go ahead and figure out their small battleship problem. Thinking of this, Wang Wei pondered, finally gave up and went to Odin to ask for a batch of battleship drawings. After having the warship technology of the Azir civilization, as well as the warships of Kerry and the Empire, coupled with some battleships in the Red Alert system, presumably those engineers from the Warship Design Institute can come up with a complete set of plans. I have seen the Lord of Angels. After Wang Wei just arrived at the door of the Design Institute of the Warship Department, Wang Wei also spotted the head of the Envoy Corps at the gate of the Design Institute that day, as if they just came out. Yeah, are you here to browse? For the commander of this Angel Legion. Wang is a little embarrassed. After all, until now, Wang Wei still said the name of the captain of the Angel Legion. I just feel that this person is very familiar. Yes, under the crown of the Lord of Angels. Nodded. The captain of the Angel Legion, who was wearing an angel armor and took off the helmet from his head, smiled and said to Wang Wei, by the way, I don't think I know your name yet. Wang Wei, who is slightly embarrassed. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. The commander of the Angel Legion smiled slightly. After all, the young ladies among the angels are very beautiful. Wang Wei's face is blind. It's not him. Wang Wei doesn't know these angel girls, but they are very beautiful. Wang Wei can't tell who is who. It's an honor. The upper angel of the Angel Legion. The angel is cold. I have seen the Lord of the Angels. I heard Wang Wei asking for his name. The commander of the Angel Legion. The angel said respectfully to Wang Wei. For Wang Wei, if you want to know the name of the commander of the Angel Legion, you only need to make a wave of exploration by the Void Engine, which is better than anything. The angel in front of him. All kinds of data will appear in Wang Wei's head. To put it bluntly, the head of the Angel Legion has been to the bathroom several times, and Wang Wei has been able to explore it clearly. But, man. It's better to have a little bottom line. Because of this, Wang Wei did not take the initiative to use the Void Engine to conduct these explorations on his own people. Basically, Wang Wei asked. These guys are willing to say, and Wang Wei listens. Don't want to say. Wang Wai won't go into it. Yeah, I directly call you cold. Looking at the angel lady in front of me who is like a royal sister. Wang Wai smiled and walked directly into the Battleship Design Institute with Angel Leng. For battleships, Leng, do you have any good suggestions? While talking, Wang Wai asked. You know, in the Super God universe, the hulls of those warships also have a large scale. It is even said that the battleships in the Super God universe have a variety of superpowers. Even Morgana, who rebelled against the angel civilization and established the demon civilization alone, has a fleet of demon wings and demon. Don't think that Morgana's demon wing fleet is not that big. People's demon wing fleet can directly knock some planets out. The demon wing fleet can be regarded as a mothership battleship in Morgana's hands. According to Wang Wai's visual observation, the length of this demon wing is at least tens of thousands of meters or even hundreds of thousands of meters. This kind of warship, how could Wang Wai not be greedy? The hull is too small, and the power of the warship is a little weak. Thought for a moment. The angel coldly nodded to Wang Wai and explained. The first main fleet in Wang Wai's hand, as well as the first exploration fleet, can only be counted as warships of ordinary civilization in the Super God universe. Even the gluttonous civilized warship attached to Carmen has the power to start nearly 10,000 meters. It's not that the bigger the battleship is, the easier it is to be beaten. It's that the larger the battleship, the more attacking methods it will use. Take a look at those battleships in the Super God universe, the dimensionality reduction strikes, the space wormhole, the wormhole transportation, the God cannon, etc. These are super weapons. In this Marvel world, it is indeed a high-end technology. Hey, since you are cold, the battleship is still a little ordinary. I don't know if it's cold. Can you help design the design together? Chapter 215. Do you think you are Magic 99A? 5 change/subscription. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Wang Wai directly exposed his purpose. Wang Wai knew that the battleship capabilities in the Super God universe were excellent, but Wang Wai hasn't touched it. This Void engine of his is completely equivalent to a brand new computer, although it has good hardware and software measures. But there is nothing in it about Angel civilization. While Angel Leng and others came over, they brought a part of the knowledge of Angel civilization, and this knowledge is exactly what Wang Wai needs. Serve the Lord of Angels. Honored. Without refusal, for Angel Leng, it is the greatest honor to be able to serve Wang Wai. Design warships. Nothing. Okay. Come with me. While talking, Wang Wai coldly brought the angel to this Battleship Design Institute. The many busy engineers in this design institute did not bother Wang Wai. The chief engineers responsible for the design of various warships were directly captured. These old guys, who have been idle all day long, are a little frantic when carrying out various magic transformations of battleships. Good afternoon, Commander. What are you doing here this time? After watching Wang Wai's arrival, there was a slight unnaturalness on the faces of these chief engineers, and Wang Wai saw the slightly unnatural look on the faces of these engineers. After a glance, the virtual panel was closed. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. These old guys are doing things again. Special Mother, the engineer is so good. But I can't help but change something for you. It gives you a headache. This is one of the top people in the Umbrella world. The angel is cold. She has some experience with warships. This time, I am going to let her cooperate with you. Bring out some warships. At that time, the army will be expanded directly. Show her all your demonic modified battleships. If you can, I will take it this time. Look at these old men, Wang Wai said without angrily. Really? Hearing that Wang Wai said that some battleships that can be used to carry out magical reforms. These engineers, there is a touch of these guys directly in their eyes, and the heart of the magical reform is really immortal. Really? Nodded. Wang Wai said with certainty. This angel Miss Leng. Come on, look at my warship. This is the latest fast reaction warship I designed, and the principle of use is. Wang Wai just nodded, and the old men of these chief engineers coldly pulled the angel to the front of the virtual big screen. Pulling with both hands, I pulled out a data waterfall directly from the virtual panel. Wait. before you get things done. Let me start. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Make a few points. Seeing these old men very quickly, they began to introduce these warships to Angel Leng. Wang Wei stopped these guys decisively. If you let them just keep talking so ticking. Wang Wei is sure that his battleship plan will definitely take a few more days to get these guys interested in making it. Say it, Commander. After these engineers got Wang Wei's accurate affirmation, they rarely responded with a smile at Wang Wei. This time, there are several types of warships I want you to design. The first sort, it is to design a large class of main battleships with Angel Cold as the core. There are no restrictions on the types of battleships of these battleships, but it must be able to assume the role of the main battleship. After all, these main battleships will be controlled by the ship's mother in the future. Among them, I will develop another civilization, an intelligent civilization. At that time, with the assistance of intelligence, the corresponding control soldiers will be greatly reduced. While talking, Wang Wei was talking about some requirements of the main fleet. It is possible or not for warships that are thousands of meters long to be in Marvel. But according to Wang Wei's memory, after seeing those tens of thousands of meters and hundreds of thousands of meters in the Super God universe, you said that Wang Wei would give up these battleships. Don't even think about it. These battleships, Wang Wei's eyes are like ghosts. If possible, Wang Wei really hopes to be able to sign in for a battleship in the Super God universe. Well, this is not easy. Commander. Hearing that Wang Wei was not very satisfied with the main battleships in active service, these chief engineers frowned. But dissatisfaction is dissatisfaction. The problem is not big. It's a big deal when it's time to design. Anyway, designing these warships is the greatest pleasure for these chief engineers. The second type of warship is the fast reaction type, the patrol type, the garrison type, etc. This kind of battleship, my personal idea, is based on the current main battleship level. Then I will invest some intelligent civilization in this. Similarly, some support staff will try their best to reduce it. After thinking about it, Wang Wei nodded and said slowly. After all, in Wang Wei's heart, whether it is the Red Alert planet, the Umbrella World, or the Broken Star Channel taken by him, he needs something to be able to bear. The warships that raised combat power came out. And among this type of battleship, Wang Wei is aiming at his current main battleship, etc. That's right. Wang Wei is ready to retire his current main battleship directly and become a second-line battleship. Okay, at this moment, these chief engineers understood Wang Wei's thoughts. To put it bluntly, it is preparing to retire these existing warships into second-line warships. But if you want to retire and become a second-line battleship, then their chief engineers must design a battleship that can lift the current battleship. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 216, 3 types of warships, 6 more subscription, Mom sells badges. Although the chief engineers of these warships like to design warships, they don't have such players. Although they were madly complaining about their commanders in their hearts, these chief engineers also had a fiery idea in their hearts. The third type of battleship is a colonial-level battleship. In the future, we will have more and more colony planets. At that time, we will need to deploy some fleets on a large scale. Although the second-line battleship force is a second-line battleship force, but it is impossible to use them to guard the colony. You need to understand this. The requirements for colonial-level warships are only a few: to be able to quickly suppress the colonial planet, and to quickly evacuate their own people. Firepower issues, armor protection issues can be weakened. The size problem can also be reduced. Among these, you can also learn from some of the main battleships of Kerry and the Empire and the main battleships of the Azure civilization. Understand. Looking at the chief engineers of the battleships in front of him, Wang Wei's mouth raised a slight smile. Don't do anything for you guys. You just want to do things. It's really my mother who is trying to make demon reforms. Understood, Commander. These chief engineers also understand that Wang Wai is looking for things for them. I could only bite the bullet and nodded. Lord of Angels. If you want to create the main battleships of Angel Civilization, whether in armor protection or firepower, we lack a lot. It is impossible to carry out a main fleet that is more civilized than your Angels. While listening to Angel Cold for some time, he has a clear understanding of Wang Wai's requirements. There are three types of warships in total, and the number of warships that Wang Wai has seized now is not 1,000 but 800. But Wang Wai didn't like it. Backward, garbage, obsolete items. Now using these battleships is a feeling of toothache. This is not a big problem. First design the hull of the warship, whether it is power output performance, armor protection, or firepower attack. I know that it can't be compared with the main battleship of Angel Civilization. But after we have a hull, we can install it little by little after we have all these technologies in hand. While talking, Wang Wai nodded. Special Mother, I don't know why, it's getting darker and darker recently. Now I can't produce any good products. No, wait for a while and sign in. If Wang Wai, who just came to the Marvel world, obtained these red police base cars, I was able to jump up. Fortunately, Wang Wai now has a plain feeling. It's like these things, the root, the waves in Ben Wang Wai's heart. I understand. Lord of Angels. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Hearing Wang Wai's remarks, the angel nodded, said that I understood what Wang Wai meant. Well, that's okay. These things, please trouble you. I will seize the time to get the intelligent civilization out. At that time, it can be a good match with you warships. While talking, Wang Wai directly bid farewell to the design institute of this warship department. And Angel Leng is in this battleship department, working with these red police engineers to work out the latest battleship technology. Nymph, how are you doing? Wang Wai, who had just walked to the intelligent Angel Civilization continent, looked at the resting nymph, and asked when he smiled directly. Idiot. You know how to come. Seeing that Wang Wai hadn't come here for so long, he came here now. If you say that nymph's heart is not angry, that is impossible. But how can I only choose to forgive when I am angry? When I think of this, nymph wants to cry. It is our intelligent angel civilization that is not cute enough. Or our intelligent angel civilization is not cute enough. Why don't you take a look at our intelligent angel civilization more? Okay, nymph, you know I'm busy, so that's it. Can you forgive me? While talking, Wang Wai rubbed his little head at this nymph. Nymph, who originally wanted to slap her mouth and be angry with Wang Wai, was instantly stunned by Wang Wai's big hand massage. Comfortable and enjoy. Well, this is a thought in Nymph's heart. But when Nymph thought that Wang Wai hadn't been in this intelligent angel civilization for a long time, Nymph felt annoyed. Can't get angry. It's troublesome. While enjoying Wang Wai's head killing, Nymph wondered how to communicate well with her own, and can't stop coming to their intelligent angel civilization. How are you doing now? Wang Wai, who held Nymph in his arms and rubbed his small head for a while, smiled and asked Nymph in his arms. Don't think of me as a child. After Wang Wai put down his hand, Nymph reacted instantly. My cow, why did I get into my arms with such a feeling that Nymph wanted to stand up from Wang Wai's arms on the spot? But Wang Wai, who was holding Nymph around his waist, didn't use much force. He just hugged Nymph very plainly, and Nymph struggled with a pretense, as if struggling to get Wang Wai's hands. The whole body was sitting in Wang Wai's arms with enthusiasm. A petite and cute look. She is really a very thoughtful little girl. I want to lie down comfortably in Wang Wai's arms. I want to show my arrogant side. It's really super cute. Nymph. For Nymph in front of me like this. Wang Wai just smiled, did not say anything. Fellow reminds you, 3 things to read and collect. Recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection. Otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 217, Nymph, Come in My Arms, 7 Changes, Seeking Subscription. Now the intelligent angel civilization is developed by Daedalus with several intelligent cores at the level of research type intelligent angels. The progress cannot be said to be fast or slow. You know, The birth of intelligent angel civilization does not mean that it can be replicated with some big data. What Asho copied is not an intelligent angel, but a robot. That's different from us. Each intelligent angel is an independent existence. The birth of every intelligent angel needs us to face it. When I said this, Nymph felt a little lost. After all, several important systems in Wang Wei's hands are still very clear. The biochemical system can be regarded as the earliest force in Wang Wei's hands. Although it is not as good as the Red Police system, it still has a certain position in Umbrella. In addition, the Ship Girl system in this Umbrella, like their intelligent angels, is made by the core and belongs to a unique individual. But the Ship Girl system has too many advantages over them. The core of a destroyer in a small area can sweat the Wang Wei in the space battlefield. When the hull is damaged, you only need to carry your own battleship core to recontrol a battleship into the battlefield again. This Ship Girl system makes Nymph's heart envious. And beyond that, there is another rising system in this Umbrella magic system. The demographic dividend of this magic system basically comes from those Red Alert systems. Although this magic system is far from having enough combat power, there is not enough ability to support the magic system. But Nymph can also see the potential of the magic system. Only the intelligent angel civilization, no matter what it is, it can't be outstanding, without unique abilities. If Icarus, Astrea and Kos are the fighting power of the Extinction Star, it's the panel of their intelligent angel civilization. After the ladies of angel civilization arrived, Nymph's heart is so cold. Hundreds of young ladies who can fight Astrea one-on-one. What kind of combat power is this? Even if Icarus has a strategic battle ability, the problem is that the ladies of the Angel Legion can also carry out strategic attacks. Silly girl, don't be too lost. The intelligent angel civilization has the uniqueness of the intelligent angel civilization. You don't have to fight. Do you know that your biggest feature is because of the uniqueness of the intelligent angel core? Each intelligent angel core represents a unique existence. Why do you compare your own shortcomings with the strengths of others while rubbing Nymph's little head? Wang Wei smiled and explained it. Nymph's worries are in Wang Wei's dash. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading as expected. But hearing what Wang Wei said, Nymph still felt a little unwilling. Really unwilling. After all, their intelligent angel civilization also wants to create some value for Wang Wei. It doesn't need to be, you know. The emergence of the biochemical system is not the earliest. But the biochemical system, I didn't give up either. So, don't think too much. I will not give up on you either. Just show up. That's my person. I have always treated me equally. Wang Wei, who gently embraced Nymph in his arms and hugged him tightly, smiled. This feeling is really good. Namuf, help me create an intelligent civilization. After enjoying Nymph's petite body for a while, Wang Wei smiled directly at Nymph and said, "Intelligent civilization." Hearing what Wang Wei said, Nymph's heart instantly ignited a little fiery. After all, she and Hong Empress were thinking about playing the intelligent civilization at first, but was finally abandoned. Well, intelligent civilization, except you, I don't know anyone can help me. While talking, Wang Wei stood up with Nymph. Then, you have to see my abilities well. Nymph, who raised his head slightly and straightened his chest, directly showed his tablet to Wang Wei. Seeing the appearance of Nymph's tablet, Wang Wei smiled. But after smiling, he nodded. Okay, then I will have a good knowledge of Nymph's abilities. Let's go. While talking, Wang Wei left this intelligent angel civilization with Nymph. In Wang Wei's mind, it is good for the intelligent angel civilization to have combat effectiveness. It doesn't matter if you can't have it. However, the main positioning of the intelligent angel civilization is in this aspect of intelligent medicine. You know, among intelligent angel civilizations, the largest number, and the most powerful force is the intelligent medical angel. This is where we will work next. Brought Nymph to a large research institute in this academy city. In this research institute, there are many engineers. These engineers are all talents who have something to do with virtual information, intelligence and other aspects. And in this, it is not someone else who is really in charge, it is the Nymph who is holding in Wang Wei's hands. This time, I'll do it with you." While talking, Wang Wei took Nymph and plunged into this intelligent research institute. Prepare to get this intelligence out. After Wang Wei entered this research institute, the people of the Joint Crusade also returned to the Blue Star directly after about half a month of space travel. With the return of these people, the small island above the Blue Star has been conducting military exercises for nearly 2 months. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 218, Yuri Exchange, 8 updates, seeking subscription. This kind of 2-month military exercise, if this Joint Crusade army fails to return. These countries that participated in the Joint Crusade did not know how to explain to the world and their own citizens. This time is too long. The eyes of the whole world are on this small island. With the return of the Joint Crusade army, this military exercise is also nearing its end. And those generals also brought batches of important materials, and some videos have been returned to their respective countries. Those who were taken back together were out of these. There are also some equipment, technology, etc. that were seized during the Joint Crusade. About these scattered corners and corners technology, Wang Wei didn't care at all, and Ling Liang didn't care. With the return of the Joint Crusade, these more than 30 countries were silent for about a week. On a certain day after a week, more than 30 leaders directly began a secret alliance. The coalition army was established, and these leaders are not stupid. Through this Joint Crusade, Wang Wei directly showed Umbrella's energy to these guys and the world behind Umbrella. Also because of this appearance, these more than 30 leaders directly regarded Umbrella as the greatest force. In other words, it is directly placed in a higher position than these big countries. The establishment of diplomatic relations has begun. These countries have thrown olive branches to Umbrella. They have expressed their willingness to establish diplomatic embassies in the Umbrella world. Although Wang Wei did not engage in activities such as establishing the country, but these leaders have regarded Umbrella as the largest country. After Wang Yuan asked Wang Wei for advice, he also directly allowed these guys' actions. Eagle Source even directly assigned Umbrella a site on his own territory, and officially announced that this site will belong to Umbrella forever. A batch of elite students entered the Red Alert planet directly through Umbrella's hyperspace teleportation device. Learn the ways of space warfare in the Officer Academy in the Academy City of the Red Alert planet. On the Red Alert planet, more than 30 embassies were directly established. This is very interesting. Wang Wei did not announce the founding of the country, these ones, but treat Wang Wei as a big country. Not only that, the Rabbit directly carried the Colonial Destroyer blueprint and the Colonial Level Destroyer directly to carry out imitation and reverse engineering. Made in a big country, at this moment it has unfolded its brutal ability. But all of this must be carried out. More than 30 leaders used various methods to directly mobilize troops from their own countries, mobilizing batches of elite troops, and directly stationed on their military exercise island. The total is about 300,000. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Elite troops from various countries have been stationed here for a long time. It was announced that more than 30 countries will often conduct military exchanges in the future, etc. The members of the Avengers also breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. Directly began a new round of fighting against some evil forces on Blue Star, etc. These more than 30 countries have contributed their efforts in this. As long as it is useful, even a legion can be dispatched for you. Blue Star, it's not allowed to mess up. This is not only what Umbrella meant, but also what the more than 30 leaders shared. After they put their power on fighting the universe and colonizing aliens, no one is allowed to mess up. If there is no Umbrella power above these 30 leaders to deter the surrounding area, then these people will definitely fight for this thing, and their brains will come out. But when Umbrella was able to shock, these guys were better than each other. It was really a hell of a life when these guys are doing stable Blue Star. The many bears on Umbrella World, Allied, Yuri, and Rising Sun base vehicles began to climb the technology tree. These bases are after the exploration fleet explores the resource planet, and drops the subbase vehicles to build a large number of mining fields. Resources are showing an incredible rate of increase. The science and technology of these bases are also dependent on the Gongyui base and the Shenzhou base. Under the integration of these several technologies, the science and technology tree on the Red Alert planet has even risen to a large height. And among this, the biggest contribution may be the Yuri camp. After learning that Yuri came out, General Ling Liang didn't say anything about direct remote control, and tilted part of the resources above Yuri's camp. Under this kind of blessing, mental amplifiers, mental controllers, mental assault vehicles, and so on, some buildings and technologies that can be related to the mind and spirit have been made. 4 colonial planets including Jutong Star and Sandstone Star are gradually deploying these things. When these things are all deployed over the planet, the brains of the people in the colonies are continuously washed in the way of satellites. At that time, they will inevitably bring them a loyal force. And Yuri has successfully brainwashed the existence of a star-destroying personal mighty force. Although time wasted in this, it is a bit long. But success means hope. Precisely because of this, those personal mighty powers who were quasi-star destroying were directly thrown into the hands of a group of Yuri, and a Yuri changed to a step that was not Yuri. Then 555, 1010 can use resources to speak. Wang Wei has never been afraid of anyone. You did this very well. Blue Star, please go to activities. Thor, who was on Asgard, slowly reported to his father. Chapter 219, Tyrant, come on. Suppress 9 updates/subscription. This time the Azure Crusade was told to Odin exactly. Yes, father. Hearing Odin's remarks, Thor also missed his little girlfriend a little. Blue Star walked up. After bidding farewell to this Asgard man, Thor rushed to the Blue Star to date his little girlfriend. Aren't you worried? Odin, who had not left Asgard, talked to the Supreme Mage who was far above the Blue Star Hermitage. This ability is exclusive to their Heavenly Father Masters. Worry about Kerry and the Empire? I believe in Wang Wei. On the top of Hermitage, Yu Yi, the corner of his mouth raised a slight smile. It is impossible for Kerry and Empire to get any cheap food in Wang Wei's hands. After all, he is Wang Wei. That, in the attention of Supreme Master Yu Yi, Wang Wei has always taken advantage of himself, and no one else has taken advantage of it. Since you are not worried, I don't care anymore. However, I still don't want him to leave the 9 realms. After all, his current strength, say strong or not, weak or weak, at least, before I die, I can still protect the 9 realms. Odin sighed slightly to the Supreme Mage Yu Yi slowly. Hearing Odin's remarks, the Supreme Mage's expression was slightly taken aback. This feeling is really unexpected. You are although the power of Odin, this Supreme Mage Yu Yi is still somewhat clear. But it shouldn't be at this time. After all, in the timeline that the Supreme Mage saw, he was earlier than him. How come he hasn't reached the time yet? This Odin is about to. The power can't be suppressed. I don't know how long it can be suppressed. So, before that little guy grows up, the 9 realms may have to be handed over to you. This Odin, who was a little deep and lonely in the words, said slowly to the Supreme Mage Yu Yi. Listening to Odin's words, Supreme Mage Yu Yi was silent. This damn future variable, although it is one thing to be able to see the timeline, it is one thing to be able to understand the difference between life and death. But after really facing it, it happened again. After not being able to see the timeline, the Supreme Mage had it again. I understand. I will try my best to persuade that little guy to stay within the scope of these 9 realms. The Supreme Mage, who nodded his head, tightly clenched the necklace in his hand. There is nothing else on this necklace. It is the gem of time possessed by the Supreme Mage. Alarm, alarm. The target has mutated. The target has changed. On an island in the world of Nambrula, people in the biochemical system are doing an experiment. Experiment with the liquor and the ant monsters together. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. But now, these liquors are combined with the ant monsters. But an unexpected mutation event occurred. Prepare to suppress. Seeing this scene, Alice frowned slightly. It would be impossible to say that Alice had no idea about this biochemical system. But it is precisely because Alice has ideas and obsessions that she wants to merge the liquor with the ant monster. Watching the red alert system, the battleship system, etc., began to rise one by one. Her biochemical system has not changed in the slightest. Alice felt uncomfortable in her heart. Perhaps the only thing that can be drawn in the biochemical system is the tyrant who acts as the fortress team and the demon nemesis who acts as a semi-top power. But the demon nemesis is a force that the biochemical system says cannot be controlled. Raw, with the liquor and the ant monster in this laboratory uniting. Runaway. It was straightforward and vivid, and seeing this scene, a demon nemesis sent by Alice frowned slightly. The power of quasi-destroying stars is just as shock. It is someone else who really suppresses it. A pale green figure, a strong figure, plus those octopus tentacles-like statures. Tyrant. Reference on. Bang. Facing the same runaway ant monster. Tyrant is a blow directly to the beat of their life. Cannot take care of themselves. It is not enough. Seeing that the ant monster couldn't accept the tyrant's punch, Alice became slightly angry. Can't accept it. This kind of result is really unacceptable to Alice. Alice-sama, the most important thing is this genetic problem. The genetic problem can't be solved once. It will not be able to integrate perfectly. The chief biochemical engineer next to Alice pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose to Alice. After all, he is an engineer in the biochemical system, although he came out of the red alert system. But they also have this pride in their hearts. The biochemical system will definitely be able to hold up a piece of sky. Then what should we do and wait until we don't show it at all? Looking at the chief biochemical engineer, Alice didn't know what to say. As far as I know, the first exploration fleet has explored a kind of interstellar Zerg. This kind of Zerg possesses the ability to travel in the stars. Since these Zergs have the ability to travel in the stars, then extract the genes of these Zerg species. After integrating them into this ant monster, some power will be added to our biochemical system. I think it should be able to solve some genetic problems. Perhaps it is a matter of selfishness, or maybe it was the chief biochemical engineer who wanted to study which kind of Zerg could roam in the starry sky. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 220, Forming a Colonial Fleet, 10 updates, seeking subscription. How are these Zerg fighting power? Alice raised her brows slightly when she heard this statement from the chief biochemical engineer. If these interstellar Zergs have a certain amount of combat power, it might be a good idea to capture them for some transformation. The combat power, it is said that there is not much. What I value is the ability to travel in the stars. I have extracted a part of the war behemoth genes of those Zytogirians, fused with the giant ants among these ant monsters. But unfortunately the result of this fusion is not very good. However, Master Alice, why don't we want some other way? Why do you have to compete with the army guys for offensive levels on the ground? Think about it, Master Alice. When they have the terrible reproduction ability of these ant monsters. In addition, the biochemical system's fierce and deadly attack method, coupled with this ability to travel in the starry sky. You said, are the army guys stronger or our biochemical system stronger? In his eyes, the chief biochemical engineer, who was shining with a frenzied color, snarled at Alice. Think about it. Can swim in the starry sky, can hunt in the starry sky. At that time, the biochemical system will support a sky. With the words of the chief biochemical engineer, Alice's heart moved. I will find a way to bring you plenty of corpses and specimens from these stars. But I hope you don't let me down. Whatever you need, I will find a way for you to get it over. I want the biochemical system to rise. After a pause, Alice said coldly to the chief biochemical engineer, as you wish, Lord Alice. The chief biochemical engineer nodded to Alice, who also had a madness in his eyes. Without Wang Wei's knowledge, the power of the biochemical system has begun to change in the direction of biology. This novel is first published by Dragon QQ4929238872. Don't be fooled by other fakes. Unique Fellow Novel Backup Group 672171357 Fellow Novel Internal Group 1142529,731 Fellow Novel Internal Group 2,929,082,961 More exciting fellow novels are in the hands of the owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you will not be fooled by those deceptive groups. Attachment: this work comes from the internet and published books. The work is only for readers' preview. Please delete it within 24 hours of downloading. It must not be used for commercial purposes. If you think this book is good, please buy a genuine book. Thank you for your support. Key points: I hope I can keep this paragraph when reprinted. It's a bit hard to organize, but retention is a virtue. Perhaps the star Zerg could really become a trump card in Wang Wei's hand. Time flies quickly or not. Speak slowly. In just a few months, the guys from the Design Institute of the Battleship Department on the Red Alert planet awakened from the cold spots of the Angels. There are some new thoughts. Small battleships were built directly. In addition, this Red Alert system is crazy. Colonial fleets were formed. Wang Wei took the time to take a look at these colonial fleets and expressed satisfaction. After all, the intelligent civilization in his hands has already seen initial results. Wang Wei even placed an intelligence on each colonial warship, under intelligent control. Each colonial warship can spend the least force. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Carry out the maximum operation of these warships. The number of a colonial fleet is about 100 warships, and these colonial fleets abruptly picked up the missile systems that Wang Wei had abandoned before. For the colonial fleet, if you want to conduct a star-to-air launch like the main fleet, the energy consumption in the battleship is very huge. In this case, the missile system can be regarded as an excellent weapon. After being equipped with a certain number of missiles, those energy weapons, laser weapons, etc. have been greatly reduced. The reduction of these weapons does not mean that the combat effectiveness of the colonial fleet is low. With the same size of 100 warships, Wang Wei's colonial fleet can head-to-head with Kerry and the 100 warships of the Empire. The final result is basically within 20% of the colonial fleet battle damage, and Kerry and the fleet were completely wiped out. This kind of battle damage ratio is already an excellent ratio under the same scale in the universe. Under this situation, Wang Wei directly placed a colonial fleet of hundreds of ships on the 555 colonial planets that belonged to him. The colony planet was divided into 3 grades by Wang Wei. The lowest colony planet is which kind of resource planet, and the number of colonial fleets stationed on this resource planet is only about a dozen ships. The second is similar to Jotun Star, Sandstone Star, a colony planet that cannot get out of the surface. The number of warships placed on these colonial planets is not many, only a few dozen, or even nearly 100, and the level above is similar to the level of Asia's home planet. With the ability to step out of the surface civilization, and be able to set foot in the universe, around this lethality, Wang Wei directly stationed about 300 to 500 warships for him. In other words, Wang Wei only released this time. Colonial warships must be about 1 to 2,000. In addition to these 2,000 colonial warships, Wang Wei is hoarding a large number of colonial warships. In addition to the colonial warships, the giant warships have also begun to experiment. Giant battleships, any battleship that can be named a giant, have unmatched power. However, up to now, these giant battleships have not been converted by Wang Wei. Other than that, vigorously exploring resources is what Wang Wei has been doing. Nanas, this has been raised for so long. I can sign in almost once. Right, looking at the number of sign-ins, Wang Wei once again accumulated a few months later. Wang Wei rubbed his hands and directly prepared to continue the sign-in system. Start signing in. After Wang Wei arranged the things on the Red Alert planet, Wang Wei, who had nothing to do, also started new round of signing in. After all, some technical aspects have already begun to be eaten gradually. It is even gradually moving onto a regular road. Fellow reminds you, reading 3 things to collect, recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP is blocked. Greater than. Chapter 221, Weapon Warrior with Nuclear Backpack, one more, seeking subscription, the mechanics power system is out. I know how to get here. Not much to say. Wang Wei, who secretly rubbed his hands, directly began to sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host, for getting a nanocore technology tree. As the sound of this system fell, another technological tree rose directly from the ground in Wang Wei's spiritual world. Here the rewards of this system. Wang Wei's expression turned a little weird. Nanocore technology tree. Wang Wei is not familiar with this kind of thing at all, or he has never heard of it. Let's take a look first. Wang Wei sighed slightly and opened the nanocore technology tree directly for viewing. After some browsing by Wang Wei for this nanocore technology tree, Wang Wei also has some micro-definitions in his heart. It's okay, the corresponding technology of the nanocore can only be regarded as icing on the cake for Wang Wei. It can't count the increase in qualitative change that can bring. After all, nanocore technology also requires a group of excellent people to use it. After thinking about it, Wang Wei directly used the Void Engine to print the nanocore technology tree. Just like the previous space capsule technology, mecha technology, etc. All these things were thrown into that school city by Wang Wei. Next, take a look after signing in. Regarding the acquisition of the nanocore, there were not many ripples in Wang Wei's heart. Unless it is a technology that can be extracted from the starry sky, or it can make personal power reach the level of extinction star. Otherwise, the battle level on the surface would really be difficult for Wang Wei to form enough icing on the cake. System continued to sign in. Wang Wei, who put the nanocore technology tree aside, gave the system again softly. Following Wang Wei's order, this month's signing system will sign in again. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the mechanics career inheritance. With the sound of this system falling, Wang Wei's expression was a little weird and he directly opened the mechanics career inheritance to watch. Blueprints, mechanics skills, and the endless sea of mechanical soldiers, etc. All kinds of knowledge points appeared directly in his head. This is so special, isn't it? The same as the mechanic Bing Hai, one of the novels in the previous life. Seeing the career inheritance of this mechanic, I really don't know what to say. The mechanic can be regarded as a kind of cultivation system similar to the cultivation system in the Super God universe, an alternative cultivation system. The profession of mechanics is roughly divided into major types: virtual mechanics, weapon warriors, and mechanical builders. Well, 3 categories. My 3 major categories of your sister. The more you look at this mechanics profession, the more Wang Wei feels this profession has a little familiarity. It's like a mechanical novel that I have ever read. The Leak Chopper. What kind of thing is this? This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading here. Look at the career inheritance of this mechanic. Wang Wei looked weird all over. Wang Wei has established a magic city to pass on most of the magic knowledge points he has obtained. And in this magic city, because of the existence of a special building like the City Hall, it has recruited a lot of citizen students to learn magic. Among them, there are a number of outstanding magic students whose strength has reached the combat effectiveness of the Quasi-Destroy Star. And Wang Wei also directly sent a large amount of magic technology to this magic city. It can be said that in addition to some magic that can destroy the sky and the earth, the magic that destroys the galaxy. Basically, Wang Wei has entered the largest magic hall in the magic city, and now there is another professional inheritance of a mechanic. Fortunately, you can carry on the inheritance. Otherwise, you would be a waste of your profession to be thrown into my hands. With a slight curl of the corner of his mouth, Wang Wei jumped directly into this college city. Now Jiang Yu and Jiang Yu have completely separated to manage Umbrella World and this Red Alert planet. The chief on Red Alert Planet is not someone else. It is the little girl Jiang Yu. When Wang Wei came to this college city, He talked directly to Jiang Yu. Another place was divided in this college city. This mechanic academy was regarded as Wang Wai. Wang Wai is also very optimistic about the profession of mechanics. Apart from other things, virtual mechanics, if they are combined with those intelligences that have just been born, then Wang Wai's umbrella army is in the virtual network. This area, whether it is defense or offense, has sufficient capabilities. If you rely solely on intelligence, the offense is insufficient and the defense is more than enough. It's a very embarrassing situation. I don't know if the skill tree point is crooked. The virtual aspect in the Super God universe has directly begun to explore the void aspect. This virtual mechanic is a direct shortcut. It got mixed up with the smart way. While muttering, Wang Wai entered his own knowledge about the virtual mechanic into the library that was specifically assigned to this mechanic college. Except for the virtual mechanic, whether it is a weapon warrior or a machine builder, Wang Wai is somewhat valued. If it is said that the virtual mechanic is the auxiliary personnel in the space fleet who steal information, control information, and perform dispatch in the fleet, then this weapon warrior is a special attacker. Left-handed energy cannon, right-handed electromagnetic catapult cannon, carrying a nuclear reaction backpack on his back. Directly stage a real Terminator series for you. It is a berserker in the technological civilization. However, Wang Wai likes it. It takes only some resources and some equipment to create a weapon warrior with a combat power that reaches the quasi-destruction star. As long as the capable person has sufficient combat ability, he is transforming the capable person. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 222. Let Me Cry for You. Second update, seeking subscription. Wang Wai can definitely have thousands of quasi-extinct Star Terminator in his hands. Thinking of the Terminator, Wang Wai felt that whether it was the Skynet system or the Wiki system in this robot system, you can cooperate with mechanics. Virtual mechanics are player-assisted. The weapon warrior is a berserker, then this machine builder is very unreasonable with you. Either you don't fight, or the machine builder will create thousands of mechanical soldiers for you in minutes. I am alone, but I can't beat you. I will push you directly. Well, that's such a fraud. Anyway, Wang Wai is very optimistic about this mechanic. In Wang Wai's head, there are countless blueprints and skills related to the mechanics. Mechanic builders alone can reach the Extinction Star's blueprint. Wang Wai has more than 3,000 starters in his hand. After these mechanical manufacturers have reached a certain scale, a department will be established and dedicated to development and research on the emergence of these mechanical warfare soldiers. Thinking about it is wonderful. Now Wang Wai has a huge industrial system in his hands. Through over several years of development, the power of the industrial system in Wang Wai's hands has long been perfected. As long as there are blueprints, no matter how many mechanical soldiers you want, they can all be manufactured for you. At that time, see if the Skynet system and the Wiki system can be integrated into this mechanic system. Fortunately for the Wiki system, it is a pity to act as a civilian robot assistant, and the Skynet system to act as a robot assistant. While smashing his mouth, Wang Wai sighed slightly. While thinking, Wang Wai stuffed the skills of these mechanics into this mechanic academy. Little Wai, so you are here. Just when Wang Wai stuffed all these knowledge points about mechanics into this mechanic academy, behind Wang Wai, a slightly charming voice slowly emerged. When Wang Wai heard this voice, he felt his brain hurt. Why is this guy here? Wang Wai doesn't dislike Shinozuki's leaping character, but this guy is like a carnivore, always thinking about eating himself. This feeling, who can stand it? Wang Wai can't stand it. During this time Wang Wai was on the Red Alert planet. Shino's bundle is like a hungry wolf, always following Wang Wai's trail. I want to eat Wang Wai in one bite. This feeling, it makes Wang Wai a little uncomfortable. You said that if you do a good job with you will directly sing together in a chorus. How much? Why, you women. Thinking of eating me in one bite? I am not a vegetarian animal. Oh, Xiaozu. What a coincidence. You are here too. Wang Wai, who was slightly embarrassed, turned around and looked at the Shinozu in this mechanics library. As for Wang Wai, he has stopped continuing to convey knowledge to the library treasure house of Nanuo. The problem of conveying knowledge is not big. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. The big question is to get this crazy woman right. Nay, Xiao, are you hiding from me? You are like this. It really makes people very sad and sad. Although it's very jumpy, but for a woman who is able to change, such as Shiny Nosuke, acting like a baby and being cute is like opening your mouth. Say, what do you think? I'm despising you? Also, can you, don't believe it or not, I will beat you. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Wang Wei's whole body was a bit bad. What's the blame is a cute girl. That is a very beautiful thing, especially the cute girl who is so beautiful, coupled with the pale pink color of his body, and the pair of snow-white mechanical rabbit ears with a slight crimson color. It's so cute. The old man's girlish heart. Live. This kind of love really makes people live. Wang Wei directly and decisively cut off this guy's babbling, otherwise, it might be eaten by Shinobu in this library. If you eat it here, Wang Wei can be regarded as leaving a mythical story like a black spot in this academy city. Don't you like Xiao Wai? Her little mouth pouted. Shinozuke's two little hands were directly under the corner of her eyes, as if to cry for you. If you put this look on an ordinary person, you will definitely come back to admit your mistakes, but in Wang Wei's body. Ha ha, Shinozuke, you are a carnivore thinking too much. Ever since, I eat other people's. No one else eats me. Want to eat me? I will never. Wang Wei, who comes with his own arrogant body, is very confident and said that he must not be eaten by Shinozuke. How can I not like you? It's just you. Seeing the tearful look of Shiny no Noshu, Wang Wei just couldn't bear it. Nay, Xiao Wai, I have good things here. Would you like to take a look? With a look in his eyes, he directly hooked his hand at Wang Wei with a sly Shinono bunch, signaled Wang Wei to follow her. Something. Although Wang Wei had a bad idea in his heart, he just followed Shinozuke and walked into the mechanic library. What? I have a Kaitosho here. Do you want to listen to it? With a hint of joke in her eyes, she opened the disc directly. Seeing the contents of the disc, the cold sweat on Wang Wei's forehead fell directly. This guy. It turned out that did you install surveillance in my room? His face turned dark. Wang Wei directly snarled at Shinozuke's almost vicious look. Fellow reminds you. Reading 3 things to collect. Recommend less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise block collection IP greater than. Chapter 223, Come, Sing With Me. 3 changes, seeking subscription. This guy is simply too presumptuous. He actually recorded the ugly state of sleeping. And I don't know that I have been monitored. Thinking of this, Wang Wei felt helpless. Still too relaxed. It's so relaxing. After all, the places where Wang Wei rests are basically on his own territory, either on the Dinyuan ship, on the Red Alert planet, or in the villa on the Blue Star. Wang Wei basically never spent the night in other places. Because of this, Wang Wei relaxed a little. Hey, Xiao Wai, I want to sing Kaitosho with you. You are not far away. With a smile at the corner of her mouth, Shino-no-shun jumped back and jumped onto a table. The 2 pieces of flourished jade wrapped in pink and white silk faded and swayed back and forth. Seeing how Xiao Zizi looked like this, Wang Wei also raised his brows slightly. This guy is very presumptuous. If I don't sing with you, Wang Wei, who directly took out the disc with one hand, joked at Shinozuke with a sneer. His hands were directly on the shoulders of Shinobuchi. Little girl, you are so fluttering. Hey, if you don't sing in a chorus with me, I will let so many little sisters see your sleeping posture. Ha 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 ha. As if he was confident, Shino-no-shu also put his hands on Wang Wei's shoulders. So, come and sing, Xiao Wai. With a smirk on the face, Shinozuke stared at Wang Wei like this. This look really is an excellent driver master. Great. Wang Wei, who had been silent for a long time, raised his head to Shinozuke, and said seriously, I can't sing. Hey, I heard Wang Wei couldn't sing. This Shinano bunch felt like seeing a ghost. This guy, isn't it true that you can't sing? You don't really know how to sing. The slightly unbelievable Shinozuke just looked at Wang Wei. After all, There are so many lovely ladies in Umbrella. In this case, you say that you can't sing. Isn't it a trouble? Although Shinozuzi can't sing, this is the first time to sing, but if this is Wang Wei, it is also the first time to sing. Ruined young life. What do you think? Seeing that some thoughts on his face strayed away from the beam, Wang Wei looked at Xiao Zizi and asked softly. The current appearance of the two of them is like a pas de deux. Nothing. You can't sing. I also sing. But I will take you to sing. Come and learn from me. In my heart. This Shinonoshu directly spoke to Wang Wei with a heartfelt heart. And after Shinonoshu finished the words, Shinonoshu directly guided Wang Wei. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Start singing. Prepare, sing. Kaitosho standing hiss. As Wang Wei and Xiao Zishu's high voice shouted, this Kaitosho danced in the machinist library along with the swan dance. Hiss, really fragrant. With the song and dance, the resonance of Wang Wei's mind slowly came up with such words. The song was sung, and the dance danced. Wang Wei felt that his whole person was not good. I have never escaped the law of true fragrance. This kind of rhythm is properly uncomfortable. I said, let's sing. Can you hide it? I don't want people from this mechanic academy to know that I sang here. I feel so ashamed. While talking, Wang Wei looked at it like a salted fish, and said seriously, Shinoshizuki, who was tired and slumped on the table. While Wang Wei was sitting on the side of the chair, watching Shinozishu's face softly, go ahead and say, hey, don't worry, I won't talk about this matter. After all, the one who took the initiative to make an appointment to dance was Shinonoshu, although the swan dance did not have any great skills. But it's quite tiring. While talking, Shinozuka smiled at the same time. I became the first person to eat crabs. Beautiful. Well, I'll send you back to rest. Looking at this tired and unwilling to move Shinonobun, Wang Wei directly took him into his arms, and took him back to Shinozuzuki's exclusive villa in this college city like a princess. And Shinozuzuki's relying on Wang Wei's arms with a sweet face. This feeling is very beautiful. This is for you. After thinking about it, Wang Wei took out a core directly. What is this? I was a little surprised to see this core of Shinono bunch. After all, the things that Wang Wei took out were basically good things. This is a nanocore. It contains most of the nanocore technology. If you are interested, just study it. If you are not interested, then just throw this thing to Jiang Yu and others, and let them find someone to buy it. While talking, Wang Wei rubbed the small head of Shinozuang's melon seeds. Watching Wang Wei rubbing the small bunch of small head melon seeds, he smiled brilliantly. This thing is impossible to throw away. I will study it carefully. Shinonosuke, who took the nanocore into his arms, looked at Wang Wei with a smirk. By the way, what does this mechanical rabbit here on your head do? It would be impossible for Wang Wei to say that Wang Wei had no interest in this mechanical drawing on the head of Shinonoyu. This is the Xiaowei Explorer. I specially modified it to search for Xiaowei and explore Xiaowei, your device. Pointing to the bunny ears on his head, Shinozuzi said to Wang Wei with a serious face. Xiaowei Explorer. All right, as long as you are happy. Please download Fellow Novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 224, The Deep Sea Ship Mother Number ... 4 updates. Seeking subscription. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Wang Wei could only let Shinozishu be so reckless in vain. Alas. I'm leaving now. Get a good rest. He rubbed the small head of Shinono bunch of melon seeds. Wang Wei left the room of Shinozizhang directly. This guy. Dance as long as you dance. Why do you want a video? The corners of Wang Wei's mouth twitched a little when he left the room with Shinozuka, but when he thought of how this Shinozuka jumped off, Wang Wei simply followed her. It was just a dancing video, although the protagonist is herself and Shinonozomi. But presumably Shinonoshu will not spread out randomly. Hey, the video of Xiaowei dancing with me. Next, we must do it well. With a weird smile at the corner of his mouth, Shinonoshu directly extracted the dance video and the chorus video recorded before. It would be impossible if this thing was not extracted. Wang Wei, who had left the college city, came to the guard mansion again. Looking at the battleship core manufacturing equipment in this guard mansion, Wang Wei fell into a slight contemplation in his heart. Regarding some of the resources required by warships, Wang Wei is also very clear, ranging from a few 100 million units to nearly tens of billions. Basically every category has. But if it is really made in this way, there may be only a few hundred warships in the end. Whether it is a blue or a ship, go out of those that are repeated, and the names overlap, and the prototype warships overlap. In the end, Wang Wei was able to recruit only about 500 or 600 ship women. 500 or 600 ship women can be regarded as a powerful force in the surface civilization. But for Wang Wei, who is determined to become one of the biggest cosmic forces in Marvel, the 500 or 600 ship maidens in this area are far from enough. Even if it is the last to bring over the battleship technology in the Super God universe, let those destroyer women control some large warships. But this is how many ships are terminal cancer patients who are hoarding resources, troops, and equipment for thousands of years. If you don't have enough power in your hands, Wang Wei just feels very insecure, very upset. I don't know if it will work like this. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Wei directly invested tens of millions of resource units in. With these tens of millions of resource units being invested, the core of the battleship began to make a humming sound. Soon, a battleship core was thrown out. Looking at the core of the battleship in his hand, Wang Wei's whole person was a little weird. If you say, whether it is the Dinyuan ship, or the Glory, or Bismarck, the cores of their battleships are all a kind of pale blue core. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. And now, the core of the warship that was thrown out was a black spot with a touch of silver. It feels a bit unpleasant. While thinking about it, Wang Wei activated the battleship core. With Wang Wei's activation, the core of the battleship immediately began to manifest itself. A pale-faced girl in a black military uniform with long black hair stood in front of Wang Wei. Seeing this girl's appearance, Wang Wei subconsciously thought that the deep-sea battleships in the world of the ship Mother appeared. Among the deep-sea warships, most of those deep-sea ship maidens are the three main pigments of black, silver, and red. Are you my admiral? Seeing Wang Wei in front of him, the girl with a pale face and a reddish flame in her eyes staggered to Wang Wei's. Weakness is something to Wang Wei. This young girl feels very weak. Hello. I am your admiral. Wang Wei, who stretched out his hand to help the ship's mother, put it directly on the side of the seat. Hello, Admiral. Deep-sea battleship, Southern Fleet, unnamed battleship number 3 has seen the Admiral. It seemed to have received an accurate response from Wang Wei. This ship lady directly saluted Wang Wei respectfully. I wipe it. It's really a deep-sea battleship. Seeing the appearance of the girl in front of him, Wang Wei had a slight head cover. This really made this deep-sea battleship. This guard mansion is a bit cowhide. He looked back and forth between the deep-sea battleship and the battleship's core manufacturing equipment. Wang Wei, who was watching, was a little bit sick. The core of the deep-sea battleship was manufactured. In other words, I will be the man who will command the Azure ship Niang and the deep-sea ship Niang in the future. Always feel, Admiral, you are thinking about something bad. Although a little dumbfounded, the deep-sea battleship could still feel some bad thoughts in Wang Wei's eyes. Hearing this kind of rhetoric from the deep-sea battleship, Wang Wei couldn't help but smile. But after laughing, Wang Wei put his eyes on the deep-sea battleship again. How should I look at this deep-sea Navy girl? The blue Navy girl who had been recruited before thinking of Wang Wei. Wang Wei also had a little bit of micro-analysis in his heart. I think of some world views of Jian Niang. The blue ship wives have the same independent personality as people, and these deep-sea ship women may appear because they are a kind of miscellaneous soldiers and crazy ship women in the world view of the ship women. Although they have a certain amount of intelligence, they still look a little dazed. It's like the intelligent angels of the intelligent angel civilization that was just created. I ask you a question. Can you control the battleship controlled by the blue ship ladies? After thinking about it, Wang Wei directly asked this deep-sea ship's lady. Fellow reminds you, Read 3 things to collect. Recommend less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the IP collection is blocked. Greater than. Chapter 225. The Adorable Deep Sea Ship Mother. 5 watch/subscription. You know, in Wang Wei's heart, the fleet is divided into 3 categories. The first category is the main fleet controlled by the Blue Ship Ladies, the exploration fleet, and so on. The second category is the garrison fleet in important places, the patrol fleet, etc. Some of the second type of fleet warships are warships retired from the first fleet. Just like a certain rabbit, it directly retired the warship and became the Coast Guard ship, and retired the Coast Guard ship to the Yuzin Brigade. This hand operation directly makes people feel comfortable, and Wang Wei is also ready to play such a hand. The third type of warship was the colonial fleet that Wang Wei had done before, and there were many, like ants, but basically not participating in the battle, only responsible for the suppression and care of the nearest planet. Yes, but the Admiral, if it is to fight those Blue Ship Ladies, we may not be able to beat them. After the very honest girl of the deep sea has finished talking about this question, looking at Wang Wei with a dull and pitiful face. Don't abandon their deep sea ship, women. Relax. I will not abandon you. I just asked, can you control those warships? Furthermore, in my heart, I want to place your deep-sea ship mothers in the second echelon. While talking, gently rubbed the little head of this deep-sea ship girl. This little guy was thinking about something in his heart. Wang Wei thought about it for a while and understood. It's nothing more than worrying that I will abandon their deep-sea ship maidens. The second echelon admiral wants us to expedition, although our deep-sea ship maiden can't beat the Blue Ship Maiden. But we also have to have a certain fighting capacity. We don't want to expedition. The deep-sea ship's lady who couldn't turn her head was crying in front of Wang Wei. A properly abandoned look. After all, in the world of ship mothers, the ship mothers on the expedition are basically elementary school students, light cruisers and the like. These have little effect in frontal combat and are easy to sink ships. Unless it is some particularly good destroyers, they will be additionally approved to enter the combat fleet. However, when entering the battle fleet, the value it can possess is only for the fleet to find and attract the enemy. It is precisely because of this, when the masters are fighting the deep sea, these primary school students were all expeditioned out and worked hard to collect them, to feed the entire capital ship mother. And in the heart of this deep sea ship mother, this may be the end, and this kind of ending is not what their deep-sea ship wives want. If those of the deep-sea main battleship know that they have not fought for the deep-sea fleet, when they come out, they will definitely cut her off. What are you thinking about? Second-tier fleet. It's not that I want you to go on an expedition, and my expedition does not need you. While talking, Wang Wei rubbed directly. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading this little cute deep-sea ship's mother. It's really cute. The expedition doesn't need us either. Is our deep-sea ship's mother abandoned? Woo 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 woo. It seems that life is gloomy. This deep-sea ship's lady squatted down and cried. Therefore, Wang Wei's biggest headache is this cute guy. You can't speak clearly. It was as if he had bullied these ship ladies. Okay, I didn't mean that. What do I mean? Can you listen to me first? Wang Wei, who was squatting in front of the deep-sea ship's mother, gently wiped the tears on her face. He said with a serious face, Admiral, you say? Seeing Wang Wei who was wiping her tears, the deep-sea ship lady stopped sobbing and looked up at Wang Wei with her almost crying eyes open. Wang Wei will not give a reasonable explanation. This ship's lady will look like she would cry again to show you. She still cried blindly. I ask you a question. Are you deep-sea ship mothers very many? He didn't directly say where the deep-sea ship mother was arranged. Wang Wei directly led the way with the meaning of words. This deep-sea ship mother said something. Yeah, very many. I don't know how many. In the heart of this deep-sea ship mother, I only remember that the number of deep-sea ship mothers is very large. But how many there are, this deep-sea naval lady does not know. So this kind of cute naval lady is really enough. Then, I will ask you again. Is your deep-sea territory very large? With a little support, Wang Wei squatted in front of the deep-sea ship's lady and continued to inquire. Well, It's very big. Our southern flagship. It takes a long time to find the flagship adult who was released. After thinking about it for a while, this deep-sea ship's lady said seriously to Wang Wai. And hearing this kind of rhetoric from the deep-sea ship's mother, Wang Wai let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Then, look, after you have so many territories in the deep sea, do you need to send a lot of good deep-sea naval ships to garrison where? Seeing this deep-sea ship's mother listened to her explanation seriously. Wang Wai breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He smiled directly at this little guy. Yes, Admiral, I have guarded a huge territory myself. I'm so angry when I say it. Those Azure ship ladies always come to attack our territory at every turn. We obviously didn't provoke them. They still want to attack us. Because of this, many young ladies I know have sunk the ship. Speaking of this, the deep-sea ship maiden slightly protested the blue ship maidens. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 226, Your Name is Moyu. 6 updates, seeking subscription. Why do you want to attack them at every turn? Their deep-sea ship maidens also need a meal. Look, isn't this the result? The Admiral's territory is not very large now, but you need your deep-sea ship mother to be stationed. After waiting, the Admiral's territory is bigger. Most of these sites need your deep-sea ship maidens to garrison. Prevent the enemy from invading. This is the Admiral's second-line army. While talking, Wang Wai gently rubbed the melon seeds of the little head of the deep-sea ship lady. It's really a bit silly and cute. The Admiral is saying, let us continue to station on the site. Hearing what Wang Wai said, the deep-sea ship's lady raised her head and asked Wang Wai. After all, where to garrison is not to garrison in the sea of the ship's mother world. Garrison is to garrison, and to garrison yourself in this world is also to garrison. Yes. So, I will need you to help me look after the house in the future. After smiling, Wang Wai explained to the deep-sea ship's mother indifferently. Nana Admiral, don't let those blue ship ladies come to grab our territory. Otherwise I will be angry. It seems to be aware of Wang Wai's slight love for himself. This deep-sea ship's mother made her own request to Wang Wai somewhat weakly. In the hearts of these simple and cute deep-sea ship maidens, those blue ship maidens who have robbed their turf are the most hateful. They will grab their turf at any time, and their young ladies will sink the ship. Maybe it's cute, or maybe it's cute. These deep-sea ship wives don't know what hatred is. I only know that those blue ship ladies are the most hateful. They want to grab their territory. Reassure? No way. The blue ship lady will cooperate with you in the future. They are responsible for grabbing other people's territory. Then wait until they snatch it. This site is ours. At that time, you will need your deep-sea ship ladies to help the Admiral and me to be stationed. While talking, Wang Wai rubbed the melon seeds of the little head of the deep-sea ship lady. Just change the mind. Then there are no problems. Well, that's the case. The master flagship, they can also help the Admiral to grab your territory. And the number of our deep-sea ship mothers is so much. Furthermore, the master flagships are super strong. At that time, the master flagship, she will help the Admiral to grab a big site. We deep-sea ship maidens are responsible for helping the Admiral to guard these territories. While talking, this cute girl gestured. Seeing this cute look of the deep-sea ship mother, Wang Wai wanted to laugh a little. But he didn't laugh. So cute. Isn't it possible to war of aggression? This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. So cute. I'm afraid there are only these cute guys. Okay. At that time, after I recruit your general flagship adults, I will definitely let them grab me a big place. While talking, Wang Wai rubbed the melon seeds of this deep-sea ship lady's little head. Yes. The flagship adults are super amazing. I will definitely grab you a big place for the Admiral. The deep-sea ship lady who followed Wang Wai to stand tightly behind Wang Wai. Although Wang Wai said, the blue ship ladies will not be fighting for territory with their deep-sea ship ladies. But in the heart of this deep-sea ship mother, There is still a bit of trust in those guys who don't trust the Blue Ship Mother. Those hateful guys. Humphrey, Admiral, what are you going to do? Watching Wang Wai walk to the core equipment of the battleship again, this deep-sea naval lady asked with some doubts. I am recruiting some deep-sea naval lady. With a smile, Wang Wai, who responded to this deep-sea ship girl, directly began to dump a large amount of resources directly into it. Looking at Wang Wai next to him, this deep-sea ship girl was holding on to Wang Wai in a dull manner. Sleeves. Recruiting new deep-sea ship women. Don't you know if you can recruit the flagship masters? You don't have a name, right? Wang Wai, who was dumping a large amount of resources into the core manufacturing equipment of this battleship, did not come and ask the mother of the deep-sea ship, "Hey, what is the name?" The somewhat puzzled deep-sea ship mother couldn't help asking Wang Wai. "The name is the name, just like your flagship master, South." Her name is South. Looking back, Wang Wai, who gently rubbed the hair of the deep-sea ship's lady, said with a smile, "Does that mean but my name is the deep-sea ship's lady?" The name of the unnamed battleship the somewhat unclear deep-sea ship's lady directly reported to Wang Wai. She was so cute that she mistakenly took the number of her deep-sea battleship as her own name. "Stop! Not this! Not this!" Some helpless Wang Wai rubbed his brows. An unnamed Jianyang. What makes Jianyang different from those red police soldiers is that the red police soldiers all have their own names. Among Wang Wai and Briera, everyone who has an IQ has a name unique to them. And Jianyang and Jianyu are also names that Wang Wai gave on a whim. Later, Wang Wai found out these two customized female soldiers also have their names originally. It's just that I am not very disgusted with Wang Wai's name. It can be said that in Umbrella, every transformer is born and has to give itself a name. If you don't know how to choose a name, you can ask someone to help you do it. The deep-sea ship mother has a certain amount of wisdom, but only has a number. Isn't it sad? Chapter 227, Deep-Sea Ship Niang Academy, 7 more. Seeking subscription. What is that? The deep-sea ship's mother, who didn't quite understand, was immediately puzzled. If your number is not a name, so what is it? Let's do it. I'll give you a name. I'll just call you Moyu. Looking at this black military uniform, with long snow-white hair, there was a hint of red light in his eyes. Wang Wai remembered that he hadn't come such a word. Moyu, although pitch black as ink. But the mind is as simple as jade. Moyu. This is my name. I don't know what it feels like. Moyu felt a little bit of joy in his heart. It feels like being praised by the flagship adults. Yeah, Moyu. It's your name. After your sisters of the deep-sea ship come out, you have to tell them to choose names. Do you know? Look at the resources that are flowing into it. Wang Wai has no worries in his heart. There are many resources. Don't panic. In such a thought, Wang Wai abruptly smashed nearly 1,000 cores of the deep-sea ship mother battleship out. Suddenly felt, we need to build an academy for these deep-sea ship ladies. Look at the battleship core, that is enough to pile up into a mountain. Wang Wai couldn't help but feel a slight pain just thinking about expanding the patrol fleet and garrisoning the fleet. But I forgot that these deep-sea ship ladies are basically cute, and their hearts are as pure as paper. If you don't build the Yijian Niang Academy and come out, there may be some trouble in that time. What is the Jian Niang Academy? Moyu, who was beside Wang Wai, tilted his head and asked, "Ask if you don't understand." It is vividly displayed on Moyu. Jianyang Academy is to teach you how to understand this world, how to learn to fight. How can you learn to cooperate with your captain in battle? Did not say more about the mysterious topic. Wang Wai described it simply. I don't understand. Moyu, who didn't understand, shook his head slightly. I don't understand. What the Admiral said is too profound. I don't understand. Although I don't understand what the Admiral means. You believes that the Admiral will not harm them. Under such factors, Moyu's trust in Wang Wai can be said to be 100 trust. It's a pity. Looking at those attitudes of Moyu, the deep-sea ship mother has a certain resistance to the blue ship mother. Otherwise, throwing these deep-sea ship maidens and blue ship maidens directly into an academy, I must be able to quickly deepen the growth of these deep-sea ship maidens. Wang Wai sighed secretly, feeling that the burden on him was getting heavier. It's not to say that if you have so much power, you just abandon it. Instead, These forces need to be controlled. Make reasonable arrangements. I even said that I have to take care of some factional issues that will arise in these power systems. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Very troublesome. It was not until this time that Wang Wei knew clearly that he wanted to form a large force without the help of sufficient excellent upper-level executives. How difficult it is to use it reasonably. It seems that it is necessary to put the Deep-Sea Ship Mother and the Blue Ship Mother together. But the college is managed separately. Well, when the time comes, try to let them interact with each other. Right, thought of this. Wang Wei can only say that. Wang Wei can't help it. It's like the Sfrans recruited from the bear camp in the Red Police system. Some are hostile to those recruited by the Allies, although these two groups can cooperate together. But there is also a certain degree of hostility, or competition. Whether it is from Yuri's camp or from the Rising Sun camp, just come out. It is bound to be hostile by the bear camp and the Allied camp. Under this circumstance, the Yuri camp and the Rising Sun camp directly formed potential secret allies. Pity the soldiers of the Gongyui camp and the Shenzhou camp in Wang Wei's hands. While leading the team to fight, while trying to comfort the people on both sides. The hostility between these two big camps is not so much hostility as it is like a blackbird in the area. What is special is that looking at the other party is not pleasing to the eye, and they all want to do the other party's shuttle. But it's really going to fight. But they can also sacrifice their lives to protect each other's safety. Because of these various factors, Wang Wei directly chose not to pay attention to this potential hostility. Let Gongyui soldiers and Shenzhou soldiers adjust. There must always be a party to carry out the muddy mud. And in the ship's mother, it is almost similar to this state, only to separate the Azure Ship Mother from the Deep-Sea Ship Mother. But when they can communicate with each other, only then can a stable development of the ship's mother system be guaranteed. Wang Wei, who had thought about it a lot, directly brought these battleship cores and Moyu to find Jiang Yu. Now that the hairline is beyond the ordinary and obvious, after Jiang Yu saw Wang Wei's arrival, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. It's this man. It is this man who threw everything to me, big and small. By now, my thick and dense hair has now become a handful of thin, long hair. My hairline, my hair. Even though I was madly complaining about the things that Wang Wei had thrown away to himself, Jiang Yu is still painful and happy. Do your best for Wang Wei. Get me an academy. It's near Jianyang Academy. By the way, from now on, the name of Jianyang Academy will be changed to Azure Jianyang Academy. The name of this new Jianyang Academy is changed to Deep Sea Jianyang Academy. After thinking about it, Wang Wei decided to separate the names of the two Shipniang Academies for placement. After all, if they are all of the same name Jianyang Academy, it may be troublesome again. Chapter 228, Be Obedient. 8 updates, request for subscription. It is good. Jiang Yu, who didn't say anything, directly mobilized the power of his men and began to show Wang Wei what is the speed of building an academy in 3 hours. For Wang Wei, he can mobilize all the power under Umbrella casually. However, Wang Wei's transfer will disrupt some of Jiang Yu's deployment. Therefore, for Jiang Yu's obviously not much long hair, I should just find Jiang Yu directly. Don't let one of my cute and beautiful big girls turn into the big bald head of the Supreme Master Yi Yi. With Jiang Yu's adjustment of power, Wang Wei once again brought this Moyu to the front of the Deep Sea Ship Go Academy, directly activated the nearly 1,000 battleship cores. Now these ship maidens are not suitable for patrol and garrison in one place. The most important thing is that the battleship that can be boarded on the Blue Ship Mother is still there. In the test, it has not been perfected yet. And some of the warships of the deep-sea ship women are also being tested. Of the 3 Type 3 battleships, only the colonial fleet has been expanded on a large scale. Moyu, from now on, they will be your teachers. Looking at the thousands of deep-sea ship maidens standing in front of him in the dark. After looking at it, on one side, a teacher from a school mobilized by Jiang Yu, and a batch of auxiliary robots. Wang Wei pointed to the teachers of this school directly. These teacher resources were also brought out by Jiang Yu from the citizens recruited by the city hall. Not many people. There are only about 100 people, but the teachers of these hundreds of people are responsible for the teaching of the study and life of these deep-sea ship ladies. Okay. Seeing the appearance of these teachers, even though Mo Yu and other deep-sea ship women felt that the strength of these people was so weak, but he nodded with a dull look. The admiral said to listen to them and learn, Zai, then study hard. However, what it means to learn well. In the hearts of these deep-sea ship women, such a feeling directly surrounds their hearts. However, no matter what kind of thoughts these deep-sea ship women have in their hearts for Wang Wai, they hold a 100% trust attitude. This kind of trust is beyond their trust in the general flagship. Admiral, where are you going? After watching Wang Wai hand over these navy girls to this, about to leave, Mo Yu suddenly stepped forward and dragged Wang Wai to ask, Hey, listen carefully, what the teachers say. I have to deal with something first. Under the gaze of the nearly 1,000 deep-sea ship maidens, Wang Wai gently rubbed Mo Yu's head. This kind of look. Those navy girls who I watched are envious. I will trouble you. While talking, Wang Wai handed Mo Yu to the hands of a female teacher behind him. The chief is polite. For Wang Wai. These are recruited from the city hall. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. The citizens recruited are still very respectful. The female teacher who nodded her head directly stretched out her hand to hold Mo Yu, and walked towards the Deep-Sea Ship Girl Academy. And the teachers who followed immediately brought these ship girls into the Deep-Sea Ship Girls Academy. Well, everyone, you are all deep-sea ship women. It is the most outstanding warship mother of our umbrella army. Because the chief told us that you have no names. So, from now on, your head teacher will take you and give you a nice name. In front of the flagpole of the Deep-Sea Ship Niang Academy, the vice president teacher of the Deep-Sea Ship Niang Academy said loudly to the many bitch girls. Following the words of the vice president teacher, the teachers who divided the ships into many classes brought their students into that class. Naming is the first lesson for these deep-sea warship women to enter the Deep-Sea Warship Academy. It seems that I don't need to pay attention to it anymore. This red alert planet. Think about it carefully. Wang Wai found that it was almost done with some things now. Intelligent civilization now has the ability to gradually give birth to intelligence. The intelligent civilization was placed on a continent by Wang Wai and the intelligent angel civilization. In addition to these, in the spaceport of the Broken Star Passage, the angel girls are still monitoring and suppressing the power of the stars. And Red Alert Planet. It is also continuing to explode. The colonial fleet is expanding in an orderly manner. Perhaps the only question is when will the main fleet, the exploration fleet, the garrison fleet, and the patrol fleet to be formed. Thinking of this, Wang Wai himself does not have much clue. After all, the Battleship Department Design Institute is intensively conducting experiments with actual combat data. Regardless of whether it is the Teddy Bear Camp, the Allied Camp, or the Rising Sun Camp, the Yuri Camp is all climbing technology. Except that Yuri's camp is exploding on one side while climbing technology. The rest of the camps are focused on climbing technology, and those colonial planets were almost controlled by Yuri-Gai's spiritual washing. As long as some time is given, the people on these colonized planets can be used by Wang Wai. It's time to return to this Blue Star. The thought of Wang Wai who hadn't returned to Blue Star for a long time made him a little unhappy. Mom sells badges. After I have been busy for so long, I can finally give myself a vacation. Rest and rest. Thinking of this, Wang Wai opened the door of space back to Blue Star with a wave of his hand. Back in Blue Star's villa, a familiar and unfamiliar place. There are some deep thoughts in Wang Wai's heart. The time for me to come to this marvel time is not short. Fellow reminds you, reading 3 things to collect, recommend. Chapter 229, Don't Go, I'm Busy. 9 updates/subscription. It was still a little bit worse before his own power could compete with the purple sweet potato essence. It's a lot of heat. With a slight sip of the corner of his mouth, Wang Wai walked directly in the direction of the Umbrella Building. After all, he hasn't returned to the Umbrella Building for a long time. Riding on the thunderstorm, Wang Wai was on the street in front of the Umbrella Building, looking at the bustling street. Wang Wai's complexion couldn't help but become weird. On this street, The previous large and small companies and buildings have been acquired, and the people who bought them all put up a brand again. If you see these brands, at most you think they are very serious company brands. But Wang Wei said with certainty, the owner behind these brands, they are all those more than 30 leaders. An alternative behavior of contacting Umbrella. Look at what tobacco group, what construction group, what ordnance group, what energy group, your sister. These standard type groups. Wang Wei, who is watching, can't make complaints! As Wang Wei drove the thunderstorm to this gate, several security members standing guard at this gate said directly to Wang Wei respectfully, as for the thunderstorm, he consciously drove towards his parking spot. All other taking off the sunglasses on his face, Wang Wei smiled and asked with anger, "Back all there?" This security captain also received instructions from Wang Wei. For those who Wang Wei wants to invite, keep it in my heart. Yeah, just get there. He looked at the many company group buildings outside. A smile appeared at the corner of Wang Wei's mouth. The invitation this time was regarded as Wang Wei's return with the leaders of Blue Star. These leaders all secretly came to Umbrella's Umbrella building. In Wang Wei's perception, in the surrounding large and small group companies, there is not much armed force hidden. Umbrella Group does not counsel these guys at all. What are you doing? In the chat channel dedicated to the Avengers, Wang Wei directly put a question mark on the Avengers. Day by day, I don't know what these guys are doing. Busy researching things, busy fighting criminals, busy catching fugitives, busy shopping, busy carrying bags. Following Wang Wei's inquiry, the feedback messages were sent directly to Wang Wei. See these reactions above. A black line appeared directly on Wang Wei's face. These guys. It's really, I have an appointment with those leaders to come over. Do you want to come over to eat melon? I forcibly endured the idea of wanting to violently beat these guys. Wang Wei told these people directly, "Don't go, I'm busy." "No, I'm busy." "No, I'm busy." "No, I'm busy." This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Seeing these guys are like repeaters, they directly began to respond lightly to Wang Wei. Wang Wei interrupted his chat directly. "Are you a repeater? I will wipe it." "You guys." With a look, Wang Wei directly closed the chat channel. "These guys, but come, I'm so helpless to pretend to be forced to show this to someone. I'm so unwilling. If it's not for this, pretend to show it to these people. I'm particularly so as to bring the more than 30 leaders over here." Seeing Wang Wei's head dimmed. As an honest person, Dr. Banner asked the people weekly in this chat channel. "Well, I don't know. It's better than we were beaten anyway." As the Avengers, one of the few people who can joke with Wang Wei, Happy Smiley. Tony rolled his eyes directly, saying that Lao Tzu won't go over and get hit. "If you want to go, go. Anyway, I'm not going. I'm going to see him pretending to be forced." Nothing to say. Tony's remarks were deeply recognized by everyone. Once this is gone, Wang Wei will be forced to blow. "You say irritating but not irritating. Why not go?" "It was originally, I don't want to be hit by Wang Wei. That feeling is too painful." While talking, Thor, the god of thunder, cried slightly. A dignified thunder god was hit by Wang Wei and became like this. "I can't say this." "When did I hit you?" Suddenly, Wang Wei went online directly to Thor. "This stupid son of the landlord's family spread rumors to me." "This is a rumor. He is going to be arrested." After seeing Wang Wei's appearance, everyone shut up. "Mom sells badges. Didn't you say you're busy?" "You're not offline? Why do you suddenly say aren't you offline?" Thor, the thunder god, in a villa couldn't help but twitch slightly. This is a kind of underlying fear. Probably it is I created this chat channel. What do you think is the difference between me going offline and not going offline, or do you think there are any chat channels that can block my entry? It seemed to be questioning. Wang Wei asked Thor, the god of thunder. "Don't divert the subject. Tell me." "I don't know when I hit you. I'll look for you when I look back." As if I didn't figure it out. Wang Wei will definitely have a solo practice with Sol afterwards. "Can you say no?" Thor, the silent Thor, hesitated and asked weakly. "Yes." Before Sol was ecstatic, Wang Wei's next sentence was directly thrown over. As long as you can be worthy of my violent beating. With the fall of Wang Wei's words, Saul's whole body is lost. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 230, Thor, Be Strong. 10 updates. Seeking subscription, it's worthy of your violent beating. I am Thor, not the sandbag god, nor my old father Odin. I can't beat you at all. Thor, who is roaring crazily in his heart, dare resist. And everyone in the Avengers also silently looked at Wang Wei's lewd power. The world of Big Brothers. These weak chickens can tremble. My father has been there. I told my brother about your various excellencies. I'm about to be hit by my father. What use is this quake? It's like catharsis. It seemed to be indifferent. Thor, the god of thunder, directly told Wang Wei's tragic experience weakly. Hearing Thor's remarks, most of the Avengers members who have not experienced the love of their parents expressed their silence. Even Wang Wei himself was a little confused. When did I become a child of someone else's family? This kind of comparison. Hey, don't say it. It sounds good. Be strong, brothers. Not much to say as for someone who has said that. Thunderbolt Johnny stood up and sent a strong meaning to Thor, and everyone looked at this pretty understanding and followed suit. Be strong, brother. Be strong, brother. Be strong, brother. Look at this piece of data like a repeater. Thor wanted to set the table. I'm strong, your sister. I'm strong for your second uncle. Fuck you. Courting is not that you guys are educated, right? For this group of damaging behavior, Thor just wants to push them down. Hard, violent. Let's do it. I will take you to the universe to play in the future. Wang Wei shrugged and said to these guys with a smile. Rather than taking these guys to play with people, rather, it is Wang Wei who is going to visit those large and small civilizations attached to the 9 realms one by one in the follow-up. In any case, I am also one of the 9 lords of these 9 realms. I will visit in the past. Take a look at what other civilizations are like. How can I refuse? Wang Wei directly closed the chat channel. It should be offline now. Seeing that Wang Wei's portrait dimmed again, this Thunderfire was a little weak and asked, "What's the use when offline waiting to continue to suffer, silly boy?" Sleeped. These guys went offline one by one, leaving only the bewildered Johnny in this chat channel a little bit windy and chaotic. Welcome to you. On behalf of Umbrella World, it is to welcome you. Among the exclusive conference buildings of this Umbrella building, Wang Wei looked at the many leaders who had already sat in the meeting and waited. A slight smile was raised above the corner of Wang Wei's mouth. You know, they can come over this time, but they have made a lot of determination on their own. Misstep on Wu. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading The Way of the Universe. Come on. There is a risk of being assassinated again. You have to know how many terrorist organizations these guys have attacked in this period. It directly cleared a piece of sky. In this case, if the news is learned, how could he not be assassinated? Under such difficult determination, these leaders have set up new preparations to take over the leaders and came directly to Umbrella. Even if you want to gamble, you must take a gamble. Sir, you're welcome. What did the sir say? Sir, how can you not come? Everyone present was an old treacherous fox, and they responded with the greatest kindness to Wang Wei. Everyone respectfully calls Wang Wei Mr. This gentleman is a respectable name. Okay. Not much nonsense. I also know the reason why you are here. Also know what you desire in your heart. Seeing everyone staring at him with longing eyes, Wang Wei shrugged and responded with a smile at these guys. Hearing Wang Wei's response, everyone present couldn't help but smile awkwardly. No way. Who asked Wang Wei to say this kind of thing is a matter of fact. All of them are indeed eager to follow in the footsteps of the Umbrella World and fight the universe. Wang Wei. Here, Umbrella's World Lord, one of the 9 realms, invites you. Are you willing to become a member of Umbrella who follows me and set foot on the path of the Sea of Stars? A kind of righteous words. Wang Wei said seriously to these leaders. I express my willingness. I also express my willingness here. I also express my willingness here. Following Wang Wei's words fell. Everyone discussed the details with Ben Muwait, and directly agreed to Wang Wei. Big problem. It's not as good as being able to set foot on the road to the Sea of Stars. Good. Now that you all agree, then some detailed arrangements will follow. Let my assistant talk to everyone. After no Avengers members showed up, Wang Wei felt very unhappy with his pretense. There is no spectator. No one can shout 666. Not happy. I don't want to talk to these guys anymore. With this idea, Wang Wei directly pushed Wang Yuan to the front desk. Hello everyone. I think you all know me. In that case, let's make a long story short. As Umbrella's right to speak with Blue Star, second only to Wang Wei. Wang Yuan can be said to be a household name. Although Wang Yuan does not have a trace of power. However, the security forces around him are definitely no less than the protective strength of the people present, and they are even worse. Some big gangsters even secretly dispatched batches of excellent personnel to protect Wang Yuan at close range. Fellow reminds you, reading 3 things to collect, recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP is blocked. Greater than. Chapter 231. Long time no see, Professor Wang. One more, seeking subscription. No way. This is a person who has the right to speak. As long as Wang Yuan chooses to deny, you guys don't even have the possibility of seeing Wang Wei. If you dare to protest and the heads of the remaining 30-odd countries will definitely not mind you being blocked and suppressed. Don't underestimate the morals of these guys. It really makes people a little unhappy. Wang Wei, who walked out of this conference room, felt that life was so helpless. No one came to see him pretending to be forced. Professor Wang Wei, who was walking aimlessly in the Umbrella building, suddenly heard a voice beside him. Hearing this sound, Wang Wei turned his head and took a look. Oh, it turned out to be Mary Jane and Peter Parker. Oh, too. What happened? Looking at the excited Mary Jane, Wang Wei took a step back subconsciously. Like, too much. Mary Jane looks too much like those carnivores. There was a radiant color in these eyes. Plus, that excited look. Little girl, don't be impulsive. Long time no see. Professor Wang. With a shy smile on his face, Peter Parker looked at Wang Wei in front of him and greeted him with a smile. After all, in Peter Parker's heart, Wang Wei has always been his idol. Under such circumstances, Peter Parker has long yearned for the Avengers organization. I want to join it, but I don't know how to do it. Would you like to reveal to Professor Wang that you are Spider-Man? But his ability must be very inconspicuous in the Avengers. I am just this, a little hero in the city of forums, a little righteous policeman. With a little low self-esteem in his heart, Peter Parker still didn't say anything. Long time no see, Peter Parker. It feels like you have become a little calmer recently. Looked. Peter Parker looks like now. Wang Wei couldn't help but asked his cheek to comment. The same as the one at the beginning. With a childish breath and a reckless look. It is totally two people. Peter Parker has grown up. Professor. Seeing Mary Jane, who didn't pay attention to herself, she was not good. I have no charm anymore. It's the professor. You don't care about me. Mary Jane, a little helper who has become a secretary now, is dressed up, which can be said to be a little fanciful. The black lady's suit, white shirt, half-frame eyes, short lady's high-heeled leather shoes, plus silky hair wrapped on 2 legs. In this case, an individual will feel his index finger move. Hey, I'm here. Mary Jane. Seeing Mary Jane sulking, Wang Wei's whole person is a little bad woman. The most troublesome thing. I really don't understand why you people like me. Speaking out, I can't change it, but with such words, Wang Wei only dared to roar in his heart. After all, what is the favorite for these women? Wang Wei himself knew it all. Who makes yourself too good? If you are not good, this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. It's impossible for these women to like themselves so much. However, Knowing is knowing. Wang Wei still doesn't want to mess with so many flowers and plants. Wang Wei thinks that he is not a person who can concentrate on one person. But let Wang Wei, like Long Utan, meet one by one and accept one by one. Wang Wei couldn't do it either. What's so special is a stallion. Thank you. You like me, it's your business. If I respond or not respond to you, it's mine. Professor, are you doing something right now? Seeing Wang Wei looked a little scared, Mary Jane suddenly asked Wang Wei with a smile. A strand of hair that was lightly picked up, plus those blinking eyes, gives a very good feeling. It's okay. Correct. Parker, are you okay? Go, I invite you to eat. Second words. It is not said that Wang Wei directly pulled on the light bulb of Peter Parker. It's okay to want to eat, as long as it doesn't eat me. I don't believe it. In the presence of Peter Parker, you Mary Jane dare to eat me. If you dare to come like this, then I am convinced. Really convinced. Oh, Peter Parker was a little stunned to see Wang Wei directly pulling himself away. What's the matter? Why is this on my head again? Professor, I still have something to want. Before Peter Parker finished, Wang Wei directly took out a document in Peter Parker's hand and handed it to a clerical lady who came by. This kind of thing, let someone else handle it. It's been a long time since we got together. The professor takes you to dinner. While talking about Wang Wei while pulling this Peter Parker, he walked forward. That's right. You can send this information back to his office. Talk to his leader. I took Peter Parker. Thought for a moment. Wang Wei said directly to the little clerical lady who was a little bit bewildered next to her. Oh, good. Mister. Looking at Wang Wei's dressing up, although he didn't know Wang Wei, he still sent Peter Parker's things back. Peter Parker is a familiar figure in this umbrella group. Hey, did you two leave me like that? This is how Wang Wei left with Peter Parker. Mary Jane couldn't stand it anymore, and she threw the document she was holding to this clerical lady and ran over. Hurry up! Wang Wei in the front hooked Peter Parker's neck tightly. Sample, don't want it. At Wang Wei's waist, Peter Parker, who was struggling hard, finally couldn't struggle anymore. Just like this, Wang Wei was intimidated by Wang Wei and followed and walked out of here. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download fellow novel less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP is blocked. Greater than. Chapter 232, Awesome Brothers. Second update, seeking subscription. By the way, Professor, I remember the car you drove was a sports car, right? Your sports car can only take 2 people, as if I still won't go. As Mary Jane's friend, why didn't Peter Parker know to create opportunities for Mary Jane? Directly asked Wang Wei weakly. The meaning is obvious. Your sports car can only seat 2 people. I can't follow along, unless you throw me at the front of the car and let me be a car logo. Mary Jane, who is behind Peter Parker, glanced at Peter Parker. He directly gave him a look that counts you acquaintance. Yes, Professor, you can only sit 2 people in this sports car. The 3 of us. How to do with that? He still has a little tangled look. 2 people and 3 people. Reassured, these things are not a big problem. Following Wang Wei's words fell. A sports car whizzed past, stopped in front of Wang Wei. This snow white and silver sports car is nothing else. It is the Polar Silver Fox. With the appearance of the Polar Silver Fox, the thunderstorm staying in the exclusive parking lot directly drove out. 2 sports cars, one behind the other, just parked in front of this umbrella building. Seeing this scene, both Peter Parker and Mary Jane are a little dumbfounded. Professor, don't you think you have to do this? Get in the car. You 2 are Polar Silver Foxes. I drive a thunderstorm. While talking, Wang Wei threw Peter Parker on top of the Polar Silver Fox. Seeing this scene, both Peter Parker and Mary Jane nodded weakly. As Wang Wei started the car, Mary Jane, who was sitting on the driver's seat of the Polar Silver Fox, was about to speak. Peter Parker, who was on the side, spoke first. Jane, don't get excited. Wait for a while to get there. Let's find a box. At that time, I will create opportunities for you, as long as the dishes are served. I'll find an excuse to leave. Don't worry. This is for you. This is the membership card Uncle Tony gave me when I went to start group, say the hotel's exclusive suite card. It has everything inside. Presumably, whether it is to take the professor to the professor's house is a troublesome thing. While talking, Peter Parker was the same. Give Mary Jane the look. I look good on you. Directly handed the hotel's exclusive membership card to Mary Jane. Thank you, Peter. As a result, Mary Jane of the store's membership card looked happy. That's awesome. Brother Wang Wai, who is driving ahead, doesn't even know this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Peter Parker in the back was acting as a wingman with Mary Jane. If Wang Wai knew this, I will definitely give this Peter Parker a love education. Under the speed of the Thunderstorm and the Polar Silver Fox, the two supercars drove very quickly into the most famous Imperial Hotel. The Empire Hotel can be regarded as an industry of the Umbrella Group in another field above this Blue Star. After all, you can't eat in your own industry. Going to other places for dinner. Is this waiting for excitement or waiting for a group of like people to come over and pretend to be forced to face Wang Wai? Anyway, there is not much interest. Following the car to the Imperial Hotel. After Wang Wai directly showed an exclusive president card of Umbrella Group, the people at this Imperial Hotel directly took Wang Wai's 303 to one of the extra large boxes reserved for Wang Wai. Come, sit, eat and drink whatever you want. I treat you. Seeing Mary Jane and Peter Parker didn't come to this place. Those faces looked at each other. Watching Wang Wai felt a little satisfaction in his heart. Alas, the members of the Avengers are not there. There is no place to act like this. Is it so luxurious here? As a civilian hero, Peter Parker has seen a lot of such luxurious scenes. But think about it like this. A situation where it is luxurious for eating. I haven't seen it yet. Whether it is where Wang Wai lives or where Tony is. That luxury is an inner luxury, and the luxury of this Imperial Hotel is to show the impact of money to the fullest. Luxury is okay. After taking a look at the furnishings around him, Wang Wai shrugged his shoulders indifferently. For these luxurious things, Wang Wai himself didn't care much. After all, the luxurious enjoyment of this kind of thing, isn't it easy to come? I heard Wang Wai's remarks. A drop of cold sweat dripped on Peter Parker's forehead. You know, as Umbrella executives, they also have the exclusive membership card of the Imperial Hotel. However, these two people, that is, the small assets in Mary Jane's house, able to come here occasionally. It was also on special days that Peter Parker brought his Aunt Mary to come here for a small gathering. But at that time, Peter Parker did not have a lot of money. They don't do anything extravagant and wasteful. If you can eat well, it will do. I have never considered high-end boxes or something. Let's take a look. The food on this is not bad. After a short glance, Wang Wai from this menu nodded slightly. Chapter 233. Not expensive, 300,000 yuan. 3 changes, seeking subscription. It's like dragon liver and phoenix marrow. It can't be here. But when Wang Wai appears, there will still be tiger meat, bear paws, and the like. After all, protecting animals, this kind of thing is nothing at all in front of top-notch people like Wang Wai. Then welcome. Mary Jane, who looked carefully, nodded. I took this menu directly and looked at it. One by one, Mary Jane ordered the menu that made people appetite, and Wang Wai didn't have the slightest interest in these. The whole person just sat down there. Salted fish. Do you have any drinks here? After taking a look at the menu, Mary Jane turned her head and asked the female manager next to her. Does the lady want a drink? Where are the drinks here at the counter? With that said, the female manager directly directed Mary Jane's gaze to the bar counter on one side. On the bar counter was placed a bottle of high-end red wine, even some almost absolute red wine. I go, these red wines as if I have never seen the world. Saw the red wine in the high-end wine cabinet bar. Peter Parker was a little excited. These things. It looks so hard to start. Ah, thank you. Just these things. Right. Speaking of, Mary Jane handed the menu in her hand to the female manager next to her. She went directly to the bar counter on the side. Here, Bloody Mary Sue, At least 300,000 meters of gold. Mary Jane, who had passed a bottle of red wine, directly recognized the value of this bottle of red wine, and such a bottle of red wine was placed directly on the wine cabinet, and under Mary Jane's eyes. The number of red wine on the bar of this wine cabinet is definitely not hundreds of bottles. 300,000. Hearing this amount, Peter Parker's eyes even went wide-eyed. God, my salary plus bonus for a year is only more than 300,000 meters gold. This bottle of red wine directly topped my 1-year salary bonus. I don't know those wines. I don't drink much. If you are interested, you can take it back and drink it. Watching Mary Jane and Peter Parker are very interested in the red wine on the bar. Wang Wai shrugged indifferently. Only red wine. I really don't drink much. What I can drink more is tea. Thank you. But we will drink this today. While talking, Mary Jane took out the Bloody Mary Sue directly. This bottle of red wine is worthless in these red wines that are worth 1,000,000 meters of gold. It can even be said that it can only serve as a situation for charging. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. However, Mary Jane is very optimistic about this bottle of red wine. Just because this bottle of red wine is very suitable for doing things after drinking. As for what to do, Peter Parker, who watched back and forth in this box, became active. This kind of appearance, like those who have never seen the world. Professor, I still have something on my side. I want to leave first. It's not long. It's constant. With those delicacies being served. This is the case when Peter Parker has not eaten 2 bites. He said directly to Wang Wai with a smile. Suddenly, this kind of look, a lively wingman. What's the matter if you are busy? I'll talk about it after dinner. Looking back, I will ask the polar silver fox to send you 2 back together. When his eyes slanted, Wang Wai didn't have the slightest emotion. Just looking at Peter Parker. Mock up. Still want to run away from me here? Do you look down on me too much? I won't let you run. Don't you want to run away from me? But, I really have something. Professor. Hearing Wang Wai's remarks, and looking at Mary Jane's eyes, Peter Parker was a little horrified. Sister, do you want to look at me like this? Although I promised you to be your wingman. But the professor disagreed. I can't help it. Peter Parker, who was a bit bitter, said that he was helpless. Under Wang Wai's majestic expression, Peter Parker can only sit there and eat food honestly again. Boom. While Wang Wai is waiting for someone to eat, visible to the naked eye, outside this Imperial Hotel, a mutant directly raged in the City of Forums. In other words, I don't know what irritation I have received, and I am doing things here. And this mutant is the distance from the Imperial Hotel. Only a few thousand meters away. Peter Parker's eyes flashed directly after seeing this mutant. Said seriously to Wang Wai, Professor, I want to go out. While talking, Peter Parker took out a camera from the backpack beside him. Everyone in Umbrella still heard of Peter Parker's apparent hobby. I like shooting some exciting scenes. And what kind of scene is the most exciting? Time is when those superheroes suppress those villains. It is the most exciting scene. Because of this, everyone in Umbrella knows that as long as there is a chance, Peter Parker will never miss this shooting. However, this is just the appearance of Peter Parker. The truth is that Peter Parker wants to go out and act as a righteous policeman to safeguard justice. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Fellow Novel Less Than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the IP collection is blocked. Greater than. Chapter 234, Sit down. Don't get excited. For more, seeking subscription, sit down. Don't get excited. Seeing this gesture, Peter Parker was about to pick up the camera and leave. Wang Wai directly squeezed his hand and pushed Peter Parker on the seat. Sample, don't let you move. Don't move. Do you think you can run away? But me looking at the mutant man who was raging outside, Peter Parker's heart was anxious. If this is allowing this mutant person to continue to wreak havoc, when the time comes, I may not attack this Imperial Hotel. This kind of thing is firmly unbearable. Whether it can be tolerated is one thing, and the most important thing is to act as a wingman if you have agreed. Create opportunities for Mary Jane. If she can run, she won't run. Waiting for death to think of this, Peter Parker is not good. But if you want some photos, I will buy you a batch later. While talking, Wang Wai directly pushed Peter Parker onto the seat again. I didn't even look at Mary Jane's slightly resentful eyes. Wang Wai returned to his own deeds again and started eating and drinking. But, that villain, it seems that no one is going to deal with it. Under the contempt of Mary Jane's eyes, as well as the mutant outside, they are doing crazy things. Peter Parker couldn't sit still. As one of the righteous policemen in this city of discussion, Peter Parker firmly cannot tolerate that guy outside here raging on this city of forums. This is a provocation, provoking your own reputation as Spider-Man. Well, it doesn't matter what you do, aren't you a trainee photographer who likes to take pictures with his eyes slanted? Wang Wai looked at Peter Parker and said seriously. When Wang Wai said that, Peter Parker was a little bit unable to tell. How should I explain this? After all, the identity I gave is a trainee photographer. I have never said that I am Spider-Man. But then again, this righteous policeman in Yeeking, why haven't Spider-Man appeared yet? Although Mary Jane didn't find the excuse for Peter Parker, she was a little strange. The box where Wang Wai is located can be said to be the one with the best lighting, scenery, and vision. In this, many scenes can be seen. However, Mary Jane, a pseudo-fan of Spider-Man, still knows a little bit about the righteous policeman of the city of discussion. After all, Mary Jane's father is a sheriff in this city of forums. Can save some trouble for my father. Do you think Mary Jane has a good impression of this with regard to his identity? Peter Parker, who thinks he is very confidential, is a bit embarrassed. It's impossible to tell you that Spider-Man is right in front of you. Let's talk about it. In front of Wang Wai, Peter - this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Parker always feels that his identity as Spider-Man is nothing. Even unable to act as a side, maybe something is going on. After all, superheroes are also humans. Can't be online every day? With eyelids, Wang Wai directly explained to Mary Jane. As the main person in charge of the Avengers, Wang Wai didn't deal with matters between the Avengers much. It has always been handled by Tony and Steven. Want to be a superhero does not exist. Wang Wai can do whatever he wants. It is also the Fantastic Four and the Wonder Brothers and Sisters when they are doing some superhero things. Speaking of this, the Fantastic Four are the hardest. Wear the Avengers logo on your body, which is a proof of their organization. Also wear the umbrella logo. This logo is the proof of their job, and the exclusive logo of their own Fantastic Four. This is a symbol of their small team. In short, everyone else has one or two signs, only the Fantastic Four, which needs to be worn, are three signs. This feeling is very much like those film and television dramas full of such a large number of advertisements. That's great, but I still hope someone cannot solve this guy. After all, it affects our meal too much. Mary Jane shrugged and said that the mutant was making trouble. But under this kind of extremely wide field of vision, it really affects appetite somewhat. What's the matter? Is ADHD? Do you want me to treat you? Seeing Peter Parker's restless look, Wang Wai's eyes squinted. He smiled evilly at this guy. In this smile, there is clearly a bad feeling. No need, Professor. Naturally, he knew that Wang Wai was from the Department of Medicine, Peter Parker, but he didn't dare to let Wang Wai treat him. Who knows? This cure and one cure, will it be mixed with some professor's little thoughts? Okay, don't worry about it anymore. This guy has someone to clean up. While talking, Wang Wai shrugged and continued to eat the food in front of him. Peter Parker, don't want to drive away. Following Wang Wai's words fall, several figures sprayed directly from the streets everywhere. With the appearance of these figures, this mutant, who was constantly destroying, was directly stopped. Seeing this scene, Mary Jane and Peter Parker, who were eating at the Imperial Hotel, looked over. After seeing the identities of these figures. Chapter 235, The Favorite of the Angel Legion, Panda, 5 change/subscription. The two of them couldn't help but cheered slightly. Professor, you have made a shot. Those figures are not others. It is the person from the Umbrella Group's security department. What is the strength of this Umbrella's security department? Both Mary Jane and Peter Parker are very clear. It's just a pity that the people in Umbrella's security department are not very concerned about maintaining public order. Just pay attention to whether Umbrella will be threatened. Otherwise, only people from the Umbrella Group's security department will be present. No matter how many villains they are, they can be taken care of in an instant. After all, eating requires a good mood. I don't want to be in a good mood. I'm just being disturbed by this guy. While talking, Wang Wei shrugged his shoulders indifferently. After all, eating is a mood. If a good mood is disturbed by such a person, then this meal is not finished. Yeah. After seeing those people from the Umbrella Group's security department directly and quickly dealt with that mutant, Mary Jane looked at Wang Wei with a sense of inexplicability. So, women are wolves, don't give women a chance. Under Mary Jane's eyes, Peter Parker is really sitting like a needle stick. I can't walk away. Where did Wang Wei stop? If you don't leave, Mary Jane's eyes are staring at herself. Peter Parker really only wants to say something at this moment. Dude, it's too hard for me. This is not difficult for Peter Parker. Wang Wei finished the lunch with a happy expression. As for Mary Jane and Peter Parker, they were a little uncomfortable. Mary Jane, who was thinking about being alone with Wang Wei, did not find a chance, and Peter Parker, who was on the side, was under Mary Jane's gaze. The whole person is about to face a situation of collapse. Sister, please forgive me. After Wang Wei left, Peter Parker was a little bit speechless, personally trembling. However, Wang Wei didn't care about this matter. Sacrifice you alone. How great is it for me to complete it? The days just passed by as Wang Wei went around. Wang Wei also had close contact with the young ladies he recruited. Today, I brought Icarus and others around. Tomorrow with Brilliance, come to Blue Star to see the penguins. The day after tomorrow, he took the Black Lotus with the cold face and the Hip Hop Tanya to admire the cherry blossoms in the mountains. 2 days later, Wang Wei took another group of angel ladies. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Go directly to the panda base and take a look at the cute little ones. Before leaving, Wang Wei was also given 2 red pandas. Well, a pair of cute dumplings. These 2 black and white dumplings abruptly convinced these few angel girls. The 2 red pandas have directly become the favorites of the Umbrella Angel Legion. In short, this period of time, Wang Wei didn't do much research. I didn't do much to do things. Basically, they are all on this Blue Star. Today, a young lady, and tomorrow a soft girl will take these people around, and the Joint Crusade organization is officially established. Finally, under the instruction of Wang Wei, this Joint Crusade organization was renamed the Joint Organization. After Wang Wei sent a few generals and officers who graduated from the military academy to this Joint Organization, and a little manpower. Just ignore this Joint Organization. After the Joint Organization was formally established, Wang Wei automatically became the Joint Chief Officer of the Joint Organization. Secondly, the 3 big rascals are called the Joint Second Officers. The rest of the people are called part of the Joint Organization. The Blue Star base camp of this Joint Organization is not elsewhere, but the military exercise island before that. With the birth of the Joint Organization, Wang Wei was also very indifferent and directly deployed a dozen or so Eldersian colony-class warships to clear the vicinity of the moon. It even borrowed some technology to build a small spaceport above the moon. The joint army stationed by the Joint Organization is in this spaceport. The 10 or so Eldersia colonial warships of Wang Wei are leased every day to train the combat effectiveness of these troops. Not many. Within the limit of the number of people given by Wang Wei, 300,000 people. These 300,000 people, basically every unit is the most elite unit on the Blue Star. Disarmament is impossible. Members of this joint organization will not be disarmed if they are killed. Not only will they not disarm, but also increase the recruitment of this source of troops. On a small military exercise island, about 3 to 5 million troops are stationed. These forces directly filled the military exercise island, and the coalition forces above the spaceport near the moon are adapting to the way of fighting in the universe. The members of the joint organization on the Blue Star are all fighting. Prepare for a new round of Cosmic Crusade. Finally, I finally got these guys almost done." At this moment, Yuri, who is near the Broken Star Passage, has a look of exhaustion. After several months, Yuri spent several months, finally reaching the star rating of dozens of personal mighty powers. The guys of a degree are brainwashed. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 236, Intelligence Officer, Fuji Shirt, 6 more/subscription. This is not to say that Yuri brainwashing these guys can all brainwash them. Some are highly resistant to the mind. Yuri can't brainwash at all. And this group of people is not very large. After being scattered, there were more than 10 people. These 10 individuals have reached the extinction star. However, some guys who made Yuri unable to brainwash have been specially built by Umbrella, a space prison warship. Detain him in it. Among them, the detainees are part of the demonic nemesis, and part of the guys who have been brainwashed and whose personal power has reached the extinction star, the Quasi-Destroy Star. There are also several young ladies from the Angel Legion. Yuri may not be able to do these personal mighty powers of extinction. Then those guys whose personal might have reached the Quasi-Destroy Stars. After Yuri guy was unable to brainwash, all were brainwashed by Yuri. I can't get those guys who destroy stars. You can't get rid of the stars. Don't think too much of yourself. After Yuri brainwashed these guys, the 555 colonial planets are also under the control of the psychic light waves of the Yuri camp and the teleportation satellites, etc. It's finally brainwashed. These guys will pledge allegiance to Umbrella. It seems that Umbrella is their real country, a real nation, and an existence that is truly worthy of allegiance. Regarding this, Wang Wei didn't say anything, just nodded. However, Wang Wei made a small division for his entire Umbrella social structure. People who came out of the Red Alert planet are all first-class people, such as Jutong Star, Sandstone Star, these colonized planets that have been robbed, or the colonized planet traces that have surrendered are second-class people. Finally, they are similar to Egypt. These defeated civilizations in West Asia are third-class people. A second-class person can be relegated to a third-class person. Third-class people can also be promoted to second-class people. But the status of first-class people will always only be held by these talents recruited by Wang Wei. This is a simple structure that Wang Wei is responsible for controlling the entire Umbrella with the continuous operation of the military academy. Now, Wang Wei also has a large reserve of junior, intermediate, and senior officers in his hands. The only thing that is lacking is an existence similar to Master Ling Liang. However, after Wang Wei released all the 10 or so heroes in the Red Police system, this kind of thing has obviously weakened a lot. So, our business is plundered inside the interstellar fortress above the Red Alert planet. Wang Wei looked at the piece of information in his hand, and his whole person was a bit bad. Although the Umbrella world does not have a nation, it has no regulations. But this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. I am leading the world. There are several colonial planets below me. You just plundered my caravan like this. Yes, sir. We have been looted. In this interstellar fortress, a woman wearing a snow-white military uniform and a black and beautiful long hair nodded seriously at Wang Wei. Fuji Shirt, investigate it for me. Who is it that robbed our caravan? Throwing away the information in this hand, Wang Wei directly sat on the sofa and was puzzled. Wang Wei followed the Supreme Master Gu Yi and some suggestions from Odin. Don't be too sharp. Under this situation, Wang Wei is also playing in this Marvel universe, economic and trade. Wang Wei recruited directly from the city hall on the planet Red Alert. So far, the first-class population under Wang Wei's rule has gradually approached 100 million. Not much to say. To say a lot less. Basically, there are people of all professions. As for the source of troops, it was abruptly exploded by Wang Wei on the scale of 10 million. Just this, a large number of explosive troops are still being carried out. When the mining of the resource planet is formalized, Wang Wei didn't stop with explosive soldiers. In addition to the incorporation of those colonial planets, Wang Wei recruited some outstanding talents on the colonial planets, and entered Wang Wei's umbrella political system and military system, scientific research system, etc. Among other things, there are quite a few B-tier maidens in the intelligence collection center of this Fuji Shirt. She is an elder sister in her 20s. Fuji Shirt, this. A hero recruited from the Rising Sun Empire. Maybe not very good at combat, but it is indeed a good hand in intelligence collection. Wang Wei simply handed over the intelligence aspects of the umbrella system directly to her. What anyone didn't expect was that this elder sister Fuji Shirt was controlled by a beast girl. However, in this information collection center, looking at the beast-tier mothers who walked back and forth in snow-white uniforms, not to mention, it really has a taste. It's a group of interstellar pirates, predators. When he said this, there was a playful smile on Fuji's face. This batch of interstellar pirates, I don't know what they think. They have been robbed and beaten on Wang Wei. You need to know. Wang Wei's several caravans were formed. After Umbrella became technically successful, the Umbrella-type colonial warship was directly expanded. And the deep-sea battleships used by those deep-sea ship wives, after combining the battleships of the first main fleet and the first exploration fleet, they have all been manufactured. Chapter 238, How about forming one or two interstellar pirate fleets? 8 updates, request for subscription. That's not a big deal. The pirate privateer's certificate issued by Elizabeth is made public, and this interstellar pirate is a kind of secret. It can be said that before this small civilization does not speak out, this interstellar pirate fleet will not admit that there are people behind them. The Fuji Shirt, who shook his head slightly, directly said one point of it. After all, in this Marvel universe, some civilizations still need a little bit of face. Private Evidence saw something. It is impossible to be like Kerry and Empire, and take it out directly. They are all quietly cultivating some fleets and bringing some useful benefits to their own civilization. I probably understand this sordid deal between interstellar pirates and these civilizations. About this, you can rest assured. I will form several such teams later. Impossible. After others have this kind of fleet, we can't not own Umbrella. While talking, Wang Wei also agrees with such interstellar pirates who can do things unscrupulously. Well, for such an interstellar pirate fleet, and this civilization, Commander, what do you think? Fuji Shirt nodded and asked Wang Wei directly. After all, this matter ultimately depends on Wang Wei's decision. I remember, this civilization is located on the edge of these 9 realms. I have a look. I found it. Probably in this piece. While talking, this Wang Wei pulled out the 9-world star map in front of him. After Wang Wei pulled out the 9-world star map, 3 planets appeared shiningly in front of Wang Wei. Not to mention, this small civilization is not too far away from Wang Wei and the home planet of Isaiah. Looking at these 3 planets, Wang Wei had some different thoughts in his head. Everyone robbed me. How can we do it without letting others do it? But we must first find an excuse that can block the civilizations of the 9 realms, large and small. Wait, you just said that the fleet robbed us. This caravan cargo ship is thinking about taking refuge in Kerry and the Empire. Suddenly, Wang Wei, who had thought of something, asked Fuji directly. Nothing else is important. This is the important factor. The battle between Umbrella World and Kerry and the Empire has long been spread throughout the 9 realms. Maybe it's not a big deal in the entire Marvel universe, but among these 9 realms, this explosive news directly caused waves. Some practices for Kerry and Empire. Most of the texts in the 9 realms. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Feeling. What kind of pirate mode? The way of predatory behavior. How can we prevent the people of the 9 realms from being disgusted? Because of this factor, Odin, the Lord of the 9 realms, severely criticized Kerry and the Empire. Wang Wei's Umbrella World even said that there is no end to Kerry and the Empire. In this case, everyone in the 9 realms knows that Kerry and the Empire are counted as enemies of the 9 realms. It is the opponent that Umbrella must kill. None of them. Thinking of this, Wang Wei directly moved his mind. As long as that interstellar pirate fleet recognizes that they are the fleet nurtured by that small civilization, at that time, I will shake out the matter of the interstellar fleet looting its own caravan, saying that it is relying on Kerry and the Empire. Anyway, Wang Wei has made all this mess, just for one point. He is famous for being a teacher. When Wang Wei's power is not enough to lift the entire Marvel Universe, Wang Wei can only acquiesce in some behaviors and ways of doing things in this Marvel Universe. Yes, Commander. Hearing Wang Wei's questioning, Fuji Shirt smiled and nodded. For the masters who often play with people's intelligence, the doors and doors here, even if Fuji Shirt does not need to be said, it is just a glance. You can see it clearly. Understood. Next, I'm going out to meet those guys. When Wang Wei got the exact answer, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You know, Wang Wei came here to sign in once. This time, Wang Wei signed in directly. The 3 generations of the gods in the Super God universe, the 3 generations of the body. This kind of power, said strong, not strong, said weak, not weak. But Wang Wei dared to follow suit. Overcome the move. As for defeating Thanos, the purple sweet potato essence, Wang Wei still doesn't have much thoughts in his heart. After all, where is the strength? Even if Wang Wei has equal power, it does not mean that he can be defeated. Among them, the rich combat experience cannot make up for it. Commander, I have something to tell you about small things. Seeing Wang Wei planning to go out to trouble the pirate fleet, a smile slowly waked up from the corner of Fuji Shirt's mouth. For Fujishin, there is no big problem with the commander going out. The question is how to maximize the benefits. What's the matter? Hearing this Fuji Shirt's remarks, Wang Wei was slightly confused. This is what I am going to say. I don't know if the commander is going to go out this time. Will the umbrella pirate fleet that belong to us be established or is ready to wait until you come back to build it? Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 239, Southern Deep Sea Fleet, 9 updates, seeking subscription. In his eyes, the Fuji Shirt with a smile on his face looked at Wang Wei so quietly. Is there a difference in this? Hearing this kind of rhetoric from Fuji Shirt, Wang Wei couldn't touch his forehead. Is there a difference here? Perhaps, Commander, if you ask General Ling Liang, you will understand. Fuji Shirt, who smiled, didn't say too much. After all, Fuji Shirt's specialization is in intelligence. This kind of problem is obviously a bit cross-border. Fuji Shirt wouldn't be stupid to talk to Wang Wei. Okay, let me ask Ling Liang when I turn around. But what you said, I suddenly felt that this pirate fleet must be made. While thinking about it, Wang Wei felt that he had to build some pirate fleets. Go ahead, Commander. I have to arrange a lot of work on my side. The smiling senior elder sister directly blasted Wang Wei out. The pirate fleet. Hey, if this pirate fleet allows General Ling Liang to prepare, it must be maximized. However, the problem is also obvious. The race is too single. This is very troublesome. You should know that in this pirate fleet, basically every pirate fleet has various ethnic problems. The Fuji Shirt sitting in this seat began to think slightly. It seems that we need to pass this information to General Ling Liang. The Fuji Shirt in this information collection center directly sent some of these related data and intelligence directly to General Ling Liang in an encrypted manner. And in the process of this encrypted transmission, there are 2 intelligent life beasts escorting this document. The intelligent civilization system was created by Wang Wei and Nymph, with the cooperation of the ladies of the Angel Legion. It was created directly. However, the difficulty of creating a human-like intelligent life form is much more difficult than creating a beast-like intelligent life form. Although the intelligence of human life forms possesses the same thoughts, ideas, and various convenient conditions as humans, but the intelligence of beast-like organisms has a very good obedience nature. The degree of difficulty created between the two is clearly proportional to that of independence. Under such circumstances, Wang Wei chose to create these 2 intelligent lives. With Wang Wei's departure, Fujishin was gathering some intelligence information, or browsing some widespread news in the universe, while teasing the beast ears. Fuji Shirt, let go of you, old lady. These beast ears. Let me come. Pirate Fleet General Ling Liang, who looked at his commander, was silent for a moment. He closed the news that had been passed on from Fujizhang. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Yes, Fuji Shirt said, this question, ask you. After all, you are a serious strategy master. There are some problems, where I may not be able to see, you can see clearly. While shaking his head, Wang Wei smiled and explained to General Ling Liang about the pirate fleet. I actually have a little idea. I have formed a force of about 100,000 soldiers before. This batch of 100,000 troops can basically be said to be important members for us to looting secretly in the future. But, just now, I learned a message from Fuji Shirt. That is, there are few single or several specialized races among interstellar pirates. It's all a hodgepodge. If the race is too single, problems are prone to occur. Give me a little bit of time here, and I will call out the star for you. You take them to those broken stars. While thinking about it, General Ling Liang said directly to Wang Wei seriously. Okay. Then these people will be handed over to you. After nodding, Wang Wei trusted Ling Liang very much and directly handed this matter to Ling Liang to handle it. When the time comes, you can just lead people directly into the universe to kill. For a pirate fleet, it is not worth the effort of Wang Wei. However, if there are some other factors involved, the abnormal underground auction in the Broken Star Zone and some messy things, the most important thing is Wang Wei wants to take those people from the reunion to pretend to be forced. Lao Tzu has been in these 9 realms for so long. I want to go out and pretend. I want to start doing things. With this kind of thought, Wang Wei really can't help the commotion in his heart. With Wang Wei's departure, General Ling Liang also started a round of personnel transfer. Let Yu Lai come to see me. At the same time, tell the Deep Sea Southern Fleet to let her people station me near the planet in easy air, and be prepared to invade at any time. Tell the Southern Deep Sea Fleet. This time, I used their patrol fleet and garrison fleet as the main force. This is the time for them to show their strength in front of the Azure Ship Mother. Let the first main fleet and the first exploration fleet be ready for support. In addition, Shinzo, the chief messenger, came over and met. While talking, General Ling Liang began to mobilize personnel. A small civilization in a mere dare to rob my umbrella caravan. Regardless of is the pirate fleet that you secretly control your own intention? Chapter 240, Long Time No See, Hill, 10 updates, seeking subscription. Your little civilization waits to become a third-class person. As for the main force of the battle, it was handed over to the deep-sea warships by General Ling Liang. After letting these out, the deep-sea warships who have not experienced battles show their strength to the civilizations of these 9 realms. Garrison fleets and frigate fleets are not necessarily weak chickens. It is most likely a police ship that was converted from a warship. Everyone. What are you doing? Wang Wei, who returned to the Blue Star, looked at the guys in front of him with a hippie smile. For these Avengers members, Wang Wei likes it very much. If the Avengers member does not exist, I don't know who to pretend to. If the Avengers member does not exist, I may have been stared by the purple sweet potato spirit on it. Therefore, these members of the Avengers are not just a shield that Wang Wei used to face Thanos. It is also Wang Wei's good partner for showing off, pretending to be forceful, and blindfolding. After seeing Wang Wei's appearance, Tony's brows can't help but frown. In this situation, I feel a little bit bad. Nothing. I just came to ask what you are up to now. Looking at the scene where there are not many people in the base of the Avengers. Wang Wei's whole person was slightly surprised. You know, since Yingjiang arbitrarily assigned a piece of his territory to Wang Wei's umbrella, the location of the Avengers Alliance moved to the top of Umbrella's territory the next day. With Wang Wei's acquiescence, the Avengers have built a 20 or 30-story building on this peninsula. This building is the building of the members of the Avengers. It is also the residence of the members of the Avengers. A large number of employees are Wang Yuan, who has transferred from Umbrella. Some people recruited from the Red Alert planet. This is from last month. Before the voice of a somewhat lazy Yuji had finished speaking, Wang Wei turned his head and looked over. Hill, why are you here? The moment Wang Wei saw Hill, Wang Wei was a little bit dazed. If Hill remembers correctly, it should be S.H.I.E.L.D. people. Why are you here in the Avengers? And, looking at it, he is still acting for the Avengers. It's been a long time since I saw Wang Wei. No, it should be the person in charge. Although on the surface I am forcing myself to calm down, I cannot be excited or happy. But the faint smile on Hill's mouth is screaming. She is so happy now. Long time no see, Hill. After thinking about that, Wang Wei found out that he hadn't seen Hill in a long time. Since he hadn't seen it in a long time, such a big greeting, it's not too much. Wang Wei with a smile on his face directly greeted Hill. By the way, Hill, this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. The words are not finished. But Hill immediately understood what Wang Wei meant. Looking at this workplace business lady's suit on his body, Hill shrugged helplessly and said, "No way. When I was in the previous organization, I messed up because of some things. So, I have nowhere to go. Come here to work." While talking, Hill shrugged at Wang Wei. After all, this is a rather helpless feeling. Okay, he was resigned for what Hill said screwed up some things. Wang Wei didn't believe it very much. But it doesn't matter. Hill and himself are kind of a friend. Just don't mess up. It doesn't matter. Natasha asked her to come over. Natasha said, "We need a professional central control commander in the Avengers." Don't care Nick Fury's opposition. Pull Hill here directly. It is said that after Hill left, Nick Fury was irritable and arrested and cursed. Said that he was an excellent assistant. As the Tony who can joke with Wang Wei the most, he told Wang Wei the truth of the matter directly. Hearing what Tony said, Wang Wei realized that there is indeed a lack of a central control commander in the Avengers. Regarding this aspect, Wang Wei also I can only shrug my shoulders. Now that Hill was pulled over by Natasha, that's a good one. Hey, to put it bluntly, still no job, plus my house and car. Everything must be supported. Can I not find a job? If it can be taken care of by someone. I like to be a salted fish. Very consciously find a sofa. This Hill made a bitter face directly in front of Wang Wei. You don't understand the pain of women, especially for houses and cars like Hill, when they need to support themselves. About this matter, ask the person next to you. After all, as far as I know, he has a lot of people like rice worms. While talking, Tony sold Wang Wei. Tony, you fellow. See Tony like this. Wang Wei's face was black. This guy is really a little speechless. These are not the point. The point is, what I said before will take you to the universe again. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 241, Hill. Do you want to support me? One more, seeking subscription. Does anyone go? Wang Wei, who put aside the tropic directly, asked Tony. It is for Wang Wei to raise a hill. Even if he raises 10 hills, Wang Wei doesn't mind. However, the problem is that this is not what I said. No one is here now. Who are you asking? Attacking Wang Wei, starting with you and me. Pointed to the room. Tony himself, Wang Wei, Hill, and Dr. Banner, who was playing with the computer while eating cookies on one side, and drinking while indulging in games. Thought of the fat house happy water. Tony said seriously, "Call those guys back." His face went dark. Wang Wei directly called out to those outside in the exclusive channel of the Avengers. As Wang Wei released the news that he was about to go to the universe again to make waves, everyone said they would come back soon. By the way, about your welfare, since you were dug over by Natasha, some of your basic benefits need to be met. This is for you. While talking, Wang Wei looked up a little at the ceiling. He threw a bank card directly to Hill. To support Hill or something, it was originally a very easy thing for Wang Wei. Mr. Person in charge, do you count as supporting me? Hill, who was holding this bank card, showed a slight smile on his face. With this smile, Hill came to the location of Wang Wei's sofa. Seeing a grinning Hill, Wang Wei's brain was painful. This guy is blatantly teasing himself. Take care of you and me. There are too many people to support. Not bad for you, or, as long as you don't mind being taken care of. You don't mind sharing me with others. If you are molested, you must accept that it is impossible. People who molested themselves must be molested in reverse and go back. Otherwise, Wouldn't you be too sorry for yourself? Haha. Hearing what Wang Wai said, Hill did not say anything, just smiled. What kind of bank card? Hill has never seen a bank card. How can the so-called bank card be out of your hand? That's an unrealistic question. Well, while smiling Hill, a bank card was taken away unknowingly. As for the reunion people, under Hill's gaze, there was silence. This kind of thing, don't be silent, player Hammer. Well, don't talk nonsense. By the way, Hill, do you want to go play too? Seeing Hill, who was packing up and preparing to leave, Wang Wai directly stopped and asked, "Took my money, thinking about leaving like this? This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Joke. This is not taking me seriously. You must bring Hill." Where to go to play? Hill, who got the bank card, hasn't reacted yet. Looking at Wang Wai, she is confused. Playing in the universe. This time, my caravan was hijacked by a group of space pirate fleets. This group of space pirate fleets is thinking about transferring the things in my caravan to carry and the people of the Empire. I can't bear this. Ready to kill this pirate fleet directly. At the same time, there is a small civilization behind this pirate fleet. This little civilization, I am going to get rid of it in one go. Said. Here, a touch of cruelty flashed directly in Wang Wai's eyes. A small civilization? Regardless, are you willing, or for essential reasons? As long as you stretch out your tentacles and come in front of me, I must kill you. Otherwise, how am I, the Lord of the 9 Realms? In these 9 realms, there is no discussion about going to establish majesty. Robbery. Hearing what Wang Wai said, whether it was Tony, or Dr. Banner who was working on the computer, or that Thor, who was drinking the happy water of the fat house, all showed some interest. Now on the Blue Star. But no big deal. These guys are either messing up their own affairs or making some mess. For these guys, in the past few months, I have been moldy. I need to find something to do. Yes, I was robbed. However, I gave that small civilization directly to General Ling Liang. At that time, let General Ling Liang lead the people of the joint organization to do things. From my side, I am going to take you to a wave in the universe. Good insight. Some scenic accidents in the universe. It is said that there are so many treasures in this universe. Wang Wai nodded and said with a smile to everyone, where is the civilization of that Thor, the thunder god on one side, didn't have much heart to waver in the universe? For that small civilization, I have a little idea. After all, this civilization is not messy. It is always civilization. If necessary, Thor, the thunder god, can also directly mobilize part of the Asgard army to use it. Well, the stupid son of the landlord. Thinking is so simple. Speaking of this, it is also very interesting that the place of small civilization is near the Azir civilization that we crusted against before. Chapter 242, Hurry up, hand in the tribute, second change, seeking subscription. Moreover, the thighs that this civilization wants to hold Anakri and the Empire. So, you Asgard really have to investigate thoroughly. The people below here are not clean. He glanced at Thor's Wang Wai, and said with a smile. Listening to Wang Wai's remarks, Thor's face turned dark. People from this place again. This is preparing to do something. Some of our Asgard subsidiary civilizations are not your umbrella's subsidiary civilizations, you know. These civilizations are attached to the 9 realms. Not Asgard. With eyelids, Thor, spit out directly at Wang Wai. Hearing Thor's spit, Wang Wai suddenly remembered something. I remember, those civilizations in these 9 realms are affiliated. Yes, need to give us tribute. So, I want to know, where is this tribute that belongs to my umbrella world? Thinking of such a while without tribute, Wang Wai felt a little unhappy. You Asgard are preparing to grab something in my hand. The tribute that belongs to your umbrella, one is here. If I did not remember wrong, this tribute is offered once every 100 years. And more than 90 years have passed since the time of the last confession. There is still some time before the next civilization offering tribute. I heard Wang Wai's attitude of wanting something. Thor said seriously to Wang Wai directly. The matter of this tribute is determined not to be confused. After all, Asgard has a large part of its resources. It's the question of relying on this tribute. No, What about the previous one? The Umbrella World is my place. This is the tribute before Umbrella World. Wang Wai, who was a little unsatisfied, directly asked for the tribute from the predecessor of Umbrella, which belongs to the world of Dark Elves. Although Wang Wai knew that it was immoral to do so, he still wanted to fight for it. This is not a tribute, it's a kind of bright and strong. Big brother, Umbrella World never appeared before. Okay. You have moved into that place now, and the settlement is from that place. How can it be like this? This is equivalent, a building. There are also some companies in this building, and the commissions that these companies paid before were all from the former boss. You have asked the boss for some commissions from these companies in the past. Isn't this a trouble with eyelids? This stupid son of the landlord's family was not stupid at this moment. He directly complained to Wang Wai. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Let's ask for tribute. It's not what you ask for. Well then. Wang Wai, who smiled timidly, also knew that he had done a little too much, and he did not go into the tribute before this Umbrella World directly. But, having said that, this tribute belongs to the Blue Star. Wang Wai still wanted to ask about the tribute from the Blue Star. The tribute from the Blue Star has always been handed over to the Supreme Master Ge Yi. Don't ask me about these things. I am not very clear. Thor, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, directly explained to Wang Wai. When Wang Wai was chatting with Thor, he was farting. The members of the reunion also rushed back one by one. Hello, my friends, do you miss me? Hearing this familiar and unfamiliar voice, everyone unanimously looked at the doorway. Even Wang Wai couldn't help but look up. As everyone looked over, Wang Wai, wearing a white casual outfit, stood quietly at this door and place. A face of pretense, cocky demeanor, directly showing incisively and vividly. And seeing this Wang Wai's reunion group at this door, he looked at the Wang Wai sitting on the sofa. There was a playful smile directly in the eyes of everyone. You say who you become, is not good. I have to transform to become Wang Wai. As for that Wang Wai is real, and that Wang Wai is fake. To everyone present, it is clear. A chat channel specially developed by Wang Wai and affiliated with the members of the Avengers is not just kidding. Why are you not surprised? The guy who turned into Wang Wai at the door was at a loss. My current identity is Wang Wai. You didn't even feel surprised? Really surprised? After a slight pause, Wanda, who was holding the coffee, nodded and responded with an awkward smile to Wang Wai at the door. I said, Princess Loki, are you owed to clean up? Wang Wai, who slowly stood up from the sofa, walked directly to the three princesses. Loki. After seeing the genuine Wang Wai appear, the Wang Wai at the door trembled. I'm going, it's really Wang Wai. Can you not slap your face watching that? What kind of gearing up? Loki at the door. After swallowing a bit of saliva, he immediately transformed into Loki's appearance. Some squatted down in fear. What do you mean? Wang Wai, who rubbed his wrist, looked at your Loki with a wicked smile. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection. Otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 243, Loki, come out. 3 changes, seeking subscription, sample, don't educate you now, you just don't know if the sky is high and the earth is thick. With such a thought, Wang Wai directly dragged this Loki into a corridor outside such a door. Brother, save me, brother, save me. Loki, who stubbornly grabbed his hand at the threshold, called for help in a meeting room, who was eating potato chips and drinking the happy water of the fat house. On which face of horror, all were explaining this Loki's fear of Wang Wai. Although we are brothers, but we are not dears. After a glance, Wang Wai, who was holding Loki's neck clothes behind Loki, reminiscing that he had been beaten by Wang Wai in various fancy ways. Sol decided to avoid being beaten by himself. Brother, just bear with it. While thinking about it, Sol slowly responded to Loki. Hearing Sol's response, Loki looked at Wang Wai with a bitter expression and said seriously, can we not slap my face? Look at Loki like this. The corner of Wang Wai's mouth raised slightly. He smiled directly at Loki and said, what do you mean? Seeing Wang Wai's smile, Loki knew that he was finished. "You are not your own." Everyone who heard Sol's response to the reunion turned their eyes to Sol. After all, this is not considered a secret. Although we are not our own, we are better than our own. Seeing everyone with curious gazes, Sol could not help but nodded and said seriously. However, the gaze of this kind of person still did not stop. Following the gaze of this kind of person, a series of miserable screams came from outside the door. "Well, I admit that I don't want to go out and be violently beaten by Wang Wei. You don't know how powerful this Wang Wei's fist is. Obviously a mage can beat me as a soldier," and his mentality collapsed. Generally speaking, Sol told the truth about the matter while speaking. Hearing Sol's way, he said something. Everyone present could not help but nodded slightly. "I agree very much." Whether it is Tony, Steven, Hawkeye Button, Thunderbolt Johnny, Ian, basically all have been educated by Wang Wei's love. Only a limited number of people have not been walked by Wang Wei. Everyone has thought about one in their hearts. Is this Wang Wei going to beat everyone up? Maybe it's something. After a while, Wang Wei with a comfortable face clapped his hands and walked in. "Okay, everyone is here, so prepare. Let's set out to wave in the universe." While talking, Wang Wei watched these members of the reunion return one after another. After seeing these people, Wang Wei couldn't help but nodded slightly. "If you say, in this Marvel world, who can make Wang Wei feel? This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. It's like being a friend. Except for these people in the reunion. I am afraid that Wang Wei can't think of other people. After all, his social circle is so big. Except for the new people he recruited, the rest are the Supreme Mage. The relationship between the Supreme Master and Wang Wei before is similar to that of being a teacher and a friend. Thinking of this kind of simple friend-like perspective, it's still far away. Well, but how are we going to pass the battleship to pick it up?" After seeing everyone here, Tony was also quietly ordering Jarvis. Pieces of battle clothes were directly summoned by Jarvis. What kind of speed? It can be said that Tony has worked hard on the suit. Tony has asked Thor to get a lot of rare resources. The steel suit forged from these rare resources is more than he has ever. I don't know how many of the battle suits are getting better. Teleport. The thought of taking a battleship over Wang Wei's brain is broad and he has a slight headache. Riding a battleship is certainly very easy, but there is indeed a lot of time wasted on the battleship. This kind of time wasting, let's forget it. "I'm ready here." Nodding, directly these steel battle suits are all included in the space capsule that he carries with him. Tony responded with a smile. After these few space capsules were obtained by Tony directly transformed it into a barracks that can be moved with him, specially used to store some steel suits made by Tony himself. Not to mention, the effect is still very useful. "Well, let's go." Smiling, Wang Wei didn't say anything. He waved his hand and opened the door of which space dimension. Seeing Wang Wei's door of space dimension opened, everyone directly filed in. Everyone is not very unfamiliar with the door of the space dimension, and often see Wang Wei using such a thing to hurry. But no stranger is no stranger. They haven't used it many times either. "Yo, Yuri, where are you going?" Wang Wei, who had just returned to the location of the spaceport near the interstellar fortress, saw that Yuri was flying directly forward in his own aircraft. "Commander." Yuri, who saw Wang Wei, nodded respectfully at Wang Wei. After all, Wang Wei is his commander. Accept General Ling Liang's order. Prepare to travel to the planet Isaiah. Take over such a small civilization at any time. Chapter 244. I believe that he unified the universe. 4 changes/subscription. He glanced at the members of the Avengers who were beside Wang Wei. Yuri told Wang Wei directly about the matter without saying anything else. "Well, then go ahead." Wang Wei, who nodded his head, directly led the reunion people into the interstellar fortress. What is this? This should not be a space battleship, right? Where are we now at this moment? The people in the reunion have some slight circles. This looks like the area inside is not small. It is completely different from the experimental space carrier they took before, or the warships. "You said this. This is my Umbrella's latest technology integration. At present, I don't have the ability to make the second one." While talking, Wang Wai looked at these people in fully and with a proud face and responded with a smile. Interstellar Fortress. It is considered one of the most powerful fortresses in Marvel. Perhaps it is completely impossible to compare with some important angel fortresses in the Super God civilization, or the Void fortresses, and the Kamikawa fortress. But in this Marvel, it can barely be regarded as one of the best buildings. It can be in the starry sky, a war fortress built in. This is not the case. A lot. Don't tell me, you are an interstellar fortress. Glancing at the huge building outside. Tony walking inside is a bit dazed. Those cosmic fortresses near the Broken Star Passage before. Whether it is Tony or anyone in the reunion, they have seen it. But the area of the cosmic fortress is so large. In fact, it was transformed from some meteors or small planets in the universe. Basically, it is almost similar to a strategic fortification dug out between the mountains. And what is the Interstellar Fortress? It really created a fortress in the Interstellar War. This kind of thing may basically not be used. But an interstellar fortress can be worth thousands of space battleships. Well, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is so. Very smart. This is the Interstellar Fortress. In this Interstellar Fortress, a 3,000 person patrol and garrison fleet is stationed every year. Not only that, there are hundreds of thousands of Air Force Corps stationed here. And in this Interstellar Fortress, there are more than 1 million people. These people live in this Interstellar Fortress. In other words, this Interstellar Fortress has become a city in space. Wang Wai, who nodded his head, naturally explained it to everyone. Hearing Wang Wai's explanation, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. It can allow millions of people to live here for a long time. The extent of this scale, let me ask if there is any on the blue star. This possibility is possible, but it may take 30 years, 50 years, or even 100 years. After all, relying on a country alone, I want to create such an interstellar city that can operate in the starry sky. The difficulty is not as big as usual. Great. I haven't seen you for a few months, and you have made another thing like this. I don't know what will come out of you when I see you next time. Looking at such a building that resembles a spectacle, Tony is totally amazed. No matter what, something came out. Even if I see Wang Wai again next time, saying that Wang Wai has unified the universe, I believe it all. Wanda, who was on the side, took Tony's words and said seriously. And Wanda's words have won everyone's nod. Among other things, Wang Wai's creative ability said that the next time he saw him, he would directly unify the universe, and they all believed it. Why don't you believe that the Special Mother's experience came out in less than a year? One have seen thousands of space battleships, and I have seen them. Within a few months, I have directly exchanged equipment for my own troops. I have seen them. I have not seen them in the past few months. A huge interstellar fortress. Okay, stop talking. Let's go in. While enjoying the flattery of these guys, Wang Wai directly said that these guys were brought into this interstellar fortress. It can be said that there are all kinds of people in this interstellar fortress. There are demon nemesis with good wisdom. There are also some intelligent angels, and there are some deep-sea fleet ship women stationed here, or maybe some magicians, mechanics, and some angel sisters or members of the Terminator series, or some outstanding talents from some colonies. Anyway, this star fortress is really inside. This is quite messy. The people on my side, bring me here. Talk about it. Who do you want me to take this time? After a glance, General Ling Liang in the Norwegian University Command Center, Wang Wai asked seriously with a serious look. This time, just bring those universe currencies with you, Commander. Do whatever you want. You don't have to worry about the pirate fleet. I have a new plan here. I took a look at Wang Wai's General Ling Liang, and finally slowly said his thoughts. Chapter 245, I slipped, went to the universe. 5 watch/subscription, plan. What plan? Hearing that he was ruthlessly abandoned by Wang Wai, the whole person became a little curious. After all, this directly abandoned himself. No need to intervene yourself. Uncomfortable, Shiitake. A glance at Wang Wai who was in front of him, Ling Liang slowly sighed and said, "My plan is to send a part of Yuri directly to change it. Add some quasi-destroy stars on some colonial planets, and some people with a little bit of strength. The number of people ranges from thousands to tens of thousands. And the banner of these people is the wandering fleet of Azir civilization. On the surface, they have enemies with us umbrella. At that time, let them drive away a small fleet of the Royal Azir fleet to act as a pirate fleet, adding our kind of secret funding, and a superficial phenomenon of enmity with us. Presumably, when the time comes, they can get a foothold in the space pirate circle faster." While talking, Ling Liang sighed slightly. It was just one thing, forming this pirate fleet. General Ling Liang directly dispatched Nagama Shinzo. Let Shinzo Nagama, a master with a certain tactical master, coordinate the entire pirate fleet. After all, this situation can be regarded as a strength of their Rising Sun Empire. The heroes and generals of the Rising Sun Empire have one characteristic. It is a shortcoming in strategy, a master in tactics. If a force is handed over to these guys to operate, these guys who are gambling on national luck at every turn will only make some things worse and worse. But if you give these guys a fleet, give them a task direction, they will complete better. It is really interesting. The camp. Okay, now that you have arranged it, then you can take care of it. After understanding some of Ling Liang's plans, Wang Wei just shrugged. After all, in this situation, what can he say? Someone is willing to take the initiative to lead the fleet to do this. Then he will have a good wave in the universe and it will be over. Everyone, let's go. Let's wave in the Broken Star Zone. It is said that there is no place. We may be able to find something. In his eyes, Wang Wei, who raised a smile, just looked at the former members of the Avengers. "Well, can I not go? I am more interested in this interstellar fortress." Johnny, who was on the side, gave Wang Wei a weak hand. "After all, let's go to the universe." "Don't want to go. But this interstellar fortress, I am super interested. Such a fierce fortress. I really want to take a stroll." "You geese don't want to go. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading." Take a look. This Johnny's Wang Wei. After looking at the look of these guys, suddenly, Wang Wei realized that this team is not that easy to bring along. It's impossible. What did he say? These guys. You must listen to yourself. Even if you have already established your position in the Avengers, it does not mean that these guys can be like Umbrella's people. 100% obey. "Well, I don't plan to go anymore." "Exactly. Come to this interstellar fortress. There must be some technical content in this interstellar fortress. I have something I want to ask someone to ask." Pushing the glasses on the bridge of his nose, Dr. Reed smiled at Wang Wei and nodded and said, "Okay, no one will go." "Then don't go." Following Wang Wei's rhetoric, some people in the Avengers also came out. In the end, I wanted to follow this, or there are only so many people who don't care. Tony, Thor, Dr. Banner, Wanda, Sue, Steven, and Natasha. Just a few people want to go to those places to play. As for the rest of the people, they don't think much about having fun. Wang Wei nodded and took these guys directly into a port not far away. Here, there is a battleship staying. This ship is very large in terms of war potential and appearance, although it cannot be compared with the Dinyuan ship. But the mother of this battleship is Moyu. That a cute and silly deep-sea mother. Wang Wei directly made her the mother of his own mobile warship. Admiral. As Wang Wei stepped into the battleship, Moyu, who was eating in the interstellar fortress, felt that someone had boarded his battleship. A slight perception. After discovering that it was Wang Wei, he directly started a reverse teleportation. Teleported himself from the interstellar fortress back to the battleship. Moyu, who had returned to the battleship, plunged directly into Wang Wei's arms. "Well, that's good." "All right, ready to prepare." "We are going." Moyu, who had been waiting for a long time, nodded, smirking directly at Wang Wei. This cute deep-sea ship lady is really cute. While smiling, Moyu drove out of a port in this interstellar fortress. "Admiral, do you want to eat?" Even in Wang Wei's arms, Moyu's control over this battleship far exceeds that of others. To put it bluntly, he uses his mind to launch the battleship. It's just that. Fellow reminds you, 3 things to read for collection. Recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 246, Admiral, this young lady wants to hug, 6 more / subscription. What's more, Wang Wei also knows that these deep-sea ship maidens are sometimes quite cute. So after the intelligence is created, these deep-sea ship maidens and the ship maidens of the first series of fleets are the first to get intelligent assistance. You know, Wang Wei directly led people to transform a big planet directly above the Red Alert planet. This planet has only one function. It is to act as a base station in the universe. It is possible for these intelligent life forms to traverse wantonly in the universe. That is to say, these intelligences can continuously return to their home Red Alert planet and reach themselves in the data network between the universes' workplace. But under normal circumstances, these guys still carry them where they work. Said, "When are you holding me like this?" On one side, Wanda looked at the scene in front of him, and became a little jealous. Although the guy in front of him is a ship girl, although she is very cute, she does not understand anything. Although exclamation mark not so much though. This novel is first published by Dragon QQ4929238872. Don't be fooled by other fakes. Unique fellow novel backup group 672,171,357 fellow novel internal group 1,142,529,731 fellow novel internal group 2,929,082,961 more exciting fellow novels are in the hands of the owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you will not be fooled by those deceptive groups. Attachment. This work comes from the internet and published books. The work is only for readers' preview. Please delete it within 24 hours of downloading. It must not be used for commercial purposes. If you think this book is good, please buy a genuine book. Thank you for your support. Key points. I hope I can keep this paragraph when reprinted. It's a bit hard to organize, but retention is a virtue. The old lady just can't stand it anymore. In this mood, Wanda pouted a mouth and said directly to Wang Wei's impatience, all right, let go." Rub the deep-sea ship girl in her arms. Wang Wei smiled a little bitterly. This kind of scene really makes people laugh a little bit. Yeah. The girl of the deep-sea ship in Wang Wei's arms is very obedient, leaving Wang Wei's embrace. It's just that Moyu, who had left Wang Wei's embrace, looked up at the Wanda in front of him with a puzzled look. What's wrong? Wanda, who was a little embarrassed by Moyu's stare, looked to the side slightly. Such a pure and innocent face. In other words, there is no expression that is almost non-malicious at all. Just a look of confusion. Let Wanda feel whether he has made a mistake before or something. You want the commander to hug you too? Must really miss it. Moyu, who was silent for a while, suddenly asked Wanda seriously. Haha. Wanda on the side is stunned. I must be thinking about what it is called. I really want to think so. Okay. But if you say that, it's really good. At this time, the red-faced Wanda directly my gaze shifted to Fang. Even if you said it like that guy wouldn't hold me as a bastard. Wanda roared deep in his heart like a little tsndeer. It's not advancing or retreating. Embarrassing. Admiral, this young lady wants you to hug you. The Moyu in front of Wang Wei is very – This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. No scheming. The dull and adorable directly pulled Wang Wei to the front. Seeing the look of Moyu, Wang Wei's whole person is trapped. Moyu, although I know you are a pure and soft girl like snow. Cute ship mother, but is it really good for you to be like this? Wang Wei, who sighed slightly, walked up and hugged Wanda lightly. Seeing this, Wang Wei, who was gradually coming up, Wanda's heart was a little bit small excited. But after the excitement, there was a little joy again. This excitement and joy is an indescribable feeling. Coming soon. It's coming. Is this what it feels like to come when I see Wang Wei getting closer and closer to him? Wanda's whole person is in a state of tension. I was afraid that Wang Wei would not hug himself suddenly. But with Wang Wei's virtual hug, Wanda's tight skin seemed to be softened suddenly at this moment. It seemed as if you and I were holding it tightly. Bastard. Looking at this virtual hug, Wang Wei just let go. Wonder, a melancholy brilliance emerged from the bottom of his eyes. Under this brilliance, Wang Wei's entire complexion is a bit so. After all, if you say that if you hug this wonder, then how can Natasha and Sue, who are staring at each other, do not hold back? This wonder didn't know what to discuss in his heart. Therefore, it is better to hug Wonder directly and follow Wang Wei's hug. Now Wonder could also be regarded as feeling the pin-pierced gaze behind him. The source of these two gazes, even if Wonder doesn't guess, don't look at it. Wonder knows who it is. Natasha and Sue are two women. Wonder, who shrugged his shoulders, directly dismissed the two women behind him. Are you jealous? You can't hold them. Regarding Wonder's thoughts, Wang Wei naturally doesn't know. If Wei knows, maybe he wants to give Wonder a chestnut. Woman. It's really troublesome, especially this kind of fighting woman. After Wang Wei left within the bounds of these 9 realms on Moyu's battleship, far in a star field in this Marvel universe, a vast fleet of tens of thousands of warships directly launched a massacre against the civilization of the galaxy in front of you. This massacre was declared a vendetta. In fact, this massacre was nothing but it's just a personal training move. Left and right, separation. A purple sweet potato spirit sitting on the throne of the void, looking at the defeated civilized captives below. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the Felu novel. Chapter 247, This is the Villain's Paradise. 7 more. Seeking subscription. There is no feeling of pity. Quietly looking at the terrified prisoners below. With the ruthless voice of the man above the void throne. Below, these millions of civilized life forms hurriedly left and right, separated. Although I don't know why they did it, but in front of the butcher in front of them. If they don't do this, they will only die faster. Once, they were the substantive leader of this galaxy. He is the master of this galaxy. But when the purple sweet potato essence arrived, everything has changed. With a total population of less than 1 billion, they dominate a civilized planet with tens of billions of people. The purple sweet potato essence without mercy and hesitation was killed by half. These guys with a little long life are being killed. After that, most of them were arrested. Then, divide life and death. The purple sweet potato essence sitting on the void throne did not say anything. I just gently threw a coin in my hand directly and casually. A coin, this kind of thing, may be able to control the direction of falling in the hearts of a slightly more careful person. But this one in Thanos' hand, the coin was dropped by Thanos without even looking at it. Following Thanos' movements, the pattern with a number printed on it appeared directly in front of everyone. The side with the digital pattern represents the fate of the death of these people on the left. Raw, without orders from Thanos. A general who was one of the 5 generals of Thanos waved his hand directly. The surrounding army directly killed all the living beings on the left. This bloodthirsty sexual appearance, it's like killing for the sake of killing. It's terrifying. King, we have found the location of the power gem. Just when Thanos was about to say something, as one of the 5 generals, Ebony Maw suddenly said softly to Thanos. Really? Thanos, sitting this slightly, opened his eyes. In these eyes, there is a touch of charm and luster that makes people unable to see the taste. Cold, ruthless, death, and killing. Carry and the Empire. How is Ronan? Thanos, who did not respond to this power gem, lightly held his seat of the void throne, inquired at Ebony Maw. Back, Wang. Carry and Ronan of the Empire are not in a good position now. When I went to the 9 realms not long ago, Umbrella World Lord, one of the lords of the 9 realms, Wang Wei called back. After thinking about the news that 9 realms released, plus some investigations by Ebony Maw seriously responded to Thanos, the Lord of Umbrella World. Wang Wei, he seems to have two gems in his hand, right? Thanos raised his eyelids slightly and questioned the ebony throat next to him. The only thing that can make Thanos move his face is the infinite gems and the sacrifice of the infinite life to the goddess of death. Yes, Wang. The ebony throat nodded and responded to Thanos seriously. One of the 9 realms lords, two infinite gems, you who have not reached the Quasi-Father. I want to know how long you can keep these things. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. One of the lords of the 9 realms, holding two infinite gems. Wang Wei. His eyes narrowed slightly. Thanos spoke slowly. Tell Ronan, if he helps me get back the power gem, I will help him control Kerry and the Empire. If it can't be done, I will kill him. Without any feelings in Thanos' heart, for the goddess of death, you can do anything, including everything. Thanos, who is the goddess of death licking the dog, would not say that. Come on, walk by, don't miss it. Here are some of the latest high-quality weapons. It is your best partner for exploring this interstellar world. Please, please kill Ronan. As long as any of you can help me kill Ronan, that 5,000 universe currency, I will give it to you directly. Does anyone want the best abbots from the abbots? Only 100 universe currency is needed. You can't buy it and lose money, and you can't be fooled. At this moment, Wang Wei brought the reunion members in casual clothes, slowly walked into some black trading venues in the illegal zone transformed from the broken planet. Don't say it. The feeling of this place is really good. This kind of lively feeling. It really makes people have an impulse to want a big purchase. At this moment, the people behind Wang Wei seem to have refreshed their three views. Assault in the street, vendetta in the street, fighting in the street, and some business people, and so on. There are some messy and various things. It is simply impacting the three views of these guys. Does this kind of thing feel a bit unbearable? Looking at Su, who had not been severely beaten by the society, Wang Wei turned his eyes and asked directly. After all, the current situation is indeed such a factual problem. Su inevitably nodded when hearing Wang Wei's inquiry. In fact, if you really want to talk about it, among the team that is coming now, it may be that Su has not been beaten by the society. Whether it is Dr. Banner, Steven or Tony. Either you have seen things on the battlefield, or you have learned about this kind of things, or you have been in touch. And for Wanda and Natasha, one is a character from World War II to the present. What kind of ugly things have not I have seen one who stayed in the Hydra base, people who have been so long. What is not clear, these scenes now are half a catty compared with the scenes of Hydra. Among these people, there is only Su. Have never been beaten up by society. But what I want to tell you is, this is an illegal zone. This is a gathering place for villains in the universe. This is the place where all kinds of people from the three religions and Nine Liu will appear. This is villains' paradise, the nightmare of all the righteous. While talking, Wang Wei shared these knowledge points for Su and others in this chat channel. Fellow reminds you, reading 3 things to collect. Recommend less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise block collection IP greater than. Chapter 248, I am ... Groot. One more, seeking subscription. Hearing what Wang Wei said, everyone present became silent. Whether it was Steven, or Tony, or Dr. Banner, they all take the fight against crime as their responsibility. But I can imagine that this is indeed a situation in this place. Hero. It's a position like shouting, screaming and killing. Anger can't help but feel. But they are helpless. This is one of the lawless areas in the Marvel Universe. This is where the villains of the Marvel Universe gather. They have no responsibility or obligation to eliminate these villains for the entire universe. Really, it is a terrible place. Listening to Wang Wei's rhetoric, Wanda's face became slightly low. It was terrible. This place. Okay, don't care if it's bad or not. Let's go and find something good here, right? After all, although it is a gathering place for villains, but what these guys got is pretty good. While talking, Wang Wei shrugged and said indifferently, after all, there are some things that can't be obtained through normal channels. For example, slaves. In the universe, many forces are in the range of suppressing the existence of slaves, but creatures with the same status as slaves do continue to breed in this universe. It cannot be erased at all. The reason is that some guy's enthusiasm for the slave creatures has caused these cosmic pirates, who are mainly burning, killing and plundering, to get a way to survive. I tell you, this time, don't be here. Troubled me, otherwise, we will have no money to eat again. As Wang Wei led the reunion people toward the front, a raccoon-like civet cat creature carrying a set of equipment on his back was chattering with the tree man behind him. I am Groot. Although the treant who was following the little raccoon was a bit unconscious, he could only nod his head and responded to the little raccoon. However, when the treant spoke, it directly attracted the attention of some looters, scavengers, pirates, etc. nearby. It's a tree man. This is a scarce slave resource. I remember that the price of the tree man seemed to be 10,000 coins. Well, that recently, because of the scarcity of trees, there are now another 12,000 universe currency on the black market. How about it? Don't make it one after another. The sounds rang out here and around the little raccoon. Hearing this kind of chattering and wanting to do something, the little raccoon felt a little blown up. Nothing else. The tree dash. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Personal Groot is at least the little raccoon's friend. Just like these guys are commented as goods. It really made the little raccoon a little angry. I said, you guys don't be too arrogant. I am also a cosmic pirate. Do you want to try my power with a leap? The little raccoon jumped directly onto this Groot's shoulder. The transformation equipment behind it was opened directly by the little raccoon. With that grinning expression, there is a great possibility that he would be ready to fight directly. Groot, after feeling all the malice around him, this tree person Groot wasn't an idiot. He put on a fighting look, and the cosmic pirates, scavengers, and marauders around here hesitated one after another. If you want, give him a vote. After all, this cosmic currency is still very strong. I said, are you planning to do things here? After seeing this scene from afar, Wang Wei saw the little raccoon and the tree man partner. In his head, an image gradually emerged. And this image is a video clip I once saw by accident. Among them, Groot, the tree person, had a very cute face when he was a child. However, now that all Groot gives people a kind of stupid uncle. People can't appreciate it. Originally, Wang Wei was going to watch the excitement, see how this little raccoon dealt with this situation, but under the siege of the interstellar pirates and scavengers around the 180, Sue looked at Wang Wei with an imploring look. I want Wang Wei to relieve these two guys. Looking at Sue's begging look, Wang Wei's face hurts. I'm Cow, this is a lawless zone, okay? I'll hammer to relieve the siege. After you clear the siege, people won't necessarily pay attention to you. Although it is such a complaint, Wang Wei, who originally wanted to take away the little raccoon and the tree man Groot, stood up. As Wang Wei stood up, the many members of the Avengers behind Wang Wei looked ready for battle. Star-destroying powerhouse. With Wang Wei's breath emanating, these guys directly felt Wang Wei's power. Star-destroying powerhouses. It's horrible. It's horrible. Good. Although they are here in the illegal zone, although there are countless star-destroying powerhouses in the illegal zone, however, they are not in this outer circle. Conduct activities. People's circle is the inner circle. When this kind of peripheral circle meets a star-destroying powerhouse, it is like when two gangs of gangsters are preparing to fight. They encounter the vitality organization of two regular groups to start the film. That kind of scene is not at the same level at all. Please download fellow novels without underlined version less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 249, Little Raccoon, second more/subscription. These two guys. I want it. I think you should have no opinion. Under Wang Wei's aura of star-destroying power, the many interstellar pirates or scavengers who were present were silent. Originally, he was going to carry a knife to grab someone, but forget it. Can't provoke, can't provoke. Big boss, you have the final say. Under the impact of Wang Wei's breath, the interstellar pirates and scavengers who surrounded the little raccoon and Groot all around turned and left, each busy with their own affairs. You want to take Groot and make specimens? Seeing the aura from Wang Wei directly shocked these interstellar pirates back. Although the little raccoon is chattering endlessly, but he did not choose to escape alone. After all, what Wang Wei said just now is these two guys, he wants them. In this case, you can't say what you say, and you can't escape. The nervous little raccoon struggled to raise the equipment in his hand and aimed it at the people in the reunion. Oh, little civet cat. I personally suggest that you still put down your weapons. After all, many people on my side don't like being pointed at by weapons. While talking, Tony shrugged slightly. After all, whether it is Wang Wei or Tony himself or Wanda, they don't like being pointed at by weapons. Sheet. Tony's words just fell. and Wanda used chaos magic to directly take the weapon down forcibly. And after watching the weapon's hand off, the little raccoon looked ugly. As the little raccoon looked ugly, that Groot looks even more like a fight. Okay, I have no interest in making specimens. Since you are here, then I will buy some information from you. With eyelids, Wang Wei directly stated that he had no interest in making specimens at all. After all, how to say this kind of thing? Wang Wei is not a collector. Wang Wei is just a hard-working activist. Whatever can be useful, just use it. If you can't use it, you have to do it. Eat and support. While talking directly as a collection specimen, Wang Wei motioned to the little raccoon to lead the way with Groot the treeman. Okay, anyway, Groot, let's go. After taking a deep look at the bear that Wang Wei and the others gave, he was a little dejected. I couldn't beat it, since they said that Groot would not be made into a specimen. So how can you talk to others to survive anyway? This is how illegal areas are. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. If you can survive, no one will resist. How about this place? While talking, the little raccoon brought Wang Wei and others to a bar. Noisy sound, noisy environment. Wang Wei frowned slightly. Wang Wei didn't like this environment very much. He is a person who likes quiet and style. This kind of place is like a gathering of local ruffians. Wang Wei can't appreciate it. Really, just here. Wang Wei, who sighed inwardly, nodded to the little raccoon and said, after all, it is okay to find such a place. In this illegal zone, I want to find that kind of stylish place. Then you need to search in the inner circle. In this outer circle, you want to find a place with style. Too little. After all, these interstellar pirates are all gangsters. At every turn, I will directly bring you one place to fight and one place to destroy. Moreover, they are all interstellar pirates who don't have much money on them. Let's go. He glanced at the Avengers members behind Wang Wei. The little raccoon walked forward frustrated. After all, his weapon is now carried on the back of American Team Steven. This kind of place. Tony walked into this environment and couldn't help but wrinkle slightly when he saw this scene. As the saying goes, what kind of person, what kind of friends to make? For Tony, who is also a stylist, this kind of environment really doesn't like it. It's a bit bad. Sue, who was following Wang Wei, couldn't help but nodded slightly and directly responded to Tony's words. Are you gambling over there? Seeing a betting board in the distance, a group of people were howling heartbreakingly. Dr. Banner directly asked the little raccoon in front of him. Hearing Dr. Banner's question, the little raccoon looked up, and the place in the distance, which was roaring heartbreaking. Well, those people are quizzing. Yeah, the little raccoon who glanced slightly nodded to Dr. Banner and explained. This kind of game is actually the same as some folk poisonous fights on Blue Star. Circle a place, then throw in a rabbit, and then throw in a hunting dog. See how long it can take this hyena to catch this rabbit. And here is a similar situation. But the difference is that they gave the creature like a rabbit a chance to survive. As long as it can escape into the cave under the hunt of the brutal little beast, it will be safe. Well, in the hearts of these cosmic pirates, this situation can only be regarded as a way of venting physically and mentally. Fellow reminds you, reading 3 things to collect, recommend less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise, ban the collection IP greater than. Chapter 250, Come, Open. 3 changes. Seeking subscription. Why are you interested? Watching and hearing what the little raccoon said, and then looked at the slightly interested Dr. Banner, Wanda, Natasha, Tony, Steven and others. Wang Wei raised his brows slightly. Hey, alright. Look at this thing. Look at it. As we all know, gambling and fighting things cost money. Unfortunately, none of these guys have universe currency. Even if you want to participate in gambling, there is no capital to participate. To put it simply, Lao Tzu has no money. This thing is 100 universe currency at a time. Not cheap. Taking a look at the members of the Avengers behind Wang Wei, the little raccoon in front explained to everyone. 100 at a time I go. Excellent. Hearing this kind of rhetoric, everyone's heads became hot. The participation fee of this gambling battle is not cheap. 100 cosmic currency at a time. According to the calculation method on Blue Star, is almost 1 million meters of gold. This is just a basic bet. If you want to be more exciting, you can raise. There is no upper limit. Okay, I have served you. 3,000 universe currency per person. While talking, Wang Wei flipped his wrist and directly took out a wad of cosmic currency from the small space he carried. Although the universe currency is now connected to the internet and uses credit points, but that is only part of it. More often, people still prefer things like this entity. After all, who can guarantee that the other party will track him down through the interstellar network? These cosmic pirates, scavengers, and looters are all geese with human lives on their hands. What a rich man! Seeing that Wang Wei was just to satisfy the curiosity of the guys behind him, he took out tens of thousands of cosmic currency after he changed hands, and let these guys play directly. Let's go. Let's have fun too! Exclamation mark. After seeing that everyone in Fulian got the universe currency, they tried to go where they wanted to participate. I looked at Su and Wanda next to him. Wang Wei smiled directly at the little raccoon in front of him. For Su, she is not very interested in this situation. As for Wanda, she has seen many such chasing gambling fights in Hydra, but Hydra gambling is not. These animals or something, and the loser dies. The winner lives. It's that simple. Okay, boss. After seeing Wang Wei throwing out tens of thousands of cosmic currency to his friends, the little raccoon settled in his heart. Hold the big boss in front of you. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading The Proper Local Tyrant. Although the guys behind Wang Wei, this little raccoon doesn't know what the relationship is, but seeing that the other party had no money, he was able to give out a few thousand at will. Such a bold look, such a bold personality. I like it. For Wang Wei, these things little raccoon thought Wang Wei didn't care about. In other words, Wang Wei gave those guys cosmic currency to participate in gambling battles or something, just a pretense. After all, these guys are also smart people. After getting the money, they will definitely not engage in wanton gambling, but use these cosmic currencies to selectively buy some news. People like humans really think, are these guys fun? As everyone knows, a place like a bar will always be the place with the most extensive news. The premise is that you have money. While talking, the little raccoon took Wang Wei and others directly to a place where the betting handicapped. Let's say the next bet. The corner of his mouth raised slightly. Wang Wei directly analyzed the situation of the two little beasts that were not released. In this betting market, the profit ratio between being eaten and being eaten is the lowest. Similarly, the ratio of card distance points is the highest. Wang Wei thought for a while, and directly took out 10,000 universe currency and threw it on a card distance point table. My cow, ye 10,000 universe currency, brothers. Get ready. It's a bet. Let's bet. As Wang Wei threw the 10,000 universe currency directly onto this gambling market, the interstellar pirates on a table were even more jealous. 10,000. It is possible to leave such 10,000 cosmic currencies in such a place. This is a fat sheep. This Wang Wei's currency is thrown out. The owner in this bar was also alarmed. There are not many who can take out 10,000 universe currency for gambling, but being able to throw away 10,000 like this easily. Still in the hall outside, this makes people feel a little bit overwhelmed. After thinking about it, the boss gently gave orders to the people below. As the preparation of the gambling market began, the gambling capital on the gambling market was gradually suppressed. It is even closer to more than 30,000 cosmic currencies. Many people have chosen to follow Wang Wei's betting direction. If he can win, the bar owner will have to lose a lot. Go, go, go. Tear him. Run, run. After the two little beasts were released, the people around them began to become passionate. And in the sound of passion, the little beast in front happened to be eaten at a distance under Wang Wei.